highlight something here because I'm pretty sure I'm right on this. Neo Micro is he's a Zerg player, right? From
You
Starcraft.
just think he's banelings?
Like, this is
Oh.
not how you use banelings. Needs to respect the spearmen as they come on through, though. It's just a really frustrating comp, right? Because when Legalis attacks like this, if he doesn't kill something, he gets
It
tilted and
heals.
doubles down, right? Yeah, like he has to go in.
But this is a good fight for Legalis, I think. At least cost effective. He's good. The supply, he just gets to absolutely melt. The spearmen were in the front taking a lot of the damage. I don't know if he'll win this fight, but he's going to neutralize a lot of the army. Oh,
And also,
this is
the
rough.
other
That's
thing
a
you
lot
need
of
to
jabs.
compensate for is the health bars, right? Like, how many of those health bars are almost dead? Compared to the Warrior Scouts, they can just heal.
This is good. This is not good. Oh, he's just hard committing under the jabs.
This is done. Get me out. Stick a fork in him. And the pincher, he lets
he
him
just
walk
goes
into
in
the
the middle.
center. Oh, there's no easily getting out of this for Legalis.
Oh, that's a wipe. Okay.
I think this might be a GG call. I mean, by some miracle, for some reason the meta never got prioritized down here. That's how far ahead Recon is. He wins that fight while letting Legalis maintain his aura the entire time. He comes out of the choke point. Now, funnily enough, the Janissaries is just being ignored. Jabs have finally realized that, though.
Yeah, he's got it now. You can see the jabs have focused down the javelins. The meta still stands even. And there's still 5 Jans. They're 4, so they're still doing decent damage. And it looks like the hold is going to be in. Treasure ships, only 2 remain.
Demo comes out, but Legalis just so clean, so quick.
Yeah, he's playing real smart here. This is really clean for Legalis. I mean, he's going to win the water at the end. Well,
No,
two more demos.
he's gonna win the water.
Yeah, he's going to win the water. Definitely one, though. How expensive is Recon going to make it?
There's just nowhere for the fishing boats to go. So, like, even if you did lose these docks now, you've lost all that economy. House got raised. Recon's picking up Lancers. That's rough because like, now you've given your opponent a way of countering you nades behind. Not that he's going to remain nades behind. Shaolin Monastery now the way. He's discovered this area is unguarded. He can just keep coming in and eating his elves. He's going to do it all day. Oh my god!
Did you see that? So he forced the spearman into spear wall with the attack. So the charge was forcing the spear wall. The spearmans come forward right into the knights.
He's blowing up the meditation garden as well. He's like, I mean, I'm not coming to you with these Nesta bees. You can come to me. Looks like the Springwood isn't going to be safe either. This is just insanity.
We're coming in.
Wait.
Bait?
This is so dumb to watch. Abbey of Trinity and Ravens are on the way, by the
no,
way. Wait,
no.
wait.
Disaster. Wait, Trinity.
Faye.
Oh, we are really going back in time. This is
Faye,
like...
please.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my...
Ooh.
Dude, Relic
This is
Outposts are
huge.
OP. Relic Outposts are OP.
Oh no. Oh no.
I mean, it's 28 villages. This is not enough to stop it. It shouldn't be, but it's going to cost her. I've been saying this for a long time. Everyone's crying about different things about Relics. The thing that is absurd about them is the vision. But like, she's completely outnumbered here.
Oh, no, the ships.
Demo's going in against
the panic.
galleys.
The panic.
Against galleys. Just shoot them.
Oh my gosh.
But he doesn't seem to care. And that wall.
It prevents his culverins from being out culverin, right? It lets him kind of sit up, and it lets his mangonels be really threatening to these crossbow masses. We see one shot coming over the wall here. Now the culverin's poking through. Oh man, I think we're going to see Ably tap out here soon. This fight can't go his way. I think he could have been here a pretty similar time, or delayed the Rams by like 10 seconds. But yeah, no, it doesn't matter. I think he gets wiped here no matter what. Beachery mass here is just so good. There's 2 Landsharks in that army, supposedly, and they have not
Who
been
cares?
spent. It's always harder to
it's
see.
It's a cheat sheet for Holy Island. Finally, he gets in the way. I love that. Body blocks as well.
Oh, he doesn't see it. He doesn't see it. Oh my god, what an amazing demo.
I'm more worried about Baltune on the poker after that last fight.
After that last fight.
Pushing in. Demos. For the body blocks, like, okay, maybe a positive about the big, and he gets around the back. Big return fire there. I mean, that's a lot of demos. And Baltune has proven that he's willing to take a few too many to the face here, but this time around, the archer ship count is healthy. Still enough left over, 4 in fact, just whittling them down one by one. And this is an expensive loss for Amelie, one that's going to be hard to recover from. Like that nerf where you don't have an immediate enemy kind of needed. So like,
Holy no.
Gully. Look, don't worry guys, he's scouting. They're taking over Punk Control.
That makes it sound so much more tragic.
Daddy!
Dad, no. They say no like that. They go, no. Oh my gosh. It's the final countdown.
Everything
he's ignoring it and going straight for the fishing eagle.
Excuse me, kind sir, kind sir.
I wish you could see my face. My jaw literally dropped to the floor, back to the floor again, back up.
He's gonna die the
mangonels. The mangonels.
He hasn't even got textiles. I'm pretty sure he never got it, right? Okay.
Got it.
So, but here's the problem. If those mangoes get one shot out, just one, that's a third of your burn gone. Moves in. Certain.
No.
The wallop! The erase!
No, it wasn't that bad. Only 20 of those went down.
Jumps in though. Gullum to get on top of the mangoes. 2 left over. Villagers the dodge. Gully on point here. 3 landmarks down. 1 to go. He's got 120 population to make it work, but not long. Across onto the Cast of the Crow. The villagers now pulled by certain. This is it. It's over. There's no hope that he can kill a Cast of the Crow quick enough. The shivs come out. Even without shivs, the repair should be good enough. Gully, he needs every torch on this to stand a chance.
We're gonna get a cannon soon too. A cannon replacement is coming in.
We're getting boiling oil.
Oh, boiling oil, even better.
That's it. What a way to end this though. The mango coming in for the final shots. It's undeniable now. Gully Deckle, he at least keeps us on the edge of our seats, but certain keeps his calm and gets the win.
Doesn't matter. The demos could come in for a big hit. Are there enough airships?
The villager pulled first in the Barbican and now for the men-at-arms. In the meantime, here's an interesting detail. Recon, he's going for the Skrill Cruise. That only matters if you've got distance. Demi won't let him have that. He's pinning him against the edge.
And another demo comes in. This could be the water gone for Recon fast.
It is. Like, that's the loss right there. Like, the Skrill Crew only works. Dude, it doesn't matter. Like, think about it. Skrill Crew is good when you have range. It doesn't, like, you know, being a sniper doesn't seem like an advantage when someone's 2 feet from you. Right?
Oh, the mangonels not aiming the right way. They're going to turn onto the hand cannons.
Lanks, please. Lanks, please. Oh, no, it's falling apart. He needed walls. He actually needed walls. If he was hiding behind walls, this works, but now it's going to fall apart. I think this is going to be the GG. Dumu, he played with his food a bit, but it feels an inevitable outcome now in favor of our ball Benny boy.
It's going to be a big battle here. There's no siege on the field at the moment, so no splash damage. We're just going to have...
Recon should just go around right now with the War Scouts. Like, I legit think you just bail on the front side of this fight and you hit the archers instead. He spreads wide. He's overwhelming, though. I mean, the Gonzos, they are more tanky to compensate against the Spearmen. Remember, those Spearmen also have not been upgraded. Somehow, though, Dumu managing to just will his way through that army. Archers carrying the tail end of this fight.
Incredible job by Demo in this fight. I think he really had enough front line. There were a couple of man-at-arms in there that were really sneaky.
So smart by Dumu. No overreaction, right? Like, it's 6 horsemen. They don't even have Exploratores. They kick them.
The man-at-arms are at the wall of Recon now.
Knock, knock, and that is it.
Let's put the resource. She's not doing a thing.
What? No. I mean, she can't actually look like, if you check... No! No, please stop, dude!
She's feeding at this point in time.
It seems appropriate we talk about moments before we got on the broadcast, because this is legit the equivalent of sending it down mid. I can't right now. Well, how about this for all military? Villagers have been conscripted to the defense here against the Spearmen. Gully, the reason why he's starting to look weak now is he started to stockpile resources. He made a mistake here. He wasn't fully committed to the idea of Feudal. He was starting to think about castle.
Spearmen actually getting picked off now by the Camelenses. They do take a good amount of damage, but...
Wait.
Is the trade actually for Dragonman here?
Yeah, this
is a really good trade.
I mean, they're not
All right, we're back, everybody. Welcome. Another weekend and another row of EGC TV. Welcome, everybody. We're live in the group phase. I'm Crackly here. Joining me today on this wonderful day is the one and only Dr. Depson. How you doing, man?
Oh, good. Glad to be here. Glad to be back in a fun and exciting day of games ahead of us. And starting out, I mean, this might just be one of the best series, one of the closer series of the day, too.
Exactly. We're starting off with an absolute banger here. Louis MT versus Demu. I mean, we probably couldn't ask for like a more entertaining set to start off the day with. And I mean, we already got our map draft here going on live now, map draft by Surfshark. I mean, look at the cool maps I've got. Every single time I see these, it's so amazing. Like the graphics that we got going here, like at a glance, you can just immediately tell what these maps are all about. And starting us off here, we're going to be starting off on our open map with Dry Arabia.
Oh, gonna be the classic Dry Arabia. I think most people's favorite map. I put that in quotes because there's always the one-off people that's like, I love migration, and I'm like, you're weird. But for watching migration, a little bit of a different story, as that's one of the things I will not complain about.
I mean, Dry Arabia, it's like the classic, the go-to map when it comes to like starting us off, and it's there's a reason why it's like the most favorite map. It's just so I don't want to say this like in an insulting manner, but it's so basic. It has all the basic ingredients that you need for a great game. It's open. You have to go out onto the map. Like all the major goals are in the middle. You got the sacred sites toward the middle. And overall, I think it's just probably the most entertaining map when it comes to like raw skill between the players. But raw skill alone is not what really makes a set here, because we got a lot of very different maps that don't just like challenge your raw skill, but also your ability to adapt to maps. We got chaos maps, we got water maps, we got hybrid maps, closed off maps. So even though you might excel on open maps, there are situations where you might want to go out of your comfort zone and really like look at some of the other maps that are out there. And we can tell here, like we have all of these different categories with various maps. We got coastal cliffs, Dry Arabia, Gorge for the open maps, lots of closed maps, lots of water maps, hybrid maps. And then probably the most exciting category, the chaos maps, floodplain, moving out Socotra. Like these maps, they're every single game that I've seen so far on these maps, like the category is really where it goes to. It's chaotic. There's chaos going on those maps.
It makes our lives a little bit harder because, usually as a caster, you're supposed to kind of, talk about what's going to happen next, kind of get this like, game plan going on. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, we were not expecting that by any means. Let's go ahead and reverse everything that I was just saying. But when you're looking at these categories as well, it also makes civ drafting that much more important because inside of each category, you're going to be playing a lot of like your civilization choices, even on the open maps. You're going to be playing completely different civilizations on coastal cliffs compared to, maybe Gorge or Dry Arabia as well.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we can already tell the draft is going on right now, so we can see already the civilizations picked so far by our players. Juji and Ruse banned on both sides immediately, and this doesn't surprise me. Juji so far, at the moment, from what we've seen, like during practice, during all the earlier rounds that we had so far, during the qualifiers, has probably been the most dominant civ when it comes not just to hybrid maps, but also water maps.
Yeah, I mean, and that's where you kind of follow that up with Roos as well. Very, very good at all the different maps, but also very, very strong when it comes to hybrid, when it comes to water maps as well. So just kind of two of the most kind of adaptive civilizations, both just banned out, making it to where it's a little bit harder to guess what's going to be coming on the maps and the civ picks.
Yeah, but there is a rather sister civilization to the Juji's legacy, which did go through for one of our players here. So Demu is able to pick the Chinese here. And if we get to the point in time, like on some of these water maps, if an Imperial age could happen, probably if there's a map where it could happen, it would be migration. The Baochan's probably the strongest ship in the game right now in Imperial age for the Chinese. Super, super strong, gets the Nest of B in placement, does a lot of damage. Overall, just one of the best ships in the game. And it feels like for some civilizations, once it gets to the point, I'm looking at you, Japan, once it gets to Imperial age, some civilizations can really, really struggle with dealing with that. So on those maps, aggression will have to be key for the player that isn't playing as a Chinese. So Louis, if it gets to a matchup like that, it's Castle Age or nothing.
Yeah, Demu getting the two what I would call like the old classic water map civilizations with the Chinese, like you were just talking about. Also, HRE very very strong when it comes to some water as well. Using that inspiration makes just that much more economy to throw into that water. And Louis is opting kind of I would say more for the new style water. You got Japan, which has the very very cheap fishing boats. You can also go with a Basset or a Ubids because they got the cheaper docks as well. So interesting to kind of see whether it's going to be like the new school water or the old school water.
All right, and now we also can take a look at the civilizations that have been drafted for our first game on Dry Arabia. It's going to be the English for Louis and the Byzantines for Demu. And this is like one of the matchups that I think we've seen a couple of times recently, especially on Dry Arabia. And it's a very interesting one. I mean, you see the Byzantines, they have a couple of options with their mercenary play. Like, usually we see them all in like 2TC, Castle Age, and trying to do damage, trying to finish off the game. The English, on the other hand, they're kind of polarized into the opposite direction. They go 2TC, they go for like the keep landmarks, they play very secure, and as long as the game like keeps going, they're going to look stronger and stronger and stronger. And Byzantines, like every time I see this matchup, whenever I see Byzantines, for example, going for the longbowman mercenaries, it tends to get to the point a couple of times where we see Byzantines with more longbowmen than English. I just find that a little bit hilarious at times.
Yeah, it never really feels like that should be the thing when, English's special unit is the longbow and Byzantine's special unit is that they can get a lot of other civs special units. So they never really should be able to outmass it, but it is crazy with how much olive oil they can end up gathering with, the ability to have their very, very cheap and easy farm or I guess olive grove transitions and you'll see those dropped quite early as well. So really fun to see this matchup. Byzantines is one of those civilizations too that you'll see them on like 60 economy and having 100 military out on the field, being able to do with what they want.
I want to talk a little bit more about this matchup because this is also like one of the unique things. Like Byzantines, they love going for those longbow mercenaries. The Western mercenary wing is probably by far the favorite for the Byzantines in most matchups. But against a civilization like the English, which do get armor-clad in Castle Age for their men-at-arms, like for other civilizations, it's like, yeah, my archers are going to do an additional damage. They're going to be great, even against men-at-arms. But once you're up against English men-at-arms, it's like, oh, your longbows get +1 additional damage, well, my men-at-arms get +2 additional armor. Suddenly it doesn't feel that great anymore, and that's probably why in this matchup, I would personally love to see the javelin throwers instead.
Yeah. I mean, that's one where I think the javelin throwers, when you kind of look at the matchup, you think of the matchup, it naturally makes sense with it. But sometimes, with the 2TC build and kind of packing yourself in, sometimes it feels hard to find too much damage with the javelin throwers unless you're full on diving, which feels bad to do against the English civilization. Whereas with the longbows, sometimes you can poke and prod with that little bit of extra range.
Hear me out. There's one thing that I would actually really love to see. So you start off with Kashyyyks, and you go all the way up to Imperial Age, and suddenly you have access to tower elephants. Now, tower elephants, they're a little bit of a special breed because they don't just get 3 armor, 4 armor, 5 armor. No, they get like 6 pierce armor to play with, additional upgrades coming in later on as well. I think they end up at like 13 ranged armor or something ridiculous like that. They're like one of the best units to have when you're playing up against a civilization like the English, as long as English doesn't get to hand cannoneers. They soak up so much damage against crossbows, against archers. Like archers and crossbows, they barely tickle them at that point in time, and that's when the elephants can actually come in really clutch. I remember I had one game where I played against an English opponent, and I just couldn't break them. I couldn't break them. You get like a couple of these elephants out, suddenly you're able to push in again, and that's like one of these situations where that is not a wing that you would go for in most matchups at all, but it has its moments, like the very niche moments that you can go for, and suddenly you thread the needle and it all works out. And those are like the kind of situations that I personally live for. Like you get these really unique, weird mechanics that don't come in usually, but then you find the situations where they do come in really, really greatly, and you utilize that. And that's where I think you can really like tell that a player really has put like their brain behind the play with a certain civilization.
Yeah, I do feel like though if Byzantines is Imperial Age going into Tower Elephants, I'm assuming the other side of the English is going to be following up with their own hand cannoneers, so might be a little bit difficult. And if we're seeing that go to the Imp, go to the late game, that's kind of where English wants to be in a sense. You know, especially if they're playing that 2TC wall themselves in build, essentially. That's what they're playing for, and finding themselves there. I don't think Louis would complain too much about it. But you know, Demu is not too shabby of a late game player, and Byzantines is not too shabby of a late game civilization itself.
I want to see Wingard Rangers this game. I,
I
I
I
don't
feel
want
like
the game to go like super long, but I want to see Wingard Rangers. Those guys, whenever I see them come out 9 tiles of range, those guys are ridiculous.
well, it's I feel like the Wingard Palace is one of those things that's very very underutilized. You don't see it a ton just because the keep landmarks sometimes can just kind of end the game, or hold you over because you're going for that faster imp and you need the defense. You don't have the time to let the units come out. But it's crazy to see how strong those units actually are that come out.
Yeah, I mean, in many situations, like nowadays with English, we've seen it time and time again. I think this is just like thoroughly the meta at the moment with the English, where you just go for that 2TC play with the early king. And the king is such a great unit, like it forces your opponent to react. Like he has to react. You get the king for free, you don't have to invest, but your opponent, he will have to react to it. Meanwhile, behind that, you go for a second TC, you greed up to Castle Age, and any aggression that your opponent might want to get to you for going for that greedy Castle Age is going to be denied by the White Tower landmark.
Yeah, kind of reminds me of the Ubids with their Desert Raiders going up with their faster Castle Age to follow up. But enough of kind of talking about all the hypotheticals. We're seeing the countdown slowly ticking down. We are about to get into the first game of the day.
All right, so let's jump into it. Our first set in the group phase. Here we go, everybody. Liquid Demu playing as the Byzantines in the color purple. On the other hand side here on Dry Arabia, we got Louis MT playing as the English.
Yeah, and now we're going to see these build openings, see kind of what we got in store for us. Louis going with the 2 early out onto the gold. Going to go with most likely just the very, very quick, yeah, I would say quicker feudal age. I think everyone goes to food after this. 9 on the food, 902.
Looking at the map here already, so Demu, he didn't decide to go for that early olive grove, which we've seen like a lot of players recently with Byzantines go for a really early olive grove opening. And taking a look at the way his base spawned here, his berries, they're very, very far forward, quite exposed actually. So if Louis wants to go for early aggression follow-up, or maybe just completely forego the early Abbey of Kings build, if he sees the berries being that far forward, that could be a very easy point to put aggression on. Now, Demu, he does have another berry bush in the back, but the other berry bush, it's kind of exposed towards the right-hand side, and he would have to put a lot of resource towards walling if he really wants to keep those safe.
Yeah, it's one of those, like the western side, you could kind of wall off that initial in between the 2 bigger wood lines, but still is quite a bit of an investment to get through there. And I believe there's a little segment you could forget on the all the way north side, but still a lot of resources he'd be able to protect for a good bit of time. I'd still be kind of, I mean, that's one where if you're moving out there, the king's still going to be Roman, and it's going to be hard to take those resources without some bit of investment into it.
Yeah, I think maybe if you want to secure that very early on, like a very early wall could help you here. We do see the Grand Winery now coming up, nice and early timing there for Demu. Louis should not be too far behind that as well. Slage will be coming in soon, and that's going to telegraph for us what he's going to be going for, and it's likely going to be that Abbey, and there it is, Abbey of Kings is going to be a landmark of choice there for the English.
Yeah, I mean, players they like to lean into their APM, to their micro, and that's where they get to show off with the king a little bit, get to keep it alive, utilize its healing, just continually poke and prod like you were saying, and it didn't cost any investment into it.
And winery, yeah, I mean, the king can definitely do some damage here against Demu. Like, it's gonna be very annoying for Demu to protect his berries. Might want to drop an early outpost on it. I'm not sure how worthwhile that's gonna be, since if you go for that early outpost, you wanna likely get the arrow slits and placement on it as well. And that's gonna delay your second cistern by quite a bit, so you're gonna be missing out on like 4% bonus gather speed for quite a while. It's a little bit of a trade-off there.
Yeah, Demu did do a good job of circling around. I love how how in tune these players are, and just watching the high elo players with their vision, with their knowledge. It's like they always know when to circle, when to check in on what landmark they're going for. Seeing Louis go out onto the stone, so he knows, all right, 2TC English is the play, which, you know, it's assumed, but you know, you never want to make assumptions when it comes to the game, because then all of a sudden you'll have a few longbows knocking at your doorstep and you weren't ready for them.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the moments where suddenly you get caught off guard and your entire game plan, like what you prepared for, can suddenly go astray. All right, so Demu, age up. It's surprising how quickly Byzantines age up nowadays. Like, there were a couple of buffs that all came in at the same time. Get the cistern efficiency buff, you get the cistern build speed buff as well. And all of those in tandem just suddenly gave Byzantines probably one of, if not the fastest age up time, with only 4 villagers on the age up.
Yeah, it's not like one of those with like HRE you'll see sometimes where they'll have like 7 go out on the chapel when they're trying to rush it on down, and yeah, they got a 340 age up, but it's because they put so many vills on it. Byzantines doesn't have to sacrifice a lot into it, and it really feels like their economy just gets to be online so much earlier than it used to. I feel like when they first came out, they were definitely on the struggle bus for a while, but it was like these slight little buffs, they still felt like they were just lacking in that mid to early game, and just very, very crumbling when pressure came their way early, and now they really can hold their own.
Looks like Demu did manage to find some shape throughout the early game there. I did notice that he was kind of struggling when it came to the sheep count. Not that it's too bad now that he is in feudal age. He will most likely, have most of the villagers on the berries anyway, since he does want to get that olive oil in now. But now he's got enough sheeps there that should last him all the way to castle age potentially, since it is quite a bit together with the olive oil. Louis now building his second TC, and Demu, I like the play where he didn't go for an outpost on the berries. Instead, he is deciding to make units. In many situations, when you make an outpost instead of units, it's 100 wood in placement and 150 wood for production building, which in many situations you want to have anyways. So in many situations, foregoing the outpost in favor of an early barracks here to deal with the king is going to feel better long term.
Yeah, especially because a player like Louis, what he's going to do with the outpost, even with arrow slits, he'll still poke and prod here and there, cause a good bit of idle time, making villagers jump in and out, you know, and then the king just runs away, heals on up. What the units can do, if positioned in the correct spot, can just fully deter the king from doing any damage, and those units can get utilized in the long term. You can start sending them over to the other side, start pressuring. But as we say that, we see Louis' micro circling on around, gets a charge in, and then walks on away.
Yeah, the king, he's just gonna heal himself over time, so he will be all fine there. In the meantime, take a look at Louis' base. He's now opening up with double archer range, so is in theory gonna have the similar production speed as he would with a council hall. Demu, on the other hand side, though, he is going with the remind me again of the name for the mercenary path. The Silk Road mercenary path, I think, or was it the Eastern one? I think it was the Silk Road one. Javelin throwers are coming out here for him, so is going to have an excellent answer when it comes to dealing with those longbows.
I didn't correct you because I didn't know the name, so I was just going to let you continue on with it. But yeah, it's the one with the javelin throwers is the way I would have explained it, which again, that's the kind of assumption that you go with against the English. It makes it a lot easier to deal with longbows. You have that typical counter unit, and Louis, he just dropped that double range like Crackety just mentioned.
Yeah, but he's gonna need a lot of longbowmen here if he wants to deal with those javelin throwers, and Demu, he's just massing the Limit out right now, so he's gonna have a very, very strong offense here if he wants to go for any resource denial play. He's getting Pierce Armor in as well, and with Pierce Armor and the shield wall ability from the Limit, they're gonna be a very, very good tank, even against the longbows, even against like additional town centers or something like that. And now with the javelin throwers here as well, if Demu gets a second pack of the javelin throwers out, he's gonna have enough to potentially one-shot villagers if he gets a volley off on them.
Yeah, and with with, like you just mentioned, with both of those groups being very good counters against kind of range, even though spears, they got to use their shield wall, they can easily kind of poke and prod at the secondary TC and get to the point where they dive the second TC. There's only spots for 7 villagers in there, and that's enough to easily one-shot a couple on their way out.
Louis has to be careful where he sends those longbowmen out to. Now that the javelin throwers are out, we see second group of Louis military, 4 longbowmen as well as a knight, making their way over to Demu's gold. Demu, so far, it doesn't look like it's going to be a straight fast castle age. He hasn't pulled any additional villagers over to gold. Instead, pulled more villagers over to the berries in the north. So he's going to be able to further scale his olive oil income in the next couple of minutes to get additional couple of javelin thrower groups out.
And a quick pull off of gold for Demu was easily able to spot out that raid, as we can see with the good old dual cam. And now Louis still just kind of continuing to try to circle on around. With the next group of jab throwers out, he can try to go deal with the raid at home. But Louis, he's got some things that are about to be knocking on his doorstep here in just a little bit. And those are some hard units to stop at that second TC.
Midnight there doing an excellent job at tanking up the arrow fire there from the longbows. And actually, they're just going into melee range now without any micro, and it's going to be hard to micro at the same, like in multiple positions now at the same time. Yeah, Louis is going to have to run away here, and now the ram, it's going to be on the TC. Repair is coming in from the villagers. Louis does have additional longbows over there inside of the space, which he can use. But yeah, the javelin throwers, they're doing a lot of damage to the villagers there as well. First villager is going to go down now.
Yeah, and this is what I was worried about. You know, there's only spots for 7 villagers. Yeah, they're going to be able to heal it on up. The Javs can just continue to step forward, continue to pick off vills here and there. We've already seen 2 go down. Louis hasn't really been able to get too much damage on the return end. We saw the longbows go into melee range, and look at how many Jav throwers are still just standing there without really any problem at all.
Yeah, but the TC, it's slowly but surely like doing its job. Like a couple of Midnight did go down, a couple of javelin throwers did go down. Has to be careful about those villagers. One villager did actually go down there again. Like, Demu's killed a lot of villagers here so far. Louis killed a single one.
Yeah, villager pathed through the fire, and actually villagers ran all the way through the fire. A lot of them get quite low. Another one gets picked off. A second one gets picked off, and I mean, Louis is starting to lose quite a bit of that eco that he had invested into. You can see the vill count number at the top. He's only up by a single villager when he's been on 2 TCs for quite some time.
And now the second army group is coming in, and that is a massive army advantage right now for Demu. 26 military units compared to just 11. Now, sure, the longbows in theory counter the Midnight, but that's just a theory. In practicality, with that shield wall ability, those Midnight suddenly turn into maybe even tankier units than horsemen potentially. It's quite massive how good of a meat shield they are, and the javelin throwers behind that, they're having such an easy time at just picking apart all the longbows behind it.
Yeah, Louis did do a great job picking off a few units while they were trying to build the ram or the Karasiphon. But it just still doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Villagers jump inside the TC yet again. Not enough room. Longbows starting to kite back. Jav stepping forward. But is one ram going to end up being enough to take down the secondary TC, or is just Demu trying to do this, just continue to force Louis on his heels, continue to do damage?
The king did go down there, so it's going to be like very expensive to reinvest into the king. It's going to be 200 resources there, not something that Louis can afford right now. Another big issue is that this is like his prime food economy right there. That's just getting completely idled out right now. We can see that he's floating a lot of wood right now, which he wants to put into longbows, but he just can't because he doesn't have the food for it. It's 40 food for every single one of these longbows, and he just can't afford it right now. Villagers hop out again. Immediately one goes down due to the fire for the Karasiphon.
And actually, Louis is actually down. Yeah, he's down in villagers from this push now, but he has done a really good job of continuing to kite back, continuing to keep that longbow group alive. You'll actually notice military numbers are pretty close to even.
They are, but behind this Demu, look at his resources. He's about to click up to Castle Age.
clicking up to Castle Age, and another villager goes down from the flames. This has just been one where the Siphon has more than paid for itself, and it's not because it's taken down a TC, it's because the fire has taken down 3, 4, 5, 6 villagers or so, and Demu behind this has slowly been dropping groves in as well.
Yeah, so food economy is going to be looking great for him here now as well. Louis is reinvesting into that king. Now the walls are coming up as well. Walls going to be really important. Once you realize, or once you think, once you believe your opponent will be going up to the next stage quite a bit ahead of you, that's when you really got to be dropping those walls down, because you want to buy time for your own age up to happen. The issue is, when I look at Louis' resource right now, when I look at his income, I just don't think that age up is going to be coming in time for him in order to deal with the potential Castle Age aggression coming in here very soon from Demu. Right now, Louis, he's still only on longbows, and as soon as Demu goes up to Castle Age, he's going to be able to upgrade all of those javelin throws to veterancy. They get additional armor, they do even more damage against ranged units. We see additional barracks getting dropped right now. The Varangian spam is going to be coming in very, very soon.
Yeah, and this is when you just get to see Byzantines fully online, and not necessarily even fully online because they don't have 5 cisterns, but you know what I mean with the point of they're in Castle Age, they have olive groves, they have their food economy untouched. You can see Demu's food income is doubling that of Louis, and he has 10 villagers that are on the Golden Horn Tower building it as well.
Golden Horn Tower coming in before the army from Louis arrives, and once the age up comes in, like, Louis is just gonna have to straight up run again.
Immediately getting the contract upgrades to veterancy,
and you can speed those up so quickly. It's coming in so fast.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Just in the blink of an eye comes on through.
1.
Now all those javelin throwers are going to be that much stronger. And it's not like Demu needs a lot of the Varangians out. Just 1, 2, 3 into this fight makes it to where Louis can't look away, because if those longbows start to hit any of the Varangians, it's even that much worse than the javelin throwers.
Scout goes down. Looks like the longbows, they did detach from the scout and the king. Might be that Louis wants to get the longbows into the wood economy now, try to buy some more time. Is actually potentially able to snipe a monk here if he gets out of the stealth forest in time. Is going to be able to do so. Pick off the monk there. That's good to know. There is Demu gonna pull back with his military. Doesn't look like it. He's gonna go straight for it. The Varangian are gonna be more than enough to defend now. And Louis, he's still lacking a little bit of gold for the age up. I don't think he can age up with the javelin throwers under his TC.
Yeah, not to mention he had a ton of villagers out on the deer, denied off of the deer, having to circle around, tons of idle time, still only up 2 villagers with all this time on a secondary TC, and those villager count, it's about to be dropping fast for Louis too.
Yeah, 2 TC definitely did not pay off in this one. More villagers going down. Javelin throwers did split off there. Tanky against the arrow fire from the TC. Oh my god. A-jump's coming. Oh, that's getting rushed up, but I don't think that it's going to be worth it. There's going to be so many villagers going down here.
Yeah, I mean, even if this does go up, which it probably will end up going up, it's just one of these at what cost. Louis going to finish this. He's going to have 25 villagers.
More villagers running out. The longbows are coming back now. Louis, almost 10 villagers behind now.
Varangian on top of the longbows as well. New age begins. White Tower finishes. Still villagers, not enough room to jump inside. More villagers still falling. Louis is at 42 economy compared to Demu's 54. And Demu, he doesn't care about losing these units at all because he has another group, another 2, 3, 4 groups on the way after this.
Oh my god, the Varangians also just being so tanky here. Demu, the first upgrade he got with Castle Age was the veterancy on the javelin throwers, as well as the +2 pierce armor upgrade for his units. So he's able to stay under the TC for an extended amount of time. And sure, the longbows are nice here, but they're just not doing enough damage. They can't penetrate the armor. Look at that javelin thrower. He's just standing there.
Javelin thrower is literally taking like 8 volleys of that group of longbows, and that's Louis' whole entire army.
He's got no income. He's now going over to the gold on the left side of his base, where the secondary TC is. But that's not where the White Tower is. I think Demu at this point in time, he could just drop off another ramp. Yeah, there we go. Ramp is gonna get built, and he can take down all the infrastructure that isn't being covered right now by the White Tower. Behind this, Louis going into crossbows, but it's just going to be more javelin throwers from Demu.
And look at what Demu's done behind this. He has a secondary TC of his own. He's extended the cisterns out. He's at least on to, he's on to cistern level 3. He's actually about to be on cistern level 4 once he finishes that one on up. And I mean, Demu is sitting pretty. Very, very clean build. Very nice aggression that paid off hugely. And he should just be able to close this game here in the coming minutes.
Yeah, this is looking absolutely rough now for Louis at this point in time. And I feel like a lot of it also came down to where the second TC got placed from Louis. Like, he went all the way out to the deer with it. I think in many situations with the TC nerfs, you can't really fault that. I think if you go for a second TC in many situations, you want to get the second TC in a safe spot, like in your base, in range of your first TC. On, for example, the gold would have been a good spot there for him. For fast castle age follow-up behind it. But Demu just doing immediate pressure. Yeah, at least we do have the Mangonel now coming out for Demu. And it's one of the issues that Byzantines can have if they rely too much on their mercenaries. Not that it's the case right now with 26 ranking guards out on the map, but if they rely too much on their mercenaries, usually it's range mercenaries, the game can stall out due to Mangonels at that point in time. But the ranking guard, it's so many. It's just so many, and more villagers have to get pulled off the gold again. That's going to be a lot of iron.
That's half of his more. Well, actually, that's 2/3 of his economy over there. Mangonel still not even able to fire. So many Varangians, only a few crossbows, not even in the double digits yet. And Louis is good, looking to be losing the secondary TC here in a little bit. Varangians just running past everything, trying to head towards that Mangonel, not let it fire, not allow it to shoot the rocks onto the javelin throwers. It gets one fire off. Great micro from Demu. Only is able to have one of his jabs hit, and this is just very, very clean game. White Tower being dove upon, and nothing Louis can do.
Yeah, now Demu, he's just going to be sitting in the base of Louis at this point in time. Economy pretty much fully idled out for the most part. We got like still 35 villagers sitting on the gold right now from Louis. He's got the golden, but he doesn't have any food. And with that, GG is going to get called. Demu with the Byzantines is going to be able to take game number 1.
Yep, very well played, very clean game. And like you said, I think just a little bit of a greedy TC placement from Louis is what costed him that one. But fortunately for him, this is not just a best of 1 series here. This is just the first of many potentially. And, you know, we got a lot left in store for us today.
Exactly. All right. Yeah, we can tell there with the military count. Whenever like these sudden, like when the military count just shoots up, that's when the mercenaries came out there. You can see just the military count immediately skyrocketing up there every now and then. Man, it's strong. It's strong. Byzantines definitely in a very, very strong position at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've heard plenty of people say nerf Byzantines, please nerf this civ. They get some civ nerfs every now and then they get some buffs and a lot. I feel like a lot of the updates they had, it's like they have like one little slight nerf and then there's like 3 or 4 other buffs that happen and you're like, oh, well, it's okay, it's even. But I feel like it has finally been the time where they just need like a hardcore, hey, you know, olive groves need to get nerfed in my opinion.
I'm not sure if it's just olive groves that are the issue. I think mercenaries in general, they just come out too quickly. We can like even with the berries there, maybe there are many ways, like many knobs that can be tuned there in order to adjust the civilization. Let's just hope that there's going to be some tuned there in the next patch. So we'll hopefully see some balancing coming in there soon. But yeah, Demu absolutely playing that one to perfection with the Byzantines. The all-in aggression very early on into the perfectly timed castle age follow-up, just being able to win him the game there. But our next game, it's going to be a little bit more of a chaotic one as we are moving into our chaos section. It's going to be moving out, which will be our next map. And we can already tell by that beautiful image art there for the map that this map means business. Both players starting off on a really small island surrounded by water. It's a little bit of a bagel or donut, you could say, there that they're being surrounded by. Then a lot more land surrounding that. We're going to be having a lot of chaotic interactions here. And Demu going with the Malians, Louis going with the Iubids, and I gotta say, like, Malians, you wouldn't think of them as that great of a civilization on like water maps, but because this map is so chaotic, all the passive income that Mali potentially do get, it all tends to add up. They get another very unique civilization bonus where when you put units inside of a transport ship with the Malians, that transport ship suddenly fires javelins, and those javelins, they mean business. It's actually a lot of damage that gets dealt with them, and they can, in many situations, even take on military ships.
Yeah, I cracked up when I first saw that when it first came out. I was like, this seems like the most OP thing ever. It was just very, very cheesy. But I will say I felt like kind of these players, once they've seen it, it's they're no longer surprised by it when it comes on around. So I'm sure Louis will be prepped, will be planned and ready for it. I laugh about moving out though. Every time I see this map, the first thing that comes to mind, I think it was Anatan. He was like, "Yeah, don't pick Mongols on this map. You can't really place your TC where you want to be placing it because you're that close to your opponent,
Oh,
even though there's your wood line in between it."
oh, yes. Oh my god. Well, those of you that don't know, this was like really, really early in Age of Empires where the Mongols, there was a cheesy strat where they pack up their main TC and just rush the enemy with their main TC, put the villagers inside the main TC and just shoot. And the way the developers handled that is they gave a minimum amount of distance where you can't place your main TC as the Mongols too close to the main TC of your opponent. And on a map like this, where you're really close to your opponent on the main island, that can actually restrict where you put down your main TC at the beginning.
Yeah, I want to say I think that the screenshot it had where like he had to tuck up all the way close to the edge of the water, so he was like way far away from the wood line and just not really where you'd want to be. But that's where you learn. Don't pick Mongols on the map. Louis, he's saving Mongols for a different map. Anyways, Ayubids is the game plan. We'll have that cheaper dock to start out with, and we'll have the ability to age up super, super quick if need be. Is that kind of what you think the game plan might be from Louis here?
Super early age up could definitely help there. The thing that I'm wondering, right, is like what's going to be the timing on that transport ship if Demu wants to go for transport ship cheese. Also, something that I'm wondering is when it comes to the landmark that the Malians will age up with. For one, you got the quarry, which is very nice. You get a lot of passive income. You can toggle between gold and stone. And stone gives you access to emplacements on your docks, which can be very good. But the other hand side, because the wood line tends to be relatively thin, maybe Saharan Trade Network could be the play here because you get a very tanky outpost with 5,000 health, which immediately has arrow slits emplacement on it. You can place that next to a wood line and potentially, get some cheesy arrow shots over the wood line, depending on how quickly it gets chopped out. It's gonna be interesting. It's chaos. It's a chaos category, so a lot of potential there for these players to interpret this this map and how the meta should be. Man, it's tough to say what exactly is going to be the plan there from them.
Yeah, and this is again, like we said, the chaos maps makes it really hard for the caster's job because we're sitting here and we could keep throwing out strats here for the next 5, 10, 15 minutes here and just keep coming up with random stuff, and it might not even be any of those strategies that we talk about over the next 15 minutes because it is a chaos map for a reason. These players, they could have planned anything on these, and whether it's the transport ship, whether it's hey just a regular age up, kind of going for that feudal like all the passive resources. One thing I would say is if he does the transport ship, is that one where you jump inside with, how many villagers would you say you jump inside with, or are you trying to, get some donzos out and about as well?
I've seen the transport ship in like many varying ways. For example, I've seen it with you start off with Donzos, you try and torch down enemy docks on specific maps, and then you go for a transport ship after. That's probably not going to be viable here because the starting docks will be in the range of the main TC at the beginning, so you can't go for like early Donzo aggression. So chances are you will want to go with villagers. When it comes to the amount, if I recall correctly, I think like once you get like 10 or 11 villagers inside of the transport ship, you pretty much start two-shotting the the ships. And another benefit that a transport ship has is they shoot while moving. So you have a really easy time. On top of that, the Malians, they do get a boost where their ships move a bit faster once they're in like an influence around the dock. You're able to really track down and really hunt those fishing ships and any other kind of ship with that transport ship.
Yeah. So kind of a very, very chaotic build that Mali can go with and a lot of different routes to take. So excited to see how this moving out map is going to end up progressing, how it'll end up playing out, because it really is all up in the air.
Yeah. It's not going to be a lot longer, though, until we'll be diving in. We see the countdown. It's counting down, and soon we'll be able to jump into our first Chaos map in the group stage. And man, this is going to be very, very exciting. Malians and Ayyubids. I've seen a lot of Malian practice so far on this map from the players, and I gotta say, Malians, they're looking really, really strong. When it comes to Ayyubids, it's a little bit more of a question mark, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's jump in to our game number 2 on moving out. Just a little bit.
And here we are. Any second now.
We're
I'm
getting
starting to
baited.
hear the we're starting to hear the noises. It's starting to come on through, and game number 2 beginning. Demu in the color purple playing as the Malians. We got Louis MT in the color yellow as the Ayyubids, and you can see the chaos is already starting. I think the first thing we saw was the scouts already aggroing each other.
Yeah, that's just what happens when the map is like very like the starting base here. It's very, very small. And something else that you can tell, right? Like, where's the starting gold? There is none. No starting gold here for you at all on your island, which means that's right. You'll have to immediately move out on the map with the transport ship if you ever want to get that age up in. Now the Malians, they're quite good at that. They're quite good at using that transport ship even after sending units across, right? Like you can potentially like put your scout inside the transport ship and be annoying elsewhere on the map. House comes in already, as there isn't a transport ship out yet to put it on any other spot. And Louis, actually, he's already got his first fishing ship out. I'm not quite sure if it's just, Malian starting off with the having to build the lumber camp at the beginning. But yeah, Demu, not the quickest there with the opening. You can see, yeah, Louis already up to 2 fishing ships there.
Much quicker opening for Louis, and yeah, I saw the dock just already getting built for Louis right off the bat, and Demu wasn't even starting with his, so maybe just a little bit of a different build order from Mali that they had to do, just sacrificing a little bit. They don't have that half price dock, and really starting to cost them
It makes a big
early.
difference, yeah. Like only paying 75 wood there, it makes a big difference. I think I also saw Demu starting off immediately with 2 villagers on the sheep. The thing is, this map also doesn't have any shoreline fish around the start, right? So you're gonna be a little bit limited with your food income there, with your villagers as well. Shoreline fish, they gather up like 30% faster than sheep at the beginning. So you can, in theory, be fine with just 3 villagers on shoreline fish compared to like 4 villagers and berries on sheep that you need in order to like sustain villager production.
And I think Louis is going to go for this super quick age up. You just mentioned one of the things that I think he can kind of punish, which is not having a lot of sheep early means that if you start to deny the fishing boats early, there's no real ability for you to kind of stabilize onto water because a lot of your military ships cost a bit of food.
A little bit of a misplay there. He sent only the villagers out. He forgot about a scout. We can tell that there's a lot of sheep actually on the island around as well. And there we go. Scout is now getting put inside the transport ship as well. Yeah, they're like these big clumps of sheep, which is a reason why you really want to get out on the map there as soon as possible.
Yep, transport ship on its way for Demu as well. He does have his scout in there, as well as just 1 single villager, as he can't quite sacrifice as many villagers. He needs to be able to kind of focus up onto the land, stabilize this a little more. But you can see the villager counts or economy counts have evened on out, sheep being gathered on up. The big question is will Louis go? And there it is. The advancement wing is already on its way. Minute and a half, and age up's going to be through.
Yeah, and behind this, I mean, Demu, he's not really close, but at this time, look at that. We do have the transport ship. with a lot of villagers inside. 4 villagers right now. Gonna be idle for Demu, but instead is gonna be able to do some damage. And look at that transport ship. Actually is taking a lot of damage here. Isn't going to commit to that though. Louis tries to bait the transport ship from Demu away there by going in the opposite direction. Demu though, he wants to do eco damage.
Yep. Just like we said, Louis wanted to do on the other side, Demu wants to deny some of those fishing boats. 4 villagers inside, does plenty of damage to those fishing boats, and Demu knows not to step any closer because then Town Center Fire will be able to head his way. So just doing a great job to deny all this fishing for the time being, making up for his own 4 villager idle time. Oh, Louis sneaking out though with another villager, actually 2 villagers going for a dock on the south and a dock on the north. He can afford this with all the wood he has and the half-price docks.
Yeah, only paying 75 wood, and this is probably the best way to counteract this kind of transport ship cheese here, by just making multiple docks where you can hop in and out with your fishing ships. It's very unlikely that Demu is gonna pump out another transport ship and idle out even more villagers to be on at 2 spots at the same time. And now the A-job is coming in. Louis has enough resource to immediately put out 2 archer ships here if he wants to.
Yep, and 2 archer ships are already queued up. I'm not sure which docks. Maybe looks like the north one had one and the south one as well. You could see Demu, he's already building a second dock right on next to Louis, tucked up against it.
This is where it's going to get memey in just a little bit, because I can imagine Demu not backing down, but rather putting even more villagers inside of the transport ship, going with repair from fishing ships.
You literally, you said that, and he's pulling like 10 villagers over from his wood line, it looks like. Oh my god. Yep, there was just a huge clump of villagers in. 6 more villagers running over from his wood line. That's going to be 10 villagers inside that transport ship. The thing is,
actually.
Oh,
Saharan Trade Network is coming up over there.
That's what it is. It's the Saharan Trade Network against that wood line. You said there could be a little bit of cheese, and cheese it is. Oh my! And
look at the damage now. Look at the damage now.
Oh my gosh!
While moving.
That archer ship is just getting absolutely obliterated. Louis trying to bring fishing ships over to try to heal it up and just didn't get there in time. Villagers trying to build a dock. He needs to be careful about it. I'm not sure if Louis spotted out or is able to react to the Saharan Trade Network yet.
People calling Nerf Mali, but this is 11 villagers idled right now for Demu. 11 idle villagers. That's a lot. That's a lot. Now what Louis? Oh my god, he's pulling the villagers! No, it's too late. Is it too late? Oh my god.
Pull the shivs out. Pull the shivs out.
Is it too late? No, it might be in time. It might just be in time.
The shivs are out. No, more villagers are being pulled by Demu. Can you body block this though?
Oh, it's going up.
If they body block and go around towards the water, nope, it's definitely going up. Louis needs to pull back, needs to run away. How many villagers went down? 3 or 4?
4 villagers went down. Oh,
and this Saharan Trade Network is going for the ship, not the villagers.
And he took it down as well. Okay. And he's ahead in fishing ships, though. Even though he just lost 4 villagers, he's even when it comes to the overall economy.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where Demu knows if he controls the seas, he can end up winning the game. And he basically, you know, if you compare this to like 4 lakes, he's got 2 of the 4 lakes. He's got the south and the west secured for himself for the time being.
Oh, Demu, he's getting the archer ship upgrade for the Malians, the unique archer ship upgrade where the archer ships shoot additional 2 javelins as weapons. Yeah, we can see there with the archers, there's like an additional 2 javelins just getting thrown out there. There's the transport ship.
Needs to be careful with the transport though. If the transport starts to get focused down, that is 11 villagers that would fall, but takes down another fishing boat.
Pretty much only 2 shots. Oh, he's gonna have to be careful. In theory though, what he can do is he can ungarrison on the shoreline, quickly repair, and jump in again. If he wants to. Okay, I think he gave up on it.
barely able to get away. And the thing I'm scared for Demu now is actually how many military ships that Louis is starting to stack up. We just saw 2 Springald ships. He had the Archer ship. And then, you know, this is one of those that if you get, you know, another 2 or so Springald ships, your docks are going to start getting taken down.
And this Demu, he is only on a single pit mine. He could, in theory, expand further to another pit mine. But right now, all the wood that he wants, or all the wood that he's getting, rather, he's going to be putting in towards ships, because really, that's probably the most important thing here now on this map, is getting water control. But Louis behind this, he's also put up a stable. And with that, he has the option of putting on some aggression on land as well. Right now, there's no military at all on the land for Demu. And what this means is that pit mine that he has could get attacked very early on.
And this is the dock in the north, like I was talking about. Louis up to 3 Springald ships. Dock going to be taken down. Louis doing a great job scouting out where some of that gold is. And he's actually going to spot a few more villagers headed that way. So stables that he put down will be able to play out perfectly.
It looks like Demu's scout also went down here at some point.
Oh, Demo! Oh, next to a dock though, and he has fishing boats.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to heal these up. That was so
very
close.
Scary.
Too close for comfort, but good thing is that the demo ships are not just one shot. You need a little bit of extra damage onto those Springald ships on the other side.
I think, yeah, Horseman is out now on land for Louis, knows where to send it over to as well. Only 4 villagers out there, so they can't even pull their ships on it. Oh my god, demo ship on the dock. Is the dock gonna go down? Villagers are trying to repair, and it does go down.
This is a huge pickup for Louis to start off. He has been able to deny one of the docks. He has that horseman out on the map too, roaming. We see the split screen, and that's just a villager. I think Demu knows it's gonna die, so he's just like, all right, grab as much deer as you can.
He's rushing an outpost. No, a
he's
barracks.
rushing a barracks. It's getting scouted out, but even, I mean, Donzos take a long time to end up producing, and this is going to be another villager or 2 going down, I believe, as well.
Yeah, at the same time, he can't relax on land. He has
Maybe
to also be active on water.
That's all the villagers going down. Look at how slow that Donzo produces. Every single one of those villagers is going to fall. Has to focus in on the land as well. Villagers trying to run on away. Demo ships, though, able to close the gap.
That was a huge hit.
Oh. And Louis has just been able to out micro on the water a little bit and force a ton of damage onto the land with the stables play that he proactively did.
Right now, I mean, Demu, he's in a very, very tight spot. He's getting a couple of guns out, so he's going to be fine on land. But when it comes to water, he's behind 3 Springald ships right now.
And look at how far his military ships are having to come from, all the way from the southern dock. So it's just a long way to travel as well with that northern dock that was taken on out. And Louis, like you said, his military mass on the seas is just huge, and looks like he is going to follow it up with an outpost there on the north side, try to maybe deny some of that northern side wood, because Demu, he's going to struggle to continue to expand over and over out onto the land, because Louis, he's following up the stables play with the double range.
4 more villagers are getting dropped. Demu definitely wants to get a little bit more gold income in very, very soon here. So he's going to go for that. I think Louis, very soon, he is going to start attacking on the water side again. I think he's going to try and wait until he gets some land units, go for an attack on 2 sides at the same time. Unless maybe he finds the courage to go even earlier. Demu, he is still behind in Springald ships.
Yeah, and he hasn't had a ton of gold income, so he hasn't had the ability to produce a ton of demos either, because they're quite a bit of gold. Louis able to step up. He's in the middle of the fishing eco. Demo is going to be able to go out to that western side. He could have taken out like 5 fishing boats if he wanted, I feel like, but decided to save the demos. Wanted to keep the Mali military boats kind of chokeholded a little bit more, because if the demos explode, that allows the ships to close the gap.
Yeah, I mean, a big issue there was Louis, all of his archer ships got picked off before the main engagement. So then he has no answer anymore to the to the demo ships. At the same time, a little bit of land engagement, but there's archers out now for Louis. Donzos not really doing the trick anymore. We see a couple of Musafaris also getting queued up now. Demo, he does have a good amount of food left over right now. Ah, this is a difficult spot to be in right now.
Springled ship stepping up again, immediately put that dock down on fire. Villagers moving out to try to heal it on up. Demu steps forward with the military ships to give the villagers some breathing room, and it's not just a few. I think he's just trying to fast repair that, but how many military ships will go down in the process?
The javelins from the ships just getting thrown out, actually doing a lot of damage there to the demolition ships. That's kind of interesting.
Louis still has a good bit of an eco lead for himself. It looks like chop through in the middle isn't too far away from happening. Actually, I believe it is like one tree away right there that Demu is about to get all the way through.
Yeah, but Louis is the one with the emplacement, like in the outpost already there. Demu's on the side where a chop through is going to take quite a bit longer. There is still a lot of wood on the main area, on the mainland as well, on the outer ring. Water fight, well on its way now. Demo ships are getting a little bit too close.
All of Demu's demo ships got taken out in the process here. Louis still has demos of his own, still has a bunch of sprinkled ships. Villagers being pulled, and that is way too many villagers. Archer ships, no!
Oh my
galleys! Oh my god!
Has to be so careful there.
Oh,
Actual 3 sprinkled ships getting connected to 2 going down instantly, 1 dropping to just 10% health left. And Louis, he's leading now with 5 sprinkled ships, 3 more in the queue. He is thoroughly winning on water right now.
Yeah, he is keeping this up and is going to be absolutely relentless. Was able to take down a few villagers in the process. Might not seem like much, but that starts to add up quite a bit. You think about, you know, the 4 or 5 he took down earlier, and then another 2, 3, 4 more. This is really what has allowed him to have this eco lead.
Yeah, and chop through. Pretty much imminent, and look at the wood income right now between them. Demu on 500 wood per minute. I think that's also because he just pulled a lot of villagers over. But Louis on 1300 wood per minute right now. He's just able to fuel his water economy, or rather his water military, so well with that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think he's got Golden Age bonus as well. He's got, it looks like a ton more villagers on it, maybe working a little bit more efficiently too, just kind of tucked up over in the corner with a few more lumber camps. And again, Louis starting to press forward for this fight, wants to keep up the pressure on Demu, feels like he is very, very close to breaking him, but just hasn't quite been able to do so yet.
Demo back and forth. A couple of archer ships did go down there for Demo again. And the demolition ships, oh, they're actually getting decent connections there. 2 sprinkled ships get taken down, another one getting very, very low now. Not a bad trade there for Demu. And suddenly, instead of being 5 sprinkled ships behind, it's only 3.
Yeah, and it's just, it's about slowly closing the gap. It's, you know, Demu still continue to stabilize. Looks like the purple units are the ones moving forward. It's Musafatis and Donzos into all archers? Question mark?
Archers, spears, and horsemen. So a very good composition
pretty big army
here. Yeah, Louis, he's actually massing up quite a nice army there on land as well. We see Outpost actually coming. Oh my god. Oh no, he can reach that. He's got the dock. He's got the line of sight with the dock.
And this just auto wins him on water now too. I mean, there is not much wood that he's gonna be able to, it's still in range.
I mean, he wins. Yeah,
because the dock gives him vision of this.
He has to go on the outer ring. He can't stay on the middle anymore. He has to pull all the villagers now onto the outer ring. He can't have villagers gathering wood there anymore. And Demo, I'm not sure if he's realizing, but he's still losing a lot of villagers now.
And if he goes to the outer ring, we were just talking about how big of a mass Louis has. If he sees this happen, which he does, he would be able to see with the dock, he'd be able to react very, very easily, continue to mass up even more than he already is. But I mean, this feels like game over. Trying to build another dock, Demu is, and the dock immediately gets denied. Not sure if all the resources got refunded. I don't believe so. And Demu finally maybe realized.
He pulled villagers off, but the issue is he's sending them over to land. That's exactly where Louis is going to be making his next move now.
And look at where the next move's coming. They're already running on forward. Like we said, the doc gave him vision of this. Couple houses going down for Demu. But look at the eco difference now. That was 4, 5, 6, 7 villagers that just fell on the wood line. Oh no.
God, and now on water as well at the very same time. Oh, this is getting so messy now for them. Demolition ships closing in on both sides. It's the water dance. The water dance is going on while on land. The units from Louis are also marching forward. Demolition ships connecting to the dock. This dock still has the emplacements in it. Did quite a lot of damage there throughout it all. Demu wants to keep that alive, sending more villagers over to repair, but the eco count is shrinking. 49 villagers now for Demu. We got the picture-in-picture there as the raid on land is also going on. He pulls his military over there. Should be able to at least deal with the spearmen there, but this doesn't solve the issue with the archers.
Yeah, I believe walls were able to get the archers out, barely haven't been able to get on through, but Demu also lost. It's not full wall, never mind. But Demu was also losing more and more villagers on that wood line to the north when they were rebuilding the dock. And, oh my gosh, this is just
eco units lost.
This is feeling really bad. And the age up happens with the growth wing too, so the eco difference going to get compounded even further. Louis actually starting to lose a little bit on his wood line, so Demu closing up the gap a little bit, picked up 2 villagers there on the wood line, doing what he needs to, and somehow military numbers are still pretty close to even.
Yeah, close to even, but on one side you have archers, on the other side you have Musafati warriors, so it's not really as even as it seems right now when it comes to the composition. And once again, damage on the wood line. Not getting a lot of shots in.
Another 4 villagers went down there. Picking up a few more, and it looks like Louis is really starting to struggle on where to get wood from. He needs to make the transport ship transition just like he did. It looks like a ton of villagers over onto the gold, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him go over to the wood line soon either. Demu has a ton of demo ships just sitting on the backside, ready to close the gap, ready to maybe destroy some docks and really just, all in onto this water.
Yeah, I think he even got to mark it out just to get even more gold in for those demolition ships. I think it's going to be the all-in play for him now at this point in time. As soon as the age-up comes in, he's going to have the signal, okay, now it's all or nothing, I got to go now. And there's always a chance when you play against the Ayubids or the Abbasid on this kind of map, because the landmarks are all on that starting island. So there's always the potential for like that one all-in move that can win you the game with a landmark victory.
Oh, armored hull though. Louis just falling back. He's waiting for his upgrades, and I love seeing him do this. It's just like he sacrificed the dock, waited out a little bit, and then right when armored hull comes through, 3, 2, 1, he's taking the fight. And I mean, there's just no way that Demu can really take this fight now.
There's 5 archer ships as well, so the all-in with the demolition ships, it's going to be very tough to pull off. At the same time, military is fighting on land. There are now some javelin throwers actually that get mixed in, but it doesn't feel like it's enough because now golems are also on their way. Veterancy on most of the units has come in as well, and yeah, I feel like Demu at this point in time, the big fight is happening now. Archer ships though taking down the demolition ships for the most part.
Body blocking. Archers able to take down every single demo ship basically. Great job with some body blocking from Louis with those ships. The pathing just so difficult to get through that many units. Few more villagers do fall for Louis, but at this point, I mean, look at the eco number difference. I feel like Demu's eco number has not climbed at all in the past couple minutes and only been falling.
Oh man. Yeah, at this point, it is looking very grim for Demu. He needs a wonder, so to say, a miracle in order to come back from this one. And the demolition ships, once again, getting sniped out just before connection. One is going to get straight through, but it's just not enough. The armored hull, the bonus health, just means that these ships are so much tankier now. And Demu, he's just running on fumes at this point in time. Gets some Musafati warriors out. Does at least have an answer to the golems with the Musafati warriors, but now an age up behind. it feels like it's just a matter of time for Louis to close this game out. 44 economic units compared to 85 at this point in time, and Louis with a firm tech advantage that is not going to change anytime soon. Should be able to close this game out now, any moment.
Yeah, Louis got more eco moved out onto the outside path now than Demu has as a whole. Overall, it feels like fishing boat's still working perfectly, and I mean, Louis, it seems like now is the point where he's going to be able to deny these 2 docks in the north and really push through this military mass, because the trades are slowly continuing to go his way with all these upgrades coming through, the armored hull coming through. He's getting eco upgrades, he's getting ranged armor in finally, and so, you know, being able to spend all that gold that he has.
And now, this feels like it's going to be the last fight. All the demolition ships are getting pulled forward. Once again, the archer ships, though, Louis, he still has 4 of them. Springle ships also at the front, being able to cover. One demo ship might make it through. A couple actually get some connections on, but the archer ships, yeah, all of them back down again. Still more in queue, but nowhere near enough in order to take this fleet on now. And Louis, he's just taking down so many ships, and right now he's only got demolition ships in queue. He's not remaking any of the galleys, he's not remaking any of the springle ships, and now Louis is actually the one going for rams.
The income per minute, I mean, Louis got 2 at over 1,000. Meanwhile, Demu, he doesn't have any resource per minute breaking 700 yet. So that is just showing you how big the economy difference is. It's just every single resource per minute. I mean, I think Louis actually has almost triple now the economy looking at the income per minute.
Yeah, it's at least double. It's at least double at this point in time, and look, I think he just thoroughly won this kind of chaos map, right? Because it was so chaotic on so many different angles, and he was still able to scale his economy so much better. We can tell by the eco count that's been killed so far, just these like outposts on the wood line that play around the wood line. It just worked out so much better for Louis here in this game.
Yeah, and the Rams are going to be able to clear up so much of the infrastructure there in the middle. It's really going to put the pressure on the Demu. He's not going to have anything to be able to clear it on up. And speaking of clear it on up, Louis has finally cleared the whole entire military mass. It feels like there's only, you know, single-digit ships left for Demu now, and not really anything to be able to actually defend himself. So the writing, it has been on the wall for a little bit, but there was always a chance, and it doesn't feel like there's one anymore.
The middle part of the map, it's just completely desolated right now. There aren't any more villagers out there doing anything on that part. It's just around. Oh, demo ship there on the side. Still some great connections there for Demu. He's actually managed to up his economy number quite a bit again, but now more demo ships coming in from Louis as well. Just cleaning up the docks now one by one. These docks that had the arrow slits in placement on them for the longest time now on fire, but no more villagers on the middle of the map. On that small island, on to repair them again. So the emplacements, dock with the emplacements, slowly but surely are getting all cleaned up.
Few of the demo ships that popped out for Demu that could have maybe made a difference got taken out as well from Louis' archer ships, and the military mass on the land has slowly pushed forward. Ghulam's on top of those javelin throwers, and Demu throws in the towel. Louis MT evens up the series and makes it 1-1.
Man, that was... I gotta say, I was a little bit on the fence about these kind of like water maps, but this was great. I thoroughly enjoyed my time like watching this game. That was absolutely great. I can see there the villager count. The outpost battles and like the land aggression from Louis just absolutely on point there, whittling down the economy bit by bit, and yeah, with that, able to even up the series here after the first 2 games. So we're now in a 1-1 situation in the set. Very cool.
And honestly, I think it was the villager pull on the Saharan trade network that really made the difference. He was able to get 4 economy down, and it's not, 4 economy at 30 minutes isn't too big of a deal. 4 economy at like the 6-7 minute mark is a huge difference that really allowed him to kind of snowball that game even further.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so let's take a look now and see what is gonna be next up on the menu. And look at that, man! I gotta say, I love King of the Hill. As memey of a map as it can be, King of the Hill, it's just so fun. And we're going to be starting off here in King of the Hill now. Well, not starting off, but it's going to be our game number 3 on King of the Hill with Ottomans versus China. And this is a very interesting one because China, they want to go for the little bit of cheese, a little bit of fromage there in the middle. They want to drop that Barbican of the sun right on the middle sacred sign and just set themselves up for a game plan that just resolves around like taking the sacred site in the middle and just making sure that they're going to be able to win with the sacred site win condition. On the other hand side, though, Ottomans, they can go for the early military school, get some spearmen out, and really make sure that that's not going to be going up.
Yeah, the biggest thing that I always find on King of the Hill is there's a reason why it's a closed map. It's so easy to wall up on the sides. You have so many resources behind those walls. But one of the things that I want to kind of ask you the question about is you mentioned in the Civ draft before the whole series even started, you were like, China on the hybrid maps is super strong, or the water maps. It's like, well, we got China on the closed map now. So leaving HRE for the water / the hybrid map. And it, does this feel like a Demu needs to win now mode kind of like Civ choice here? Or is this kind of one where you're kind of, you're like, hey, it's just the way the game plan kind of goes?
I think this is honestly like China on King of the Hill is probably one of the best civilizations that you can pick for the map. So it's like a map dependent pick there, I would want to say. We can take a look at the rest of the maps. Like we got Migration, we got Kawasan, and the civilizations for Demu, they're quite fine there. I could see on Migration, you could pick something like Huri or even Delhi. You can pretty much interchange them with Kawasan as a hybrid map as well. I think Delhi work really well on Kawasan, going for like that early sacred side, and you get the fishing ships that shoot arrows. So it's very easy for you to take control of the ponds early on. And then when it comes to Migration, HRE, I think, can be pretty good there, but you'll have to play them a little bit differently since you won't be able to make too much usage of an Archon Chapel when you just take into account the way the starting island really works out. Unless you go for like a drop, unless you put the Archon Chapel immediately on the middle of the map. Could be an idea, could be an option.
Definitely. It could be an idea. That makes it sound like more of a chaos map than a or just a generic water map, though.
It could work out. We'll have to wait and see, and how exactly the players will choose to use their remaining civilizations there. I mean, there's also Jean available for Demu, but I'll be honest, I don't believe we'll see her unless maybe on Migration. I'm not sure. Maybe Jean is good on Migration, right? Like having a really good land military unit early on could be good. But then again, you don't really have anything else to do with your landmarks then on that map.
Yeah, I mean, that's one where time will end up telling. Love the production here. You are absolutely correct. It's a beauty. I mean, just the look here, it's so clean. The good old Surfshark map draft, and gives us a good layout of what to expect throughout the series. This series, we're at least going to get 4 of the 5 maps that we see here in front of us played, and potentially all 5 with the way that we've seen this series played out so far.
Exactly. But the clock is ticking, so game number 3 right around the corner. We're going to be taking a look at Ottomans versus Chinese on King of the Hill between Louis and Demu. So that's going to be very, very exciting to see. I wonder, is Demu going to be able to go for the cheese play on the sacred side? Or is Louis going to be able to stop him from achieving that?
Yeah, and it's also one where, is going for the sacred site play still give Ottomans enough time to kind of stabilize, to pump up their military. They're very, very great at pumping out a lot of siege, a lot of, military in general, which China can counteract. But enough of that. We're starting to hear game sounds. We're starting to hear game number 3.
All right, and here we go. Demu with the Chinese versus Louis in the color yellow with the Ottomans. And we do have the opener up here for the Ottomans with the military school. So he's going to be able to get some spearmen out nice and early. With nice and early, I mean like 3 minutes or so, not that early. But it's going to be nice either way, having military units out on the field that early on. Demu opening up with the village opener here. With the early Imperial official, like that he did go for the early Imperial official. Don't like if you skip out on that one. That's a decrease in your social credit score if you're playing as a Chinese.
Oh yeah, to say the least. And this does look like a little bit more of a, not necessarily open King of the Hill, but it does look like some of the gaps are a little bit wider than what they are sometimes. So I personally like that a bit, especially in that kind of southern side and between the sacred side. It's kind of just like almost wide open.
Yeah, pretty open for both players here. The access towards the sacred side in the middle, so pretty fair spawn overall between the two here. Looking at the relics, also looking pretty fair between them. You could make a case for the large stone in the middle being a little bit favored towards Louis, because that's like in between the middle cliffs. But overall, still, I want to say a very, very decent map spawn here for King of the Hill. Like, sometimes this map can be a little bit memey with the generations, but this one looks very, very solid overall.
Yep, we're starting to see some scouts running side by side, and Dimmu getting the best of it, grabbing a few sheep away from Louis. And Louis just going to head on a different way, get some more vision, maybe try to get a different path going.
Dimmu is getting close to that age up, to the amount of resource it needs for the age up play. So the question's gonna be Barbican in the middle. I don't think you can open up with the Barbican in this matchup. Like, that just leaves you open to, yeah, he sees the Spearman as well. He must know that, okay, Barbican in the middle might not be in his best interest here.
Yeah, I think he'll just start with the typical Imperial Academy, get his, eco boost a little bit at home, gathering in some extra taxes from that. And that's exactly what he's doing, dropping it right on next to the berries. And then he could move out later on, with a little bit extra villagers, maybe a few military units, and just quick drop the Barbican in the center if he so desires.
Sultanahi trade network for Louis. So this makes me think that this is going to be a fast castle play from Louis behind that with the Ottomans. The passive gold income, it equals out to like the Mansa quarry that you get as the Malians. So passive gold income, especially for a civilization that won't spend their gold on cattle early on, is going to be able to accrue a lot of gold early on there.
Spears effectively make Dimmu walk on, or I guess spear effectively makes Dimmu walk on away back to the good old straggler tree. And soon enough, feudal ages will be beginning, and we're going to start seeing this game open up a little bit and kind of see, what a few more military units can do when the pressure starts getting put on.
Dimmu gathering up some wood now, might be going for production building. I could imagine that Dimmu's plan right now is just get a couple of military units, so then that you can force the Barbican on the middle sacred side. Interesting, Louis switched up his military school, not to Spahi, but to archers instead.
So it can really start pumping out that archer count, and going ahead dropping the blacksmith on next to it makes that production a little bit quicker. Spear's just trying to burn down the mining camp from the start and spread out the deer, just doing the typical deer layman. If you can't get any damage done with the spears, at least do some eco annoyance.
That deer went for a little bit of a marathon there, went quite far away there. And yeah, spreading out the deer definitely is gonna hurt as the game goes on, because Dimmu will likely have to go for fun transition unless he wants to gather from very suboptimal deer. But to be fair, the deer aren't spread out that far apart, and we are getting the Barbican of the Sun protecting the gold, but not in a way that it's really gonna have any influence over the middle sacred side in this game.
Yeah, not only no influence on the middle. Ooh, that spear walked a little too close to the sun. TC gets a hand cannon shot on top of it, but it's also in a spot that, like, it feels like doesn't protect a whole lot other than like the front opening. And like you said, it kind of helps the gold, but even still, an archer can almost circle around and just stand on the other corner and snipe on down.
Barbican is gonna get finished up, and one of the deer is getting pushed a little bit far, but that all the deer are relatively close there to the Barbican, so Dimmu should be in a good situation there. When it comes to food gathering, first archer has now come out, and Dimmu, if he spots that archer, he might be thinking, oh wait, my opponent made an archer range. because usually you expect Ottomans to go for Sipahi straight away with their military school. Not the case here, though.
Yeah, and look at Demu. He knows what he needs to protect. He knows that Barbican wasn't going to protect that gold enough, so he goes ahead and invests into a wall on that southern side.
Yeah, you kind of need though. Need to once you see those archers, the Barbican, it's not going to be enough protection since it's not right next to the gold there. Scout is going to be able to make it out alive. Now a matter in queue of the military school. And I like what Louis doing there with the rotation around in the military school, just getting like an even composition of units out. So that way he's immediately... Oh. Using the buff there to kill the deer. Yeah, that's very nice. Look at how even, like how close these 5 deer are next to each other. That's a very good spot there to get.
Yeah, and you can see by the resources up at the top, though, Louis did a really good job of delaying that gold for quite some time. Scout, actually, of Demu's getting close to getting taken out, which you do not want that to fall on a map, a closed map especially. You need vision. You need to kind of know what's coming, especially when Louis is going to be dropping Castle Age in the coming minute.
So far, only a starting 3 traders inside the landmark. And yeah, Louis is getting really, really close to Castle Age now. Demu gets a confirmation of the production buildings that Louis has dropped there so far. So only the military school at this point in time.
Demu getting Imperial examinations, but won't be too far. Even though Louis is about to be dropping his Castle Age, is dropping his Castle Age now with the MIA, Demu won't be too far behind it because of how fast those Chinese villagers build. And he's also investing into some more walls, albeit through a berry bush, but still investing into some more walls in the north side.
Yeah, the berries make it a little bit interesting. Villagers have to pay in, have to path in interesting ways there in order to finish up the wall. Mehmet Imperial Armory about to finish up. Demu is going to be aging up any second now as well, and it's going to be the astronomical clock tower. Makes a lot of sense on this map, especially in this matchup. You do want to be able to keep up with the siege here as it comes out from the Ottomans, so making sure that he's going to have access to really strong siege early on in the game is going to help him when it comes to taking control over the middle sacred side, because that's going to be what the Castle Age is going to revolve all around. Like, it's going to be this middle sacred side, the relics, and just overall taking map control. Louis in a really good spot though to start off with, already having a couple of spearmen and archers. Demu going for the barracks now, so we'll see some palace guards coming out. I wouldn't be surprised if Louis just immediately goes for a stable just to get some lancers out now as well, as that's going to be an easy way to deal with the palace guards as they come out.
Yeah, but as you can see, Louis is the one who kind of has the map control. Demu had to wall himself in. This also could allow Louis to get a lot of those relics, and relic differential can really make a huge difference when it comes to this battle over the middle sacred site, as well as what you'll see a lot of the centralized gold. So if you're controlling the sacred site, you're usually controlling those massive gold veins.
Louis, he's getting 2 monks out right now. I wouldn't be surprised if Louis already got like 2 mosques out, just to really quickly vacuum up all the relics out on the map. But yeah, both players immediately going for the religious units. This is now when it comes to taking care of the middle sacred side, taking the relics and getting the passive gold income even higher now. And yeah, it makes, you need the gold. You need the gold for sure in order to just funnel your siege military.
Yeah, I mean, I find when you don't have the relics, it feels like one of those things where everything has an opportunity cost. So then when you're building siege, you're not having the gold for upgrades, or you're not having the gold for whatever it may be. But this really allows you to kind of click up with more than a few different things. Louis investing into an outpost on that middle sacred site wants to kind of just go ahead and lay the groundwork down. 2 monks are out for Louis. He's getting the 3rd, and a single monk is out for Demu. Looks like he's going to go for that close northern relic first. Monks are actually, I think Demu might have that northern relic stolen from him.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it.
He didn't have a. Did he build a gate on that?
Yeah,
he built a gate.
Too.
He was just late. Just late from it, and it's going to get stolen. I thought that was the monk sitting at the wall.
South as well. The relic on the south as well. It's going to be a tight race, actually. For the Relic of the South? No, it's a spear.
Oh, it's a
Oh my God, I
spear.
got baited.
Oh, you got baited. But it's still, that's a 4-to-1 relic differential, which is huge. Monk's starting to get taken down.
he's
No
not
reaction
moving.
from Demu yet.
The Monk is just walking back due to the shift clicks there from Demu. No reaction yet. Wait, is the Wolf gonna kill the Spearman before the Spearman kills the Monk?
No. I mean, still no reaction. This is detrimental for Demu because Louis can send more of his military over. It's one shot left.
Too late.
Oh no.
And now the Lancers are coming in. Demu, he's only just now getting some spears out.
This
The Monk
is a
actually
free
is
couple of
being
bullets.
sniped
And the
now.
Monk. This is going to be 5-0 relic differential for Louis. Villagers on the wood line have to run. He's going to have a safe back wood line, but there's nothing to really defend this, like you said. First spears on the way out. Bunch of idle time caused. And the middle sacred site is ticking 8 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, first Mangonel has now also come out. Louis, he's scaling Lancers and Archers. More military schools are coming out now behind all of that. And yeah, as you said, it's going to be a 5 relic game there for Louis. 400 passive gold per minute, plus an additional 100 from the sacred side. He's sitting at 500 passive gold per minute then. And not just that, he's got the landmark, which passively gives him even more gold.
He has more passive gold per minute than like Demu's going to be with like 10-15 villagers on gold, it seems. And this is a huge feels bad for Demu. I mean, it's crazy because even that one relic can be a huge difference because it's not only extra gold for yourself, but it's gold you're denying from your opponent.
My God. And Demu, he's now switching fully into Nest of Bees, fully into that siege warfare. Louis, he's just getting the mangonels on passive. That's a lot of villagers on gold, by the way. That's a lot of villagers on gold. But Demu, he's also in a tough spot when it comes to food. He's now going out to the berries, in the north side of his base. It feels like he can't really move out to the deer. It's just a little bit too open. Sure, there's a Barbican there, but that's also like a prime real estate when it comes to snipes.
Yeah, and I mean, you could just walk forward with the Mangonel, walk forward with the Archers, the Knights. I mean, Demu is really at a kind of chokehold in his base. It almost feels like he's playing that 2TC English with walls, but he doesn't have an extra TC for China going for himself, where I feel like usually they do in this position.
And Louis, he switched up now. Mehmet Imperial Armory is now getting put onto Springles.
Yep, he got that baseline of like the 2 Mangonels. I feel like with a couple Mangonels, it makes it so hard to dive up on that hill with even, just the melee units because you're taking a lot of extra fire from those. And then he's just going to have the Springles now be able to sit up on top and Archers and Knights as that main military mass.
Yeah, Louis, he's now also getting a lot of stoned in, so already has some placements in that one outpost there, but will also be working. Oh, that's not the spears. French Tech takes the wolf down. But yeah, he's gonna soon be working on a keep on the middle sacred side. And once that keep goes up, suddenly for Demu, it's gonna be very tough to push Louis off that sacred side. He's now pushing in with a lot of militaries, 17 spearmen, 13 palace guards. But the keep, it's being built right now, and I think Louis, he's got enough military here to probably hold this with the emplacement, the outpost as well. Man, I can't believe that Louis just got 5 relics in this game. That is such a hard situation now for Demu to come back from. Louis pretty much doesn't need any villagers gathering gold at this point in time.
And I think Demu, like with this timing right now, I feel like he almost could have taken it with the triple nested bees before the Springle came out. But he doesn't even know the keep's going up. So Louis kind of pushes forward, delays this military mass from stepping forward again. And the timing I feel like that Demu has is going to actually continue to fall away at this point just because of how much military mass that the Ottomans can invest into. They're like, all right, I'm happy with sitting on 1 TC. This is their play style. Mass a ton of military. You have the extra military schools working for you. You have the MIA working for you. And Demu, he's going for a keep of his own now.
Yeah, more villagers going back over to stone, so it's just going to be more emplacements, more keeps there on that middle sacred side. He's putting up a siege workshop there as well, so is going to be able to have access to siege very close, like siege reinforcements from very close to the middle sacred side. And all of this army now approaching from Demu, Louis already sees. He's going to drop his own keep there now, sees the keep.
Mangonels.
Oh my god, this could be devastating, but he's got sprinklers there.
The first Mangonel, second Mangonel shot from the side. Demu didn't see it. Villagers go down to nothing.
That's a lot. That's a lot of losses, but the Mangonels get taken down.
The keep does go up, but all of the siege should fall for Demu as the knights, they just dove past everything. The spears, they ran forward on the other side.
We lost a lot of villagers.
Tons of villagers fell. 3 of the 3 nested bees, only 1
He needs a ram
stays
now.
alive now.
If he gets a ram, he's got a unit that's like tanky enough against the keep in order to start decapping the sacred side.
But Louis ahead in villagers now. Oh, there's an archer.
The one archer.
This is
just
actually
denying
so
the
much
food
more.
there.
This is the only food that he has. He actually just now is gonna maybe be able to move out to the deer next to the barbican, but he's not yet reacting off of those berries. And look at Demu's food income: 300 food per minute and falling.
Oh, he's not noticed yet. He's lost 1 villager, and it's gonna be more. He's lost his entire advantage from the Song Dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, the Mangonel shots in the middle, I want to say, were just absolutely perfect with the spread onto the villager mass that was building the keep. A trebuchet immediately comes out of the siege workshop that's proxied forward from Louis, and he has a second one there, so he's immediately going to be able to take down the keep before Demu can really even react. And was that a second keep I was seeing being built as well?
Yeah,
It
second
is.
keep is coming up, and I mean, at the very least, though, Louis did pull the archer away. I think that's a classic Selectal military move from him there. Pulled the archer away from the berry spot. Now the keep now also coming up from Demu, so both players gonna be
just sent it
with
back.
2 keeps in the middle.
He's sending the archer back, and he's sending a couple of the knights that way. I think just to circle around, maybe try to get on the backside of some of that siege. But there's the ram that you mentioned from Demu. Springles, though, just did so much damage to it. It's gone before it even does anything. There's 5 Springles on the side of Louis. And look at the siege that Demu has. He was forced to build a lot more trebuchets, so he doesn't have the siege to actually defend his trebuchets, defend his nest of bees now. Has another keep going up of his own. And there is still 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on this sacred site. But Demu, he's at 100 food per minute, Demu is. And Louis is the same, but he at least has military schools.
Both players right now, it's just about siege. Look at that. Louis, he's on 6 Springles. No amount of rams are going to be able to decap the sacred side. There's only 2 minutes remaining.
Oh, and the villagers that
going
are
around.
building that other keep, that are rebuilding the keep, are falling from the Springled Outpost. Springled Outpost will go down in a second, but that's still a few more villagers that fell for nothing.
3, 4 trebuchets now for Demu. Still doesn't feel like it's enough. The ram, it's gonna move over to the middle again, only to get absolutely obliterated by the mass amount of Springles here that Louis has.
Ram is just absolutely a waste of wood at this point with how many Springles that Louis has. The keeps are starting to kind of trade with each other with how many trebuchets are coming out. There's, like you said, 5 now on the side of Demu. There's 3 on the side of Louis, but
The issue is, even if the keeps are down, Louis, he's got the military advantage. 20 crossbows, 17 archers, a couple of knights. Demu, no matter what unit he makes right now, it's not going to be enough unless he is able to get rid of the siege as well. But there's just
insufficient stone.
Oh my god!
Insufficient stone. The keeps
It's
go
gone.
down. He can't rebuild it. So the keeps trade with each other now, but there's still only 1 keep alive from either side. And you said it, Louis wins the fight. He actually
he's
has
in the siege.
Oh, yep, that's what I was about to
Vizier
say.
point.
The Vizier points with the units in the siege, so his siege
this
fires
attack
that
speed.
much faster. He's gonna circle around and go for the trebs, I think here.
Just a couple of Springles though. To the keep fire there. Ram
Trying to delay it, but it's just not doing enough. It's Springles
It's gonna
coming
buy
out.
seconds.
The Springled step up for Demu, and both nested bees fall.
And the keeps on both sides are about to go down a little bit, but Demu's keep is actually going down first. And the Springles from Louis now have a clear way to attack the keep, to attack the trebuchets from Demu. It's gonna be one more volley though. Needs one more volley in order to take the keep down.
Oh, the keep somehow still alive, and it falls, but the fight's being taken. It's Spears, Palace Guards versus the Siege Mats versus the Crossbows, and it looks like Demu's front line. Are there enough crossbows here? Oh, they're on the backside. Look at where they are. Here's a group of 15 just doing nothing.
But I think it's still enough. The villagers are getting pulled. 26 seconds left on the sacred side, and Demu's pulling all the villagers, but there's still
villagers versus villagers. They're just hanging out. Shivs are being pulled. The crossbows are here though, and Louis has the crossbow mass. So Demu, all of these villagers slowly fall down. They're pulling out the torches, trying to take down some of the siege, but finally the reinforcements come, and Demu realizes he's not long for this world. Louis goes up 2-1 now.
Yeah, Louis taking a lead now in the set against Demu, and man, Demu, this is now match point for Louis the next game. He's gonna have to win 2 games in a row now in order to win this set, and it's gonna be rough. It is gonna be really, really rough in the group phase. Like, every single victory matters when it comes to advancing towards the playoffs.
And just look at that villager drop when it happened. That's when the keep drop attempt from Demu came and the double mangonel fire. It's just a straight down line because it was a mangonel. He went from over, like, it looked like about 60 something vills and down below where Louis was. And then that just allows Louis to stabilize that much easier, utilize his advantage that much further.
Yeah, exactly, man. This is now gonna be an uphill battle for Demu, but Louis, he's in a rock solid position right now, leading with a point now on match point. It's gonna be time. Let's look at the maps that are gonna be remaining. So we had Migration and Kawasan. Next one is gonna be Migration, where we will be seeing the HRE from Demu against the Abbasid from Louis. All right, I mean, this is like the water category map, so it makes definitely a lot of sense to pick HRE here. The question's going to be, like, on a map like Migration, if you take water control, will you also be able to take land control? I think in many situations, yes, just because with land, like with water, you're also able to, shrink the land part that your opponent can realistically have access to. That's going to be the most important thing here for these players. Just take control over water, make sure that you then also take control over the middle land, or at least shrink it for your opponent to a certain amount of degree. And yeah, whoever is able to, like, get these conditions in should be in a really good spot to just kill their opponent then at that stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of one of those, you mentioned taking the water control. Usually if you take over the water control, that means you've had multiple town centers pumping from minute 1 of the game, because that's kind of what you have to think about what docks are. You know, you're pumping out an eco unit fishing boats that are very, very strong, especially when it comes to deep sea fish. And so then you take the water control, you deny the water from your opponent, you should be up a significant amount of eco to allow you to do exactly what you mentioned, take control of the land, shrink it for your opponent, and kind of win on 2 fronts.
All right, Abbasid for Louis on this map. This actually reminds me of a couple of games that I've seen so far with Abbasid on these maps, like both Moving Out and Migration. Is that on those maps, Abbasid and Ibits, more than any other civilizations, are prone to landmark snipes. Like, those landmark snipes on those maps, they can really, really catch you off guard, especially since transport ships are actually quite tanky. So even if you have, like, the lead on water, all it takes is, like, a transport ship with, let's just put a random number out, 16 rams inside to land on your main island. And if you're not there in time with your villagers, or if you don't have any army there on your main island at a certain point in the game, you're just dead. You're just done. And that could certainly happen. That is always an option that can happen.
I honestly felt like we were at that point at Moving Out where Demu had, like, lost a lot of control. He'd taken a lot of damage, and me in that position, I would have been like, all right, I've lost the game. You know, let me just throw all my villagers at the TC or do something stupid. And that's where, you know, he could have tried to almost, like, secretly build a bunch of rams, like you said, put them in a transport ship, or especially when we talked about, you know, with Moving Out, that main island at one point was fully barren. There weren't villagers. There wouldn't be anyone to rebuild, to burn down the rams. It could have been a potential landmark snipe. And the same thing can happen here with migration quite a bit. So very, very interesting to see. Very kind of always a risk to think about when you're playing ABBA. And it doesn't really allow you to expand your golden age to a massive tier up like you want. Usually you can get that initial one very, very easily. And then from there, that's kind of it.
We talked about it earlier, like thinking about HRE. Aachen on the mainland or Aachen on the island in the middle, or maybe even Minework Palace, and you just make prelates the normal way.
And then that gets followed up with Louis dropping a proxy House of Wisdom with military wing on the mainland, full denies the chapel, everything there.
I would be for it.
Now we're talking
All
about
for it.
migration becoming more of a chaos map than a water map, but hey, we're all for it. I'm good either way.
Oh man, okay, just gonna be a little bit longer, just a moment, just seconds away from our game number 4. Match point for Louis now. Is Demu gonna be able to make a comeback on migration? We'll see in game number 4 in just a couple of seconds.
Get those channel points in. Prediction is up and the game is starting. Game number 4 begins. Demu in the north side, playing as the HRE in the color purple, Louis MT in the south in the color yellow, playing as the Abbasid, and this is moving out. Migration.
Yeah, I was about to say, but wait, look at the berries, man. Like, it's so cool. Like on these small islands where all the resources are like really crammed inside of your base, it can be really, really funky. And actually, looking at the map of Demu, that's a pretty decent map to put your Archon actually inside of your base. Not only are you gonna be able to boost up your gold, the berries, and like 2 wood lines, you'll also have some shoreline fish that you boost up as well.
Can it even fit right there in between the bones?
You would fit it next to the berries, I would say.
Or are you talking about like the right side of the berries?
Yeah, right side of the berries, you boost up like 3 shoreline fish, 2 wood lines, the gold as well.
Yeah. And, you know, I laugh because you mentioned the berries for Louis that was like almost inside his TC. Unfortunate for him, he's ABBA. He still wants to end up building a mill anyways. So
yeah.
it's he wants to get that berry bonus in the long term. But, you know, in the near term, just be able to gather up the sheep if need be. And it's all about the water to start off.
Yeah, sure, for sure. Docks already out for both players now. Fishing ships are coming out. Louis, of course, with the Abbasid gets the dock a little bit cheaper, so is going to be the first one to have those fishing ships out. Already 2 out by the time Demu gets his first one out, so does already have a clean lead there when it comes to the economy scaling. But Demu, of course, on land with the prelate, with the inspiration. He's going to have a very sizable lead there when it comes to the wood income that he'll have. So second dock should be coming in quite quickly for him along the way.
Yeah, it's just crazy how much that prelate inspiration just really matters, especially in this early game. You know, that extra inspiration allows Demu to not only drop that second dock, but to be able to produce off of both of those. Whereas a lot of times Louis, he's just going to be producing off of one.
Yeah, second dock is now coming in for Demu, so very nice and early is going to be on that double production. Louis is on sending the villager out to gold now. The HRE, I mean, they start off without any gold early on, right? So it's going to be a little bit longer. Like whenever Demu finally moves over to gold, it's going to take him a little bit longer in order to actually get stuff in there. And yeah, it might be, as you said, we got the villager out now on the main island. I think Louis, he's seen what I've seen recently when it came to practice of other players with snipes potentially happening on the Abbasid and Ayyubid civilizations on these kind of maps, and he's going to be probably dropping the House of Wisdom centralized in the middle of the main island. By the way, the main island, it is spawned in such a way where there aren't that many like thin spots on the map surrounded by water, which means that even if you lose water control, you might actually still be fine just being on land here.
Yeah, you do have a decent bit of land, and you can't forget you got double sacred sites on that middle island. It's a win condition on there that you can just control that up, drop some keeps, and go, all right, you know, come get me.
Where's he going? No, he dropped the House of Wisdom on his starting island. Actually, after all, it's going to be for a dock play on the other side.
Ooh, little bit of a potential, proxy dock, get some aggression quick, or also get some arrow slits into this channel as well. That makes it really, really hard for Dimmu to kind of navigate throughout the map. Culture Wing is on its way.
Yeah, Culture Wing also makes a lot of sense. All the upgrades are going to be cheaper, especially on these hybrid maps. You usually don't go for something like Economic Wing. So Culture Wing, just getting all the discount and all the possible text there in Feudal Age means that long-term, and also your Castle Age going to be a lot cheaper. He's going to have some very good transitional timings there, especially, and that's necessary against a civilization like the H-Area with the Inspiration. Can we take a look at the first woodline? I think it's already pretty much chopped through for Dimmu.
I mean, it basically is. It's almost gone. Dimmu is onto the gold. He's going to be able to drop his Feudal Age here in just a little bit. That proxy dock, though, it's going down. It's about halfway to finishing up. And like we mentioned, Louis started out with a little bit of extra eco, but look at what Dimmu has been able to do with the inspiration of those villagers. Has really been able to just climb that up. And oh my, it is going to be a chapel on the main island. Middle island, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, no, wait.
Oh, no, it's not. It's just 7 villagers moving out that they want to get some expansion onto that island.
Wait, okay, this is so smart, by the way, from Louis, using the transport ship that he has in order to scout the island from Dimmu now at this point in time. Like, he's going to know where the docks are, where the fishing ships are, so he'll know where to send his galley immediately. And there we go. Yeah, Dimmu, he's just going to be setting up a proxy now in the middle of the map with the barracks as well as a lumber camp. So he's going to be able to get wood there. This is very important. Oh my God, Dimmu sees the dock there from Louis.
Super, super important. Chapel, it's only about halfway up. He's got 7 villagers on it. He's trying to rush it down. You can see that Louis already investing into some of those eco. Oh, he just canceled the double broadaxe, I think. But yeah, he's waiting. He's waiting. Yeah, makes sense. Got to wait for that preservation of knowledge to come on through before it. But more importantly, there is only 2 docks for Dimmu, and there's like 20 fishing boats. It feels like there's not a lot of space, and you can see it now. They're like, I gotta go. I gotta get out of here.
I'm not welcome here anymore, but that's also where the wood is right now from Dimmu. So the archer ship might also be able to deny the wood income there, and that could be pretty big.
Oh, that's a lot of fishing boats.
And that's a lot of damage on them. And yeah, the villagers on the wood line will have to get pulled as well. And the fishing ships are getting really critically low now when it comes to their health.
Oh, he can jump the 2 low ones inside. Yeah.
One. Oh, they make it. They make it barely in time.
Look at how much. Think about how much idle time this is.
It's a lot.
So much idle time. It's an archer ship out for Dimmu. He does have his own bit of dock, so he's got the healing right there next to it. But another archer ship circled back around on the other side for Louis. Does he get a pick here? Not quite.
Not quite. A couple of okay, Dimmu, he's making men-at-arms.
Oh, how close is that archer ship to hitting that wood line? Oh, it just pulled away. He was trying to. It's actually so close to that wood line already.
It is. At least the wood line's only just at the beginning, right? So there's going to be some time before that really becomes an issue. But at the same time now, we got the first Spriggle ships out now for Louis. Dimmu, he's still waiting a little bit for his first Spriggle ship to come out. This is starting to get really ugly really fast. And yeah, it's as you mentioned earlier, this might actually fit more in the chaos category at this point in time, the way Louis made this game out to be now. We got so many men-at-arms now in from Dimmu as well in the queue that he has. The question's going to be, what's he really going to do with them? Is he just going to try and scout the main island, make sure that Louis is going to stay confined on his starting island?
I mean, can he not just, I guess going to try to burn the dock won't work because Louis will pull back with the sprinkled ships and take down the men-at-arms. So yeah, I'm not really sure what the exact play is, except maybe try to burn a dock, try to get into a position of the eco that isn't covered by, the TC or by water, but it seems very difficult.
Yeah, that's for sure. Demu, he's still scouting. Like both these players right now also still just actively using their transport ships in order to scout around the shorelines. Just trying to get as much information as possible. Louis now on the double dock. The proxy double dock aggression there. It looks like Demu though, he stabilized when it comes to water. He's got 4 archer ships, which it might be a little bit excessive, but he's at least pretty close when it comes to the sprinkled ship count. Outpost actually getting rushed up against the transport ship.
That's one of those just in case things. The dock in the north is actually getting quite low, and like you mentioned, Demu doesn't have the correct ship types, I think, to counter this mass out from Louis as of now. And so this dock is getting pretty close to getting put on the fire. He's pulling villagers out to go heal it.
Yeah, villagers definitely need to get pulled here. At least by now, at this point in time, it looks like Demu might have enough ships here in order to combat the water army there from Louis. And Demu's getting another dock up there on the other hand side. And he does have a pretty good land force at this point in time as well. So he is in theory in a position to deny a landfall from Louis. And it looks like that's exactly what Louis is doing right now. I think he just pulled a lot of villagers inside a transport ship, or at least I see the transport ship moving towards a side there. No, it's empty. Okay.
Just still getting some scouting around. Ooh! Oh my. It does get a little bit of a shot on one of the sprinkled ships, but
he's gonna pull villagers to repair that, right? He's got the villagers there. He could repair that one.
Or fishing.
Either or. Villagers are just a lot faster on the repair.
Still not too much damage able to be done actually on that middle. Oh yeah, Louis is pretty close. Demu, he's not too far away himself, but it does seem like he's like not sure if that's actually his plan though. And the military wing's on its way for Louis already.
That's gonna be interesting. It still doesn't really feel like Louis has enough in order to make landfall, but if he gets the age up and has enough resource for just a couple of Gulams, he might be able to.
It is. I think Louis wanted to make a play for the southern side fishing economy, and then right as he's going to do that, Demu was like, "No, I'm going to take down your docks if you do that," and then would take water around as well. And Louis able to get a military ship pick right there with the sprinkled ships.
Overall, though, military lead on water for Demu. He's also on the other hand side with some of the Demo ships is going for a little bit of a pinch. Ships. Oh, the Demo ships! It's getting a huge connection! Oh my god, Demu, he just lost most of his military there on water. Oh my god, Demo ships also getting
demos. Every single Demo ship goes down. Louis just won the game.
He might have just won the game and the set with it as well. This is match point for Demu. The age up isn't in yet, so Demu, he's not getting signaled. The alarm bells aren't ringing yet. It's not like, oh my god, my opponent is aged up, but as soon as Louis, the age up comes through, as he's playing as the Abbasid, he's not pulling any villagers for the age up, so he'll have a lot of resource in the bank as soon as the age up comes in. And behind this, like Demu, he's getting dangerously close to just overchopping. He doesn't have much more wood. He's gonna, oh my god, there's gonna be such a chaotic situation on land there in just a little bit.
Yeah, and I think Louis can easily take down this southern dock on this middle island. You can see he's starting to take down any of the reinforcements that pop on out of it. Demo ships keeping that sprinkled ship kind of... Oh, never mind. He's going to take it down. Free sprinkled ship taken down. Free dock taken down. The age up comes through. The Regnance Cathedral's on its way in the middle island. But Armored Hull's already on its way for Louis and Demu. He's only got 6 villagers on that. It's just not going to be quick enough, I feel like. And Louis...
He's going to have to evacuate to the middle land. I think he just has to like pull mass fishing transport ships now. Like get 2 transport ships out and just get onto the middle island with as many villagers as quickly as possible. Get the relics, try to get another TC up. I think there's no other
camel
option.
Riders. Oh no, this is tame. If he spots out where's
the military? Where's the military from Demu on land? It's on the sides. He's only got a single spearman as well.
He's protecting up the villagers. He's not moving it out, but you know what is moving out? It is going to be the main water mass for Louis, and he's about to just circle around this whole island. That means that Demu's fishing is struggling. That's a ton of the food economy that he needs right now.
And I remember...
And all the wood economy.
I remember Marinelord saying that he thinks Louis struggles on water. The last couple of water games here definitely didn't feel like it. And if it was that way, I think he must have improved a lot, because Louis right now, he's looking absolutely solid.
Yeah, and there's nowhere that Demu is going to be able to get wood from here in the next couple seconds. More reinforcements coming for Louis. Taking hold of this channel means that transport ship ability is not going to be the easiest way to the island, as you can't really cross that channel.
Yeah, I mean, where are the villagers? They're still on the main island.
Villager gets taken out. Oh no. Oh, he's not reacting to it. He's got bigger things. He's got bigger things to worry about with his fishing economy, with the whole entire other military mass pushing forward. He is trying to get in the transport ship, and he realizes, oh no.
He's gonna be able to make it out. These ships are really, really tanky. It hurts though. It definitely hurts. All this aggression right on the different sides. Actually takes some good shots there.
Louis loses 2 springald ships, loses a couple demos, but
all the fishing ships
down a ton of fishing ships, another dock as well. There's not really going to be any way for Demu to keep reinforcing the mass on the sea here in just a little bit.
Yeah, behind this, the relics are also being picked up now by the players. But yeah, water battle just looks thoroughly lost now at this point in time for Demu. Demu at least got 1 relic in so far. There's another one on his island, but actually, I think he might not even be able... Oh, he can actually get the relic inside of his base, right? Like, I think something that he could do now is get an outpost up, put a relic inside, and if he has the resources for a springald emplacement, fortification, with a relic inside, not even demo ships could take that down.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it now, though. He's got reinforcements from Louis coming onto the west side and having to move towards the reinforcements. Demo ship explodes! Demo blow up! Louis not paying attention.
Both of them are there he is. Oh no, it's a perfect position.
A couple of these demos from Louis have just been so crucial, and Demu has just been crushed from it. Camel Riders finding some villagers in the center, getting a few more economic picks, and look at the difference in the economy now.
Yeah, and the crossbow's now able to clean up the Feudal Age men-at-arms as well, just as the upgrade for Castle Age comes in. The camels are gone, but there's nothing else remaining for Demu now when it comes to his land military.
He is taking down the 2 proxy docks, but I'm not sure that really matters anymore, as he had his own docks taken out. So it's at the point now, I don't think Demu has a dock left on the map except 1 on his home base on the north side.
I think that yeah, he's got 1. He's got a relic inside as well, so at least his ships are shooting 5% faster. But with the amount of military that that Louis has on land and water right now, it feels like it's just about checkmate. Louis, he went for the late landfall, and it looks like it paid off for him.
Yeah, the late landfall, but he went with the landfall with Camel Riders, with just a ton of units, and he went with it with winning water. So there was just so much extra oomph behind it that really just didn't allow Demu to get some breathing room, didn't allow Demu to stabilize at all.
Military from Demu. It's not a lot that's remaining right now, and Demu on land, he's still making men-at-arms, but Louis, he's still on the crossbows. Demu... Both of them players. Oh my god. The last couple of villagers.
And that's all the wood can get.
Yeah, it's pretty much nothing remaining on his main island at this point in time.
Louis coming from the south side with a few military ships as well. The boar's next to that wood line he's moving to, but I don't think he even needs the boar to help on out, as Louis has double-digit crossbows. The rest of these villagers will fall.
Yeah. I think at this point in time, it's safe to say that this is probably game, and Louis looks to be in a position to close out the set, our first set now in the group stage, with a 3-1 victory against Demu. Definitely didn't look that well for him after the first game, but now, at this point in time, I mean, it's like almost a reverse sweep, almost.
Yeah, Demi with a very clean game number one, started off very strong, but Louis has just been able to take the rest of the series by hand, has had some huge success on those hybrid, on those water maps, the chaos maps, if you want to call it that as well. And soon enough, I think Demu was going to be throwing in the towel. He's starting to lose his steam, starting to lose spots to be able to gather eco from. But as we say that, another demo gets pretty close to connecting, and there it is. He realizes it's lost. Louis takes the series.
GG gets called, and man, that was absolutely brutal. The landfall there as well. Like, Demo did actually such a great job of just preventing landfall for such a long time, but Louis, he really like went for it on his main island. Like, he really just completely pulled out all the resources that were remaining there, just waited as long as possible until he actually had to move out to the middle of the map. And at that point in time, the timing, it was just too great from Louis. The great play as well with the one villager that walked around the entire, like throughout the entire island and just dropped 2 proxy docks there and just got so much pressure on Demu there. Absolutely amazing play there from both players. But in the end, Louis, with the better timings, with the aggression on the main island from Demu, just able to eke out enough of an advantage there in order to take the game.
Yeah, really, really fun first series of the day. But fortunately for everyone here, that was only the first series of the day, and we got a lot left in store. Next ahead, it's going to be B versus Killjardy. And I don't know about you, both of those players are always exciting to cast, exciting to watch, fun with the way that their playstyles are.
Exactly. And we're going to be diving into that set in just a little bit. But before that, we're going to send you over to Surfshark as you'll get a word from our sponsor.
Hi, I'm Pesty, founder of EGC, and let's just cut to the chase. When you purchase Surfshark VPN through our link during Master of Realms, you can pay as little as $2.09 a month and get 4 months free on top of that. And yes, I do know it sounds too good to be true, but it actually gets better. When you buy even the most basic version of Surfshark VPN at this quite frankly ridiculous price, you'll get their ad blocker thrown in for free, and you'll be able to use Surfshark on unlimited devices in your household. That's right, you can use your one single subscription on your computer, your phone, your Xbox, your TV, and on every device of every member of your household. And no matter how many devices you use your Surfshark VPN on, it will have absolutely no impact on your connection speed. And as far as I'm aware, Surfshark is the only major VPN provider to allow the use of one subscription on unlimited devices. Of course, there are also a bunch of other great reasons to use Surfshark as your VPN. Here are just a few. Surfshark have over 100 countries available on their VPN, so whatever location you're looking to connect on, you'll almost certainly be able to find it and connect at ultra high speed. Surfshark offers a full refund within 30 days on all of their products, so you can enjoy all the benefits of Surfshark totally risk-free, and if you decide it's not for you, simply contact them and get a total full refund. Surfshark offers 24/7 live support on all of their subscriptions. So if you ever encounter any kind of issue, they'll work to immediately sort it, night or day. Alright, I think you get the idea. A world-leading, ultra-rapid VPN, unlimited devices, money-back guarantee, and all for as low as $2.09 a month, and 4 months free. But just one final perk by choosing Surfshark as your VPN and getting this great deal through our link, you are helping us create future AoE4 esports events. Surfshark are huge supporters of the Age of Empires 4 esports scene, so by showing them some love back, you are supporting us too. So to get Surfshark, a world-leading VPN for as little as $2.09 a month, just visit through the link in our channel description right now. Thanks everyone for all of your support, and we'll be back with more action in just a moment.
All right. right, everybody, we're back. Hope you guys are still there as we are gonna be diving into our next set. And boy, this is another absolute banger as we're gonna be looking at 3DB versus Kiljadi, starting us off again on Dry Arabia.
Yeah, we see that Surfshark map draft already filled out and finished. Really, really clean looking. We're gonna see Socotra again, Dry Arabia again. Kawasan was picked, didn't get the opportunity to see it last series. And then instead of King of the Hill, we got Hill and Dale on the closed map, and then Archipelago as the water map.
All right, so very, very interesting. And yeah, also cool that we're getting a lot of different maps again from the categories that we just watched in the earlier set as well. So that's going to be very, very exciting. Starting us off on Dry Arabia, taking a look at our like the potential civilizations that we got here. These players that we're going to be watching off now, they got I want to say like a lot different play styles compared to the last two players, compared to Louis and Demu. And yeah, when it comes to like categories that I would put him in, there's one category that would probably fit both the maps and the players, and that's the chaos category. Kiljadi, on the other hand side, he's definitely like an open and aggressive player. He likes his aggression. He goes like when he goes, he goes. There are no breaks on the Kiljadi drain in most of the situations that we're going to be seeing. So that's definitely going to be exciting. Civilizations that have been drafted so far: Juji banned on both sides, no surprises there, but Rus actually managed to get through there for Kiljadi.
Yeah, very kind of surprised to see the Rus get through, but that's one where players know what they like to play against, know what they don't like to play against, and obviously B is fine with letting the Rus get on through. The big thing I'm kind of concerned about overall is you kind of mentioned the play styles with Kiljadi being very aggressive and B just kind of being the chaotic in general. But I feel like with B's chaotic playstyle, he's very good at adapting and just kind of doing that random stuff and being able to kind of overcome some of the aggressive playstyles at times.
Yeah, I mean, this reminds me actually of a game that I'm not quite sure. Was it? I think it was B versus Wham, where it was Rus versus French, and both players literally made knights only for like 25 minutes of the game. It was just knights only. I think it was marshlands actually, and that these kind of funny situations I feel like only come in when B is playing. Like seriously, neither of the players just really backed off there. It was just knights throughout the entire time. So that's going to be very, very exciting. Kiljadi, I'm wondering what he's going to be picking on the first map, Dry Arabia. I mean, I guess Rus makes a lot of sense, but you kind of want to have Rus for maps like Archipelago. Like Archipelago, probably one of the best Rus maps when Juji isn't available. On the other hand side, I guess it's going to be Japan for B, just because Japan is such an awesome civilization on water maps, especially when Juji and China are not available to your opponent, because once it gets to Imperial Age, Japan on water, they run into some issues as they get ships that aren't really up to snuff there in the Imperial Age. But up until then, they have a very, very solid economy as their ships cost a lot less wood. So they're able to just really get a lot of fishing ships out while still being able to mass a lot of military ships at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned potentially picking Rus on Dry Arabia, but I feel like that just leaves him with not a ton of options as far as the hybrid or / water maps, which would really like, yes, he has a few options, but I feel like he kind of gives himself over to a corner, which allows B to perfectly counterpick and have a game plan going into it without having to be like, oh, well, it's going to be English or Mali or going to be, could be one of these three. It's like, oh, no, he's going to pick a Ubits here. And then if that's the case, it just going in with a game plan and knowing exactly what to expect makes your life that much easier.
We also got Mongols for B. I want to say that in most situations here, I would put Mongols either on Socotra or Hill and Dale. I think Mongols, when it comes to trade, like Hill and Dale is actually like really, really solid for them. You get a lot of natural walls. And on a map like Hill and Dale with the Mongol trade boom, in many situations, they can actually outboom a lot of other civilizations on land just by trading. And it can get into some really, really wild situations there. Kiljadi could pick English on that one, I want to say. And Malian's also a really, really solid option for him on Socotra. So I think overall, these Civ drafts for both are looking pretty damn solid overall.
Yeah, when it comes to Socotra, the only annoying thing sometimes with Mali is where those gold mines can spawn at times. You can even see it with the picture, where I think 3 of the gold mines in the picture are like, actually 5 of the gold mines in the picture are like tucked up next to the water. Yeah, it just makes it to where like a lot of times you'll get like half of a pit mine going, which, you know, there could be worse things, but it's always just frustrating not having the fullest efficiency there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in most situations, it's like, okay, I'm getting 70 gold instead of 100, and it's not that bad overall, but it's definitely far from optimal, especially when you want to go for the counter boom. But at the same time, like, your opponent is going to be facing similar issues on a map like Socotra, where the map size overall is really small. So sure, you're not getting like the second pit mine in an ideal position, but your opponent's going to have similar issues with, for example, food just being very far out, and yeah, you only have small deer packs, for example. But we're starting off. Oh, this is interesting. We're actually not getting Rus on a hybrid map or water map. No, it's going to be straight up on Dry Arabia against the Abbasid from B.
Yeah, and you mentioned not getting Rus on a hybrid, also not getting Abbasid on a hybrid, because, you know, B fortunately has China in the back pocket to be able to throw out on the water maps, on the hybrid maps if need be, which allows him to pick Abbasid on different maps. We saw, you know, last series, Abbasid and Ayyubids both were played to a great effect on these water maps. So getting to kind of change up the game plan from what I was kind of expecting here, it does leave Kiljardi kind of in a corner when it comes to some of these maps, and allows B to kind of, I would say, game plan the rest of the series with the map draft and Civ drafts pretty well.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is going to be really interesting, though. Either way, seeing the Rus now here for Kiljardi. Abbasid, I feel like that, like, it's completely okay to pick them on Dry Arabia, right? Like, they're pretty much, I want to say, equally good on both land and water maps. Like, sure, they got some really good quirks on water maps. The issue, I think, is that on water maps, you really have to play while thinking like 2-3 steps ahead of time, mainly because you can never rush up your age up. And in some matchups, especially when Rus is available, you don't really want to be picking a civilization like Abbasid into Rus on a water map like Archipelago or like even Kawasan, because then you run into the issue your opponent just goes for the really quick 4-minute-ish age up with Rus, while you're still going to need like 300 food in order to even click your age up or something like that. And in those situations when you can't rush the age up, Abbasid can feel really, really bad. But then I think back, actually, now that I said that, and I think to a match between, I think it was Certain and Gully Deckle in the qualifiers, where Abbasid on a map like Kawasan, for example, they don't even go for water. What they do instead is they immediately go for military wing, get a ram out on a dock. Yeah. And then I say that, and then I think, oh wait, you don't even need a dock, you're Rus.
Oh, all these little just counteractions and whatnot. But that being said, fortunately for us, we are going to be casting these civs on the open map. If this were players other than, if this weren't Kiljardi, I would say we might see, you know, 6 TCs total in this game. But we might see a little bit more aggression coming out from Kiljardi. Might only stick with 1 or 2. You know, it's pretty shocking to see Rus not go for the 2 TC, but I have seen it at times. I think Wham pulled out the 1 TC all in against Beastie last tournament that played out pretty well for himself. So that's one of the play styles I always love seeing Rus go for.
All right, still going to be a couple of minutes until we're jumping into our first game, so we can quickly take a look at all our different groups that we got going on here in the group phase. So we can take a look at that right now, and there we go. That's going to be the group that we're going to be looking forward to here today, as we got Louis, Marine Lord, Cat, and Demu in our group number A here. All of these players will be playing today. Louis, we can already see he played today, won 3-1 against Demu, making him the leader of the current group bracket. Marine Lord, he's going to be playing later today against 3D Cat. Right now, we got B versus Kiljardi, and after that, we're going to be taking a look at Beastie versus Certain. So that's going to be our group A over here right now.
Yep. Now checking in on group B, you had just mentioned the B versus Kiljardy and BC versus Zertan. So that is going to conclude the games of today. We're covering groups A and B, and then tomorrow, make sure to come on by with group C and D. We got a couple other series we're going to be covering there. Starts with Lucifron versus CSO. We got, so actually, I think tomorrow we got both the Canadian Bros and the Spanish Bros playing. As we see on the screen, Puppy Paw playing against Recon, Vortex playing against Anatan, and then Wham versus Baltoon is the last game of the day, concluding in Group D tomorrow.
Yeah, so overall, just very, very exciting sets all around in our first weekend for the group phase already. So that's very, very cool to look forward to. Also cool that we got mugshots for all of these players there. So very nice. Some players you might not had a face to the name before, but now you certainly do.
Yeah, so if you're out and about, you get to go to maybe one of these lands that's in the works. You might be able to recognize one of them, say hello, catch up, and whatnot. But enough of that here. We're back into this series, back just seconds away from this game number 1.
Indeed, countdown is ticking down. It's just a couple seconds more until we'll be diving right into our first game of the set.
And
here we go. Yeah. In the color green, we got 3DB, and he still has the B2 name. I'm wondering, like, every time I look at that, I'm like, wait, 3D Beal? Who's this one? That's a new player. And on the other side, playing as the Ruse in the color yellow, we get Kiljardy.
Yep, gonna get to see this. We get to play the bounty game early on, as we typically will see. Abbasid B went for that second scout. Has to respect the bounty game coming out from the Roost. That's why you see the one villager down. But Kiljardy able to locate that first deer pack on the other side super quickly.
Man, every time you see Roost nowadays, it's like whenever they go for a second scout, it comes in like 10 seconds later than it used to. There was a nerf where the hunting cabins, they now take a bit extra long in order to build. So that really hurt Roost there in the scout timings, because now when you go for a second scout as the opponent's civilization, you're getting your scout out a good bit ahead of time before the Roost get their second scout out. That goes even further when you factor in Malians, which build their scouts from TC in 15 seconds instead of 25. Which means that nowadays Roost, if they're not lucky, or if they don't scout well enough, they can end in situations where they really don't have a lot of bounty. But yeah, as you mentioned, Kiljardy started off quite nicely there, finding a deer pack very early on. Looks like B also found a deer pack over on Kiljardy's side, though. There's still a deer pack in the back of B space. And I think we're gonna be able to play our little Bet the Bounty game in probably, like, I want to say a minute or so.
Yeah, about a minute or so. You mentioned that scout coming out later, and not only does, I always find with Roost, or playing against Roost especially, you kind of have an opportunity cost with your scout. It's like, do you want to deny the bounty? Do you want to get a bunch of sheep out on the map? Or do you want to get vision of, what your opponent's doing, especially when it comes to Feudal Age? B brings out a villager. He's going to try to counteract this bounty with the villager and the scout.
Oh, and he's doing that. Look at that. Yeah, able to deny that deer over there, and now, oh my god, yeah, this is actually tilting, having the villager there. It's idle time, but that's actually a lot of denied bounty there.
Yeah, really good job from B. Oh, actually allows the last one to go. I jinxed him. Typical caster curse, but still really good.
Well.
So a really good job from B, being able to just, deny what could have been a little bit of extra bounty for Kiljardy. Kiljardy's still circling around, trying to get a few of those extra wolves that might be hanging around the map.
Yeah, sheep count overall also not looking too good overall for Kiljardy. I want to say, like, he's getting 3 sheep in there. He had a drop off earlier. Actually, overall, still looking pretty fine. Yeah, also gonna have to take a look at B. Yeah, B actually has a good amount of sheep gathered up overall. So 11 sheep for him that are like still alive. 14 sheep overall that are still alive. So 11 sheep total found.
Yeah, definitely
so
got
a good line trend there.
got that little bit of the benefit, and being the Abbasid, you're not really even on those sheep earlier on. You're on the berries, so you're really allowing yourself protection and safe food in the long haul. We do see some scout wars. There's a wolf right next to it.
This Lycro just between the weak scouts. But in theory, Kiljadi, right, like he's got a third scout, so should be able to pull that one over at some point.
Oh, you just jinxed it. Caster curse. Caster curse.
That was the weak one. He sent the healthy one away and kept the weak one in. Oh, no.
Oh, and now Wolf gets denied. And
I think it's time. I think it's time to play the Bet the Bounty game. I'm going to say 235 for Kiljadi.
I will guess 215. A little bit less.
It's 210 for Kiljadi.
We did just get the update, 210. So not quite the 250 mark that you love to be at, but also nothing too shabby. You're not going to be complaining about this. Allows you to still get some upgrades, still get the age up, and really whatever you're looking for. Kiljadi did move out on over to the stone, so we will at least be seeing a total of 4 TCs in this game because both players are going to be dropping seconds.
Both players' secondary TCs. B went up with the military wing, so is going to get a couple of military units for free, with which he'll be able to harass a little bit.
Yeah, and even if he doesn't get damaged, what this does allow him to do is prevent the risk of, you know, a knight preventing a TC placement that you want. It allows you to really kind of have protection at home, give you that breathing room for the time being, place your TCs where you want them to be, and really get your eco up and online. I believe we saw him drop a couple houses to extend out and get Golden Age Tier 1 as well.
Yeah. Kiljadi does have enough resources now to drop a secondary TC. Question's going to be where he's going to drop it. He's actually going to drop it on gold. With a lot of villagers.
Safe and secure right next to that Kremlin, so those military school units are not going to do too, or not military school, the military wing units are not going to do too much as the Kremlin is close and going to protect up that TC location. And B might just have to circle all the way around and head home, but I still think that's kind of a win for B. That's not the greatest TC location for the Rus.
No deer income immediately for Kiljadi, and not just that, B is getting his second TC in at a similar timing, and that is after he got Golden Age 1, so now his villagers are already going to be more efficient with plus 15% income now.
Yeah, and look at the difference of the TC locations. You said no deer near. All that Kiljadi did was protect up his gold a little bit and maybe a stone-ish, not really stone even. And the Kremlin already protected the gold, so he didn't really give himself anything there. Meanwhile, B, he's on deer. He's on the next set of berries. He's got a relic behind there as well if you want to just throw that into the mix that he's kind of just protecting on up. So really, really lovely TC spot for 3DB.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the question's going to have to be, okay, what is going to be the answer now from Kiljadi? The walls over here, I mean, you could argue that it's just going to be much better for him if he just walled over to the stone there, or even over here. Yeah,
that's what I was going to say.
There's a lot more efficient walls there for him, but at the moment he's still going to be fine, right? Like he's got the resource that he wants. The only big issue that I see is the gold.
He doesn't see the gold and he doesn't see the berries, so all he sees is the stone. So he's like, why would I care about that?
Yeah, I don't need to wall that in.
Yeah, he's like, that big gold or that big stone vein. He's like, I don't really care. I'm not going to need that until way later. But the gold, the extra berries, that does actually mean quite a bit.
Yeah, that's going to be quite tough now overall for B as the game goes on. Hope he's going to find that later. I mean, he still has 2 scouts, right? So at one point he should just move them out over to the remaining like black spots on the map. Although right now he's just having them over on his opponent's side. Wants to definitely make sure that he knows what's going on over there. And now Kiljadi, he's making some archers, is going to be able to push out across the map there. So we'll finally have the opportunity to go over towards those deer. And B, he made an archer range. First unit he queues up is going to be a camel archer, so it's going to at least have a unit that is going to spread the camel on ease if Kiljadi now goes into knights after the fact.
Yeah, but I mean, this is where Rus throwing a few bits of archers out there isn't too big of a sacrifice just because they have such a good wood economy that they really can afford to drop a range, can afford to drop, 5 or so archers and put a little bit of pressure on B, maybe not allow him to do exactly what he wants. 8 villagers moving out. If that's what I know, it's going to be the boar play, so we'll allow him to boost above that 250 bounty mark and allow him that awesome food gather rate.
Yeah, he's also very close to having enough wood in the bank in order to get another outpost there as well, which I think you'll definitely need, right? Like, the outposts from Rus are so strong that your opponent pretty much needs a ram early on with the military count in order to be able to... Oh, Scout has the time to react. Doesn't react, though. Will go down. Yeah, he's going to get an outpost here as well. It feels like you're really going to need a ram in order to take care of that. We do see horsemen now coming in as well from B. That's going to be able to do a great job against the archers. Some Kremlins getting pulled. Scout will go down as well. So now both players down to 1 scout. But yeah, the horseman play here actually from B really paying off. He killed 3 archers already. He's going to potentially pick off another one here.
Yeah, he does. Really good job by B. I feel like B is just one of those players that even though the horseman pathing and they're clunky at times, he's just one of those that still utilizes their mobility so effectively. And guess what? He's clicking up to castle.
Yeah, the timing here is absolutely insane now for B. Kilgadi behind us. He's actually investing more into units now. Again, he's dropping a barracks. He's getting eco upgrades. He is now at least, though, like really getting his food income going, so it shouldn't be too long until he can click up. The question's going to be, okay, where's he going to click up? It's probably between his 2 large wood lines, right? And that's going to be a little bit forward. It feels a little bit dangerous going for the age-up over there because you're going to leave yourself potentially exposed to aggression on that side.
Yeah, he does at least already have a wooden fortress dropped in front of it where the deer are. But yeah, definitely a forward spot, easy spot that B would want to be aggressive towards. And B, he's planning on just walling up this whole rest of the map almost.
Got double stables, double archer ranges, no barracks yet for B. So we'll likely just see some lancer archer play, most likely. Maybe then into crossbows as soon as Kilgadi gets the age up in as well. But yeah, the timing's getting really close. Culture Wing only 35 seconds away. Kilgadi has yet to click up. Is going to be able to do so within the next 10 seconds. Ish. I hope.
It never feels good when ABBA finishes their age up before you, though. Like,
it's a lot of villagers he pulling, though.
Yeah, usually you're still like a couple steps ahead of ABBA, and you're even with 16 villagers. The Culture Wing's finishing before this, I think.
Yeah, and B, he's already positioning units on all of the relics in the middle. He's got 2 relics pretty much completely walled off by his walls. To be fair, one of the wall on the left side, there's a little bit of a gap there for B. He has yet to put any blueprints there in order to close that gap.
I think he's about to walk through it now, maybe, and see.
He sees it at least with the spearman. So if he walls that, then he's gonna have 2 relics safely walled.
Ooh, only a few spears here. Has enough camel archers to one-shot the spears, but those camel archers die so fast.
Yeah, I mean, lots of damage coming out, but doesn't look like it's quite enough. Age up pretty much coming in at the exactly same time for both players. And we're getting Lancer and Archers versus Horsemen and Crossbowmen.
Okay. Not the exact mix that I would have guessed coming out from the Rusa's side, but pick your poison. We'll see how it ends up playing out. B does have a bunch of gold already saved up for that preservation of knowledge that he just finished, so should start seeing a lot more of these upgrades starting to be clicked.
Yeah. Right now, though, food income actually not looking good for B at all. It feels like it's stalled out a little bit. Maybe just moved out a lot of villagers over to other resources. There we go. Now picking up again a little bit as I think he just moved villagers out to the deer at the bottom spot as well as the berries. Yeah.
A few of those archers trying to protect up the relic get spotted out. He sent some spears to the north side. Those get spotted out as well. So a great job by Kiljardi, making sure that he doesn't just send his warrior monks out to grab the relics. He's first sending military units to secure the relics and then grab them himself.
Yeah, army composition now getting shown by B, and he's got 5 camel archers. That's an expensive army.
Yes, it is. Camel archers, lancers, horsemen, very, very expensive army, but it's also one that, you know, if you utilize that mobility correctly, it's hard to close the gap and touch that army. Archers taking the fight, and there's a couple lancers here from B.
Yeah, Lancer's just completely cleaning that up. Kiljardi, he's losing out a lot of units. He's still making horsemen at this point in time. Isn't investing into any lancers or early knight, not early knights, but like knights at all yet. He has the gold for it. He's not spending his resources really at all right now.
Yeah,
which is worrying.
Shivs were pulled out. Kiljardi, I mean, I feel like this is one of those where he's a little bit of APM capped. He was raiding in 2, 3, 4 different spots, and in reality, he was losing fights in 2, 3, 4 different spots. The Shivs pulled out.
The relic that was behind the walls from B with the one. With the wall that wasn't quite closed off, he's getting that one.
Able to secure that one up. Both players already have one into the bank, and so this should mean 3-2 relics for Kiljardi.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't expecting Kiljardi to be the one with the relic lead there after seeing those walls, but just the walls not being completely closed up is going to cost B a relic there.
But
the army
now
can't.
B's about to, yeah, there you go. You said it first. B's about to knock on the doorstep of Kiljardi. He has pumped that archer number up to 27. Kiljardi has 26 total military units. That's not even including B's camel archers, his lancers that he has with this. This is a scary situation for Kiljardi over the next couple minutes that he really needs to try to stabilize. He is spending some more food on the villagers than B is, and that could be a little bit of the difference of this army.
Yeah, horsemen are nice, but not against the knight front line. Like, sure, there's a couple of crossbows, but I feel like Kiljardi's army right now is not nearly enough to deal with that. The couple of outposts here do buy him a lot of time, though, which is quite nice, but how much shock damage can he realistically do with these horsemen, since B is, like, completely fully walled after all?
Yep. Archer's able to get some damage in on those horsemen as they're running through. The horsemen can't take the fight because the lancers are there and the camel unease. The food on the front side for Kiljardi gonna start being idled out. He is on those berries, and B, he chooses to take the fight. He knows he has the numbers here, and archers are just peppering all the units on the backside. Lancers are being the front line, and that is all he needs. Doesn't care about the 2 wooden fortresses. He's got more than enough to take all of this fight. Nothing can clear up his lancer mass.
Yeah, and the horsemen, they just evaporated in the blink of an eye. There's a mangonel in queue. There's a relic that's being gathered up. Could potentially go for Walla low. At least a little bit of a shock factor isn't coming in, though. Lancers still tanking up there in the front line. Villagers now have to get pulled. Mangonel should be coming out soon, but there's still Lancers out. More Lancers coming in, so there's an answer for the mangonels. Rams now being built right underneath those outposts.
Yeah, B, he doesn't care about the 2 outposts. He says, you don't have enough units here to take this down. I am ending this game now. You said this might be a worrisome spot for the Castle Age landmark, and sure enough, B is all inning those 2 wooden fortresses. The relics are going to fall after that, and Kiljardi's at single-digit military units.
Mangonel coming out.
What?
No, oh my god. That's disappointing to say the least.
Yeah, so, anyways.
Militia are getting pulled against the Lancers. Repair coming in on the Mangonel.
But there are 2 rams here, so wooden fortresses are going down pretty fast. Horsemen trying to dive. The gremlins are trying to dive. A second mangonel pulls out. And B, he doesn't have a ton to take down the mangonels if spears can protect it, if those gremlin and militia can protect it.
Outpost stays up as well. Kiljardi is holding this.
B has to fall back.
And the game is going to get prolonged. Behind this, though, Sacred Site victory condition is ticking down, and 3 Sacred Sites, that's a lot of passive gold income as well. Kiljardi, he had like 10, 12 villagers inside the outpost, idled out for a long time. He is definitely not looking in that great of a position. Still hasn't been onto the deer on the left-hand side. Just wasn't able to really take map control over there. Didn't feel like he was in a position to get there. Was able to stabilize with the mangonel, so but he's still a horseman at this point in time. And I'm looking at that. I'm shaking my head. Like, what are the horsemen really gonna achieve so far? They've definitely not performed well at all. Like, I feel like horsemen, for the most part, are really only good at raids, and when you have like a significantly higher amount, like pretty much even when it comes to the archer count of your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just to keep B on the back foot for a little bit, take out some of the reinforcing archers, take out some of the reinforcing crossbows, and just, you know, thin out that mass and make B fall back. But really, B, he's got 50 units, Killjardy. He just has the siege going for him, and that's what stalled out this game. That's what forced B back. And now we've kind of, you know, we're staring at each other across the cliffside, just waiting for something to happen.
Additional walls coming up for B just when the horsemen arrive, so a little bit of a sad moment there for Killjardy as his horsemen kind of don't find anything. Might be able to pick up some crossbows though. It's also trying to decap some of the sacred sites. Yeah, that's going to be actually a good amount of crossbows going down there for crossbow. That's a lot of value. Horseman getting the value in.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're looking for, those kind of units. But Lancers on the other side are circling. They see that the boar has been fully finished on up. Now they're going to be met with walls here in a little bit, and those horsemen are finding some more damage through the overchop, able to pick off maybe 3 villagers here, and still haven't even fallen yet.
Yeah, good damage has been gotten there. Can we quickly check? Does Killjardy have Boyar's Fortitude at this point in time? Like, those horsemen felt quite tanky.
I saw him get it earlier, I believe.
Yeah.
Where's the
Must be from Blacksmith. There it is in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gotten it. All right, so really tanky horseman, actually.
Trying to deny that middle sacred site.
And that's so many land, though. And he's got only 9 crossbows against 17 lancers.
And he just moved forward with all his units. He's on the sacred site, so B sees this and he goes, great, you have nothing to defend at home.
Couple militia getting called, but there aren't that many available for him right now. Needs
the farm transition starting to get taken down. The villagers on the farms trying to run, trying to garrison in, somewhere to hide, somewhere to not take the damage. And B, he's just going to burn down the farms. Okay, I was about to say, there's better things to do here than that.
Militia's still fighting, but yeah, the military from Killjardy is only just now moving back from the looks of it. Horsemen are going to try and harass on the sides, but B, in the meantime, he's taking control over the middle of the map. We're getting some more barracks from him out as well, and yeah, he's just killing a lot of villagers now behind us with the Lancers.
Yeah, spread to a lot of the different spots, starting to make Killjardy's army kind of spread thin a little bit, whereas he still has that archer mass behind. B still has his mass grouped on up. Ooh, but Killjardy breaks through with some horsemen. There's a lot of villagers spread throughout for B and finds a wood line. B hasn't reacted yet. He sends Lancers over.
Knights there, yeah. Lancers are just going to be able to really clean that up quickly. Oh no, they're fighting.
No, that's a head-on fight that is... I don't think one of the Lancers is going to even get close to like half health even.
Yeah.
The good thing for Killjardy is he could have just used the mobility and run on away. B drops a keep on the 8k gold vein. He's going trade wing behind this as well, so Imperial Age will finish up here in just a second. He's got the markets full walled, so he can start this trade boom whenever he wants.
Killjardy just invested to 2 trebuchets, so for a second I was okay, maybe he wants to like commit to Castle Age, but it does look like he is going to be looking for his own age up now, which is definitely going to be needed. Horseman still at least being a little bit annoying here, but not really a match against the Lancers there.
I feel like B is just kind of going for this like gold denial in a sense. You can see this outpost on the gold, the keep on the 8k. Killjardy still has a good amount of gold, but if this extends out to Imperial, this starts to turn into siege wars, then it's going to be one where B has this in the long game.
Outpost does look like it stays up as the military from B gets over there. There's been so many archers this entire time, and they haven't really taken too many fights on the mid game, but they are going to find a lot of villagers on the wood line now. Oh, that's a lot. That's
and
a lot of
Kiljardy,
losses.
a little bit of a late reaction there. So instead of 1, 2, maybe 3 losses, that loss almost turns into some double digits.
Oh man, and the Outpost just gets repaired. Fortification is up on that now. Age up has come in. High Armory now also on the way for Kiljardy. Trebuchets at least firing away at the keep.
Yeah, B not really investing into a ton of the siege to take down buildings and things. He's just trying to protect his own buildings. So what's he do? He's got 2 Springles already, and he's queued up a Culverin. So kind of just nullifies a lot of what Kiljardy has invested into so far.
Yeah. Janissaries, not Janissaries. Streltsy are now going to be in queue for the ruse. Right now, I mean, he still has a siege of... Oh my! Almost devastating. But the Springles are going to trade out well here for Kiljardy.
Ooh, and the Mangonel's still alive. A couple more villagers going down for B, and the keep falls from B as well. The archers step up, but look at all the Mangonels. It's not a fight you want to end up taking. Lancer's not going to be able to close the gap. Where's the Culverin? Just takes so long out of the queue. It finally pops out.
Lancer is able to take down one of the Mangonels. One still standing though. Elite upgrade has come in. And the Streltsy are actually doing a lot of damage here, even against the archers.
Mangonel gets taken out.
Military's
going
gone.
for keep of his own. Where's B's military? Where'd everything go?
It's gone. It just evaporated under those Mangonels.
The Culverin was just a little bit slow to the fight, and that keep is not just being rushed down with a few villagers. That thing's got like 35 villagers around it as Kiljardy. He wants this 8K.
I mean, to be fair though, B, he doesn't really need the 8K anymore, as he did go up with the trade wing. He's gonna have a lot of gold for himself right now, sitting on 2,000 gold per minute, 7 traders up, and you can really easily invest as Abbasid into these traders, as they only cost you 80 instead of 120 resource overall, only 40 gold.
Yeah, and with triple market, I mean, I feel like this is one of those where we look back in a few minutes, and you said, what, 7, 9, single-digit traders? We're going to look back, it's going to be 35 traders here, and he's just going to have too much eco to even know what to do with.
Yeah. More upgrades coming in. Siege University upgrade also coming in, so those Culverins are going to be quite tanky as well. You're going to need that against the Springles. You're going to be able to survive an additional hit.
Some more horseman raids being attempted, so this is the point where B, I mean, he's getting annoyed with the horseman raids because the mobility of the horsemen, the lancers win the fights if they're taken, but the horsemen can just run by them and continue to hit eco and idle eco.
Can we take a look at the... yeah, I would agree with you, but B has switched it up into camel riders, and camel riders have a movement speed upgrade. They can keep up. They're just standing there, though.
And there's triple Culverin now out for B, and he's about to have a 4th, so he just says, I'm winning this siege war. He's got a bombard on the way as well, so forget trebuchets. He's going for the big cannon. He wants to just take down these buildings as fast as possible, and he doesn't care about the lack of range because the Culverins are that range.
Oh man, the Springles from the Ruse, really, really good in this situation as well against the Culverins, as they do have that half pile extra range if researched.
Yep, and I would assume that he has already gotten it, starting to trade out through the trees. One of the Culverins really low, needs to fall back. There's 4 Springles there, but look at how tanky that Culverin is, still able to stay alive from 4 Springles.
Frontline once again from B, just getting taken down so quickly. No Mangonels yet of his own, investing more into the Culverins now. I'm not sure if B was not there when the Culverin nerfs and the Springle nerfs got introduced, but yeah, Culverins, they don't one-shot Springles anymore with the University upgrade, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And so this is where Kiljardy, he's starting to press forward. He's starting to be the aggressor here. B, he does not have the numbers, it seems like, to defend this push going, but has quite a bit of an economy going for himself. Takes a while to take down these buildings, but he's just slowly losing some ground.
Oh, the University upgrade for the Springles hasn't been in yet. Another Culverin gets taken down.
Siege Works is on its way. B starting to lose out that forward positioning even further. There's about 15 villagers on gold. Might need to fall back, and Kiljardi continuing to press his advantage.
Trade has been scaled up a little bit. 16 traders out now. The gold income is looking very solid for B, which is why he's been able to just mass up so many siege units here so far. But they've just been taken down so quickly every single time. Like the Culverins, they've been trading out pretty much 1-for-1 against the Springles, and that is not what you want to see.
And 26 Streltsy is so hard to deal with without a Mangonel mass. And you can see B just now finally getting his first Mangonel in queue.
Camel Riders are doing a great job at cleaning up the horsemen there, as they do have equal movement speed. Fight is coming in. Siege at least is getting taken down. Kiljardi just lost a lot of his siege advantage there. But the Camel Lancers are getting somewhat thrown away, I want to say. And Cannoneers on the
Spears getting thrown as fodder into the front side in the Streltsy, and it's just at least allowing a few of those Streltsy to be taken down. Before that fight, Kiljardi was almost at 30 Streltsy. Now he's sitting at 13. Quite expensive unit that he was able to that B was able to take out there.
Yeah, that's make quite a difference now. Bombard is up there as well. Chemistry coming in, so it's going to be able to take down some of these buildings. Take a look at the traders. Is there the bonus armor already researched for B? I'm not quite sure if he had the presence of mind for it. Nah, it doesn't look like he does. So only 2 melee armor on them. You can make those really tanky even against horsemen if you get the +5 armor in. Oh, Bombard.
Bombard's gonna get taken out here.
It has a lot of... It survives a lot against Springles, but 4 Springles just are gonna be enough there. Oh yeah, you can see. Now with the upgrade, the Springle's not getting one-shot anymore. It makes a huge difference.
Yeah, you can see how much siege just got taken out from 3DB's side. Lost Culverins again, lost Mangonel, lost the Bombard, and immediately requeues it all up again, but never fun losing.
Wait a second.
What? Kiljardi, you're next to the sacred site with a key.
Yes.
Come on.
Oh my god. Decap them, please. It's 3 minutes in.
That's so much gold that he could be having for himself as well and denying from 3DB.
I mean, it's a lot to take care of at the same time, but you wouldn't imagine that in this position those were still not decapped, and now fight is happening. Mangonels are getting focused down. Springles actually.
Great Mangonel shot though.
Oh no.
Mangonel shot again?
Kiljardi, you can't push this in. This is not something that uses mass. Might be a little bit overzealous there.
Yeah, the hand cannoneer mass on the backside for B was untouched. The Mangonel wasn't touched either. So really, really good fight for 3DB finally, as it felt like he lost out on like the previous 4, 5, 6 ones, as you know, we saw him continually losing ground, but finally seems to have stabilized, finally has maybe gotten his good foot forward.
In the end, Kiljardi still with the military lead, and B, he's not sitting behind stone walls. These are just palisade walls right now that B is sitting behind, and once again, Kiljardi sends a couple of horsemen around the sides. He's done great damage so far with these horsemen. Look at the worker kills, and actually, Kiljardi got a lot of value with the horsemen overall so far.
Yeah, I mean, just utilizing that mobility over and over and over again. Yeah, B might have some camel riders, might have some ways to take out the horsemen. It still takes a while, and you don't want that high cost unit on the backside. You want that fighting or raiding or doing something on the other side. Ooh, Mangonel shots
there.
We're pretty close. Kiljardi able to dodge them for the most part, not take too much damage.
Looks like Kiljardi is now going to be starting to cap those sacred sites for himself. Horsemen are going to be running around the backside, but the camel riders at this point in time, the same amount of movement speed as those horsemen have, so they're able to take them down quite quickly. Up to 23 traders now, and we're starting to see the first couple of upgrades coming in for the trade wing in the House of Wisdom, so the traders soon will be bringing in a lot more gold with every single trip.
We're also seeing elite army tactics come through, so B getting a few more of those Imperial Age upgrades now that he has so much gold to afford it all.
At the same time, behind those raids though, Kiljardi is going to be pressing the attack. Not quite able to shut down the trade at this point in time, but definitely is aware of it. Rams coming in.
Those wandering towns coming on in. A bunch of Streltsy massed behind them, but just as many Streltsy are matched by the hand cannoneers on the other side.
Streltsy, I don't quite have that much range, right? They do take quicker, they cost a lot less, so it's overall relatively easy to mass them. This is actually a really good fight for Kajai though, taking down a lot of the hand cannoneers there. 10 hand cannoneers go down. Streltsy count still at the same number though. Right now, what Kajai just needs is more Sprinkles in order to have something to deal with the Culverins and the Mangonels. Right now, the Mangonels are keeping B in the game.
Yep, Mangonel pushing forward, and Killjardy did react to the Mangonel shot.
Oh, that's a really good shot.
And they're starting to clump together. Hasn't used the spread formation, running through another choke point. There's a Sprinkle there, but another Mangonel shot.
Oh my god! That is so much damage. Now it's just a single hand cannoneer shot to kill most of these Streltsy, man. Oh my god. So many Mangonel shots hitting there.
Whether it's single Mangonel shots or single hand cannoneer shots, single camel rider, you know, swing, whatever it may be, and Killjardy, he does not have this his own trade boom set up. So we talked about that gold situation earlier. He was able to resecure that 8K. He was able to move out to some other gold veins, but I believe he is on the last couple gold veins. You know, he is on 3 different ones, but I'm not sure how much is in each of those.
Yeah, but he is preparing for the trade from the looks of it. I see 5 markets getting dropped in the corner there. I feel like this game might be going on for another 10-15 minutes.
Yep. Go ahead and, you know, not what we would expected from these players on an open map, game number 1, seeing this one extend on out. But it's the civilizations, really, once you kind of get through that initial potential phase of ending the game in that early castle, a lot of times this is exactly what it extends out to be.
We need like a separate prediction feature on Twitch, so in that situation now we could open up a second prediction next to the who's winning one and be like, how long is this game gonna go now?
Yeah, you know, you know, under 48 minutes is going to be, I feel like, the break even here. You know, under 48 minutes, over 48 minutes.
I think Killjardy needs like at least 7-8 Sprinkles now in order to come back from the siege deficit that he has in comparison to B. Oh, the raids now.
B, though, B is finally at the point where he's the one starting to raid. He's no longer on the back foot as much, and this is when he starts getting very, very scary, because it's not horsemen raiding. Those are camel riders raiding, and Killjardy doesn't have a similar unit to deal with the raids like B does. He can't send camel riders that way and win the fights that they're taking. He doesn't have a mobile unit to help with, really.
Yeah, he's gonna need spearmen. That's like the only unit that he can send after them, realistically. If it's like crossbows, they get countered, archers get countered, Streltsy, they're kind of really slow. So yeah, I guess the best bet right now is use the stone that you have and just get keeps along your trade route that you want to go for. Man, even the keep, like B isn't shying away from taking the trade on the keep. He's got the upgrade, so the pierce armor on these camel riders is actually quite high. Can we select one of them? Because they, yeah, 5 pierce armor and almost 400 health on these bad boys.
Yeah, I mean, almost feeling like elephants out there, but they are just camel riders. Killjardy trying to take fights under keeps, but again, he's got horsemen compared to camel riders, not quite doing the same amount of damage, not quite the same amount of stats on those.
The trader just being so tanky there, not taking a lot of damage there from these horsemen at all. And yeah, at this point in time, we do have the armor upgrade on them as well, bringing home a lot of resources. I think at this point in time, like B in this late game situation.
Oh no!
Unless Killjardy is able to like decisively close out the trade, shut down the trade, I think B's got this.
Yeah, this is also one of those situations that I feel like is such a bait when you're not in like God mode like we are, where we see these Streltsy pushing through, and like when you're in Killjardy's like view, you're like, oh, I'm getting so many trader kills, I'm killing so many villagers, like this is great, and it's like B's on 3 markets, B's on 3 TCs, like he's on 130 villagers and has plenty of resources in the bank. All you're doing is kind of just throwing away your Streltsy.
Yeah. At this point in time, it's not looking too good. I think we're getting to the point in time where Kiljadi, he can't really be making horsemen anymore. I think like this is the one matchup specifically where you are actually forced into making spearmen as your meat shield unit. The horsemen just don't do enough. You need something that's actually able to win against the camel riders, but the camel riders, look at the health that they have. They're just running in. They're tanking so well here. Oh my god, Streltsy have to run back as well against the mangonel fire coming in. Double bombard, taking shots against the keep. Streltsy trying their best to kite back.
Mangonel shots able to just perfectly land right on the Streltsy mass, and Kiljadi, he is having to pull back. He's fighting in between both keeps, and B doesn't even care. Next set of hand cannoneer mass pushes forward. The Mangonels are pushing forward as well, and Kiljadi is struggling.
Springhill moves forward, but the hand cannoneer is able to take the Springhill down really, really quickly. Barely any armor on those Springhills now, and Kiljadi, he's got a lot of eco population, but not a lot of military population at all. He's struggling getting to the 200 mark eco pop. Not eco pop, but overall population. Even though he's pumping out of all production buildings, just can't stick to the 200 population mark.
47 idle villagers for Kiljadi. I'm pretty sure he just ran out of that gold vein on the eastern side, ran out of the gold vein on the north, so he needs trade to be online, and it never was able to get online.
Camel Riders once again going for the raids, and the trade from Kiljadi is completely unprotected at this point in time.
I don't think he was ever even able to get trade online.
I think he got some traders out. Yeah, he's got 31 traders actually.
Whoa. Well, oh, they were all sitting.
Oh wait, no, we were on the wrong perspective. It's 10 traders.
Okay. There we go. I was about to say, and even still, I mean, you can see where all the keeps are now starting to fall. Kiljadi tried to send a ram in, kind of cause this annoyance still to delay and deny B's trade, but B, he has more and more keeps in the trade, a TC in the trade, and is fully denying Kiljadi's front side investment.
35 camel riders now. And Kenny is still a lot in queue, and B, he's sitting on 8,000 gold. If this continues, we might see a wonder this game.
I don't think we're gonna get to the wonder point, because I feel like B has that military ball that basically says you can't have a mass that stops this. He has so much siege that you can't deal with siege. He has a camel rider front line that you said was 35, large, and he's got hand cannoneers on the backside. He is sitting pretty, about to deny the relics too.
Yeah, if he gets those, the monastery just went down. If he gets the relics out now, if he snipes them, look at that, he immediately queues up 2 imams.
Yeah, he's ready to go steal the relic for himself, give himself the long-term gold. Even though he doesn't need the gold, it's always better having more resources in the bank.
Better I have it than you have it, right?
Absolutely. And now the camel riders, they have broken through that front side mass. They're splitting in between the walls. They're going to be able to fully deny the trade. You said Kiljadi, we talked about like 10 or so traders he had. Well, now that relic gold he had that was so important is denied. He's at 400 gold per minute now.
Springles are trading out. Look, we got a little triangle wall here from B, trying to wall in his siege as Mangonels probably. Springles are trading out against the Colorants. Not working out too well though.
Camel riders charging forward. All the siege has gone down for Kiljadi. I just heard a relic get picked up. Are we gonna hear a Wolo logo down? Nope, just gonna go ahead and steal them for himself. And look at the military difference now. B's at 61, Kiljadi's at 8.
It's over. He doesn't have any more gold remaining, and GG gets called at that moment, just when he wants to Q Streltsy and realizes, I have no more gold left in this game. GG gets called, and B is going to be able to win game number 1 with the Abbasid against Cyrus under Arabia.
Yeah, I mean, I will say it was not a clean game by any means. It definitely had some hiccups. I was worried for B for quite a bit of that game. But it felt like Kiljadi could have closed it or gotten close to it, but B, he just was so good at clearing out the raids, was so good at kind of holding that front side mass. Right as he was falling back, he just delayed until he was able to take the good fight.
Yeah, I mean, it looked quite dicey there for B in between, but Kiljadi, he wasn't able to keep up with the siege at one point. Like B, he had the trade going, he had a lot of gold income, and he just pumped out Culverin after Culverin after Culverin. And I feel like it's one of those situations where if Kiljadi just had enough Sprinkles in order to really push it in while he had that military advantage, he would have been able to close it out. But that's where it's like, okay, Siege in the end wins the games, and Kiljadi wasn't quite able to win it with the Siege game there.
Yeah, very, very fun back and forth, though. Wasn't the first game that we were expecting from these players. I definitely expected like an under 20-minute one on an open map, you know, with Kiljardy being a super, super aggressive type player. And B also is doing some weird stuff at times, sometimes being very aggressive or doing some like one-off like tower rushes or weird things. But, you know, that's why now we have the chaos map ahead of us. So this is where we get to see some action here.
Yeah, Socotra gonna be coming, and then we got Marlians against Alien. Yeah, it's like you mentioned, right? Like Mali, you might have some problems with the pit mines, but overall, the passive income, the cattle, they're just too great to pass up on these really, really small maps, which is why players still opt for these kind of civilizations, even though like the way the map spawns isn't gonna be in their like best interest. It's still just too great with the passive income to pass up on it.
Yep. That's exactly why we do see Kiljardy choosing the Mali, B choosing Delhi, and B on Delhi. That's one of the civs I've always seen him do some weird stuff on. They're a little bit, you know, I feel like they used to just always be ignored on water. It was like, well, there was a time where they were super, super strong on like Mongolian heights back when fishing ships could gather and shoot at the same time and some things like that. Then they got changed a little bit, and then they were never touched on water in hybrid maps for a while. And now they've kind of gotten back into the mix a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, not that there's gonna be too many fishing ships here on Socotra, right? Like there aren't any fish. Don't be like bamboozled about all the water. There aren't any fish on that map in order to gather. But there's still like a little bit of like these
Aggression.
situations where where you might want to make some ships, because for the most part, a lot of the resources out on the map can be attacked by ships. The shoreline is quite close to the resources on the middle of the map.
Yeah, I've seen multiple games decided because of that exact reason. One galley kind of denies like all the food right as they were needing to transition to some berries. But enough of that. Let's check and see some of these spawns. Let's check and see what this game number 2 has in store for us here between B and Kiljardy.
Exactly. So let's jump into our game number 2 between B and Kiljardy. Spawning in, we got B in the color green, playing as the Delhi Sultanate here on Socotra on the other hand side. Spawning in the color yellow, we got Kiljardy as Somalians, and I gotta immediately take a look. Okay, so that's gonna be one house at least tonight by the shoreline there next to the pit mine. Overall, not too bad. Should still be like what 90 gold per minute if it's like fully populated with the rest of the houses. So that as well, I think that one's also only like one, maybe two houses tonight. Should still be like 80 gold per minute. I think Mali still gets a lot of their passive income effectively on this map.
Yeah, absolutely, in a fine situation. But kind of as we were talking about with a lot of the other resources, looking towards the edge, like almost all the gold's towards the edge. The majority of the berry spawns are towards the edge. So one galley can really, really deny a ton of resources, but you can't go for that too early or else you just put resources in for no reason whatsoever. You can see B, it looks like he has been the winner so far as the sheep haul has gone.
Looks like it. A couple of sheep, though, that were on the right-hand side haven't been taken up immediately, but now B on the pullback might actually find those.
Yeah, just let Kiljardy continue to run on by and should, yeah, there we go. It does find the two sheep over on this eastern side. And, you know, this is one of those maps that the sheep do matter quite a bit more when you have a limited number of resources.
He kills a sheep.
Gosh!
He actually killed two sheep there. He
Ooh,
pulled a villager to kill another sheep there. Oh my god, that's a lot. Wait, he killed 3 sheep overall. We see 3 dead sheep there. That's 750 food down.
And he steals another 2 sheep from the other side. This is going to force Kiljardy out onto some food resources a little bit sooner than what he needs to be, I believe.
He's got one sheep.
Yeah, he does have. I wanted to say there were 300 or 400 the town center still.
Yeah, it's still not a good situation.
I see 3. Is that
age up?
Oh, he's at 11. What?
Oh, okay. Well, then there. I guess B never like sent any
is
sheep
it
back,
including
right?
the dead carcasses that were killed?
It's 7. Wait, does it?
Yeah,
it
7
might.
carcasses. It's including the carcasses.
Yeah, can we select all and take a look at select all again? It doesn't show like the ring around them if they're selected as well.
I believe they are. There's no way he has 7 carcasses under the town center there.
Maybe. But yeah, it might be one of those situations where Kiljadi might need to invest into cattle and then eat off of them in order to have his villagers working.
Yep. Do that instead of moving out onto the berries or moving out onto some vulnerable deer. And meanwhile, B is like, yeah, not only am I going to have all these extra sheep, but I'm also going to push deer all the way into my base, because why not? Villagers aren't in the best spot to continue that on, though.
Yeah, Tower Victory gonna be the landmark of choice there for B. No surprises there. Oh, looks like Rojali might be at least at this spot. Oh, this is actually not bad, being able to kill the deer over there. Like, there isn't any space for drop-off building between the gold and the wood line, so you can't get a mill in there. Yeah. This deer is gonna be awkward to gather from.
The other one, though, it'll be in a nice old fine spot next to the TC. Still better than nothing. And overall, Kiljardi at least was able to deny a little bit there. All the passive resources are flowing in for him. And let's see what he's got planned here for the Feudal Age.
Yeah, I mean, on this map, usually the game gets decided in Feudal Age. It's kind of rare on a map this small that we will get to Castle Age, so I don't think Kiljadi or B, for that fact, can play around that in mind. Something that should happen in theory is, I think that B, if he takes control of the Sacred Site, like just go all in Feudal Age, buy resources with the gold that you get there passively from the Sacred Sites. Don't think you have a lot of other choices there.
Does look like B is going more for that kind of longer term gameplay. Drop the blacksmith down first. Go ahead and get your techs started. They're free. You just need time to get them finished on up. And so going ahead and getting the first one, I doubt he will drop a second blacksmith. He needs to start pumping up some, or this early, he needs to start pumping some military first, I believe, and then might get a second one later on.
It's gonna be an opening up here with the javelin throwers. Makes a little sense, right? Like, B went for the landmark, which boosts his infantry units, so archers are most likely gonna be like the main composition that B wants to go in.
So he is going with the second blacksmith. So B is all about getting these techs in as soon as he possibly can. The javelin thrower, though, is already across, though. He's about to have to pull off of those berries, which, again, not a big deal. He's got all of those sheep. He has that one deer carcass as well.
Yeah, and Kiljadi, he's now also queuing up Dunzo. So if B now goes for his own stable, wants to get some Ghazi Raiders out, the point in time when the Ghazi Raider comes out, the Dunzo will already be there.
Yeah, and I feel like with this map, you can't really... Going Ghazi Raiders feels really bad. You talked about Horsemen last game being like, oh, they're that raiding unit. You want some space. Use their mobility, run around. Well, there's not a lot of space to use that mobility and run around to. But oh my, B's dropping a dock on the eastern side. Pretty sure.
It's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, that gold can be denied. The berries can be denied.
Yeah.
This is what I was talking about. You know, one galley can end up denying so many resources, and this is at a timing that matters so much for Mali. They don't yet have a bunch of cow. Any cows really working for them. Ooh, not a lot of space for this wood line though for B.
And this is the first production building on land now coming up at a moment in time where Kiljadi's already 8 military units ahead of him on land.
Yeah, and I mean the whole entire master B has to go to the other side Fortunately for B, those javelin throwers are quite slow, but Kiljardy can just spin off 1-2 javelin throwers over to that side. However, we'll have to worry about his own base here in just a few seconds as Galley stepping up towards that. There's about 4 cattle in play. House is trying to be built, but Kiljardy, perfect timing to build those houses as was able to react in time. Oh, villager, another villager.
It's getting denied as well. No, this is really destructive now here for Kiljardy. Like he can't take. Oh no, he can't build that as well.
And the cancels
He has
the
to go.
outpost.
He has to go into the middle of the map. He can't stay here.
Yeah, has to go into that middle gold vein, and look at where Beast Scout was sitting. It's literally waiting for those units to walk across. He already has a Ghazi Raider there, and it was probably going to hit some reinforcing javelin throwers, but sees the villagers at the perfect time. Kiljardy has to move back, and now B gets to breathe at his base. There is no longer that worry of running out of food at that, or running out of that wood line at the bad point. Kiljardy has fully pulled back.
Yeah. And now there's an awkward spot for B to be in as well, though, with his military units. Like, where's he gonna go? He can at least like send those horsemen, the Ghazi Raiders, over to his archer ship and kind of like take fights over there, which would be beneficial to him. But
Burn the houses
outside of
down?
that,
Can you burn that bottom house?
he could probably burn them down.
That's what I think he could. He might even be able to burn the pit mine down. It might not be in the TC range. In the
And
very
at the very
corner.
least you can do is you can, yeah, no, it's going to be in range. I think it's going to be in range, but you can have your ship attack that. Like it's firing 6 arrows, or like, what was it, 5 arrows every time. So you actually don't do a bad amount of damage to buildings there as well with it.
And B is just going to continue to circle with these few Ghazi Raiders that he has while he masses up archers at home. So make it harder for Kiljardy to continue to mass, make it harder for him to get it to that middle gold location that he's at. And also, you know, continue your own mass at home. No sacred sites taken for B, no real ability to do so while he doesn't have this map control.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, why the mill? Actually, I say why the mill, and then I'm like, wait, the mill's perfect. It's getting cows out. So I guess I get denying the mill.
There's another mill already, but what's most important here is that Kiljardy, behind all of this, he is getting the cattle transition in, right? And every single cattle ranch full of cattle is pretty much like 2 villagers working on food.
There's the
Like
sacred
2.5
site.
villagers.
Extended lines?
I mean, I guess you might as well. Not that there is any fish, but if it gets to, I'm just gonna say, if it gets to Imperial Age and he gets the landmark in, which gives you like food based on the amount of research you've got going, then
if we get to Imperial Age on this map, I will pay you some good amount of money.
all right, I'll take that. If I don't have any stakes on the other side, then I'll take that bet.
Yeah, it can be like, you know, it's 10 to 0
It's not
odds.
gonna happen. Yeah.
Oh, And now Kiljardy's trying to circle down. He's trying to find somewhere to do some damage, but I just feel like there's not really a ton of space here. Just like you said, B has nowhere to go. Kiljardy doesn't really have a ton to go. Will force B off of gold for a split second, but now he's got the gold trickle from sacred sites, and oh no, the Ghazis are there again because B takes advantage every time Kiljardy pushes forward with his army. B circles around with the Ghazi Raiders, uses that mobility to the fullest effect, and gets 1 villager kill, 2 villager kills, and then falls back away.
Ghazi for the most part still alive, also picking off reinforcements there. One of the Ghazi Raiders having a little bit of a fun time there. That's 4 cattle ranches still fully filled up behind this. Hurts.
Ghazi Raiders taking a fight against Donzo. Kiljardy getting some good picks there. Military was in a good little spot, but B, all of a sudden you blink, he's got 20 archers out there. He's doubling
hiding them well.
Yeah, he's more than doubling the amount of jav throwers than archers he has, and he's at the point where he can probably just take a straight up fight just because of how many extra numbers that he has.
Yeah, it's not just that. B, he's getting the passive gold income. So if he gets a market up, he can buy other resources and then just pump his numbers even more. He's got the double production with his scholars as well. So if it gets to that point, at any situation, you can just explosively increase his numbers and take some really, really good fights there. And then, yeah, the cattle income here is nice and all, but I'm looking at the food income, and B is still way ahead due to the berry bonus as well.
And guess what? Kiljardi's on the berries next to B, and I don't know if he's gonna be on those berries for long. There's a lot of Ghazis headed that way. He loses 2 more villagers, but this is where I was talking about. B could just take this fight. Kiljardi's got 22 military units, and B's at 40. There's just nothing Kiljardi can do.
Yeah, and now the Outpost are taking down the Donzos. Donzos try and turn around every now and then. But with this military mass, like, sure, the mass outpost here is nice, but it doesn't straight up win you the fight in these numbers anymore.
And B also has pro scouts. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I just saw that deer get picked up. He's just gonna grab not only the deer in front of his base, he's gonna grab the deer from Kiljardi's side of the map. So this is just gonna be a lot of food for himself. I don't think Kiljardi was gonna be moving out to the deer, but I mean, the situation that he's in now, he kind of needs more food than just those cattle ranches. He needs to eat some of those cows.
Yeah. This is now going to be cattle ranch number 6 here in a little bit. I'm actually quite surprised by how well Kiljardi has been able to get this cow economy going. So even though B right now, he's like 6 villagers ahead of Kiljardi, Kiljardi's overall economy is, or rather should be better. The reason why B still has more income right now is just because he's on better food sources.
And the idle time that he's been continuing to cause. Again, you know, Kiljardi, he's having to take these fights near to where some of the villagers are. Villagers are in and out of towers, and just a ton of idle time that B has been able to cause. What's over on the east side of the map? I see some green and yellow next to each other.
They're just happily, peacefully gathering right next to each other. But Kiljardi's got an outpost there. I think... Yeah, he just researched error slits, but I don't think it was on that outpost there. Fight still going on right there. It's also interesting that Kiljardi's had the Mansa Quarry on stone here for quite a while, so he's getting all of these emplacements in for pretty much free.
But
now
it is 35-5. B made the realization that those were not his berries any longer, and he has pulled off of them. The second outpost was there. And he actually moves over to the deer.
Oh, man.
More villagers starting to fall, though. B's at this point, though, he can just start splitting these military groups into a couple different masses. And Kiljardi, all those split masses are going to be bigger than anything Kiljardi can send his way. Villagers that were spotted out on the berries that were building these outposts immediately starting to get focused down. The 3 outposts are nice, but not when you don't have anything to defend those outposts. Villagers get pulled to burn them down. Ghazi Raiders get pulled to burn them down. And B is looking to fully deny Kiljardi's food right when he is needing to remass the most.
These fights, though, it's under a lot of outposts. I mean, B, he still has a massive military advantage at this point in time. 38 to 10 military units. And it looks like he's actually going to be able to take this battle and win it. A lot of the Ghazi Raiders did go down, but it might the archer ship now gets pulled as well. Villagers are getting slaughtered in masses, though. Man, this is such a back and forth right now between them. But it looks like villagers repairing the outpost, actually. I'm scratching my head right now a little bit at this.
The thing is if I'm Kiljardi, like, yeah, a few villagers going down in the biggest deal if he can stabilize this, because he has that cow boom going for himself.
Oh, it's switching it a little bit. He just switched over to deer there. But at the moment,
finally
right
gets
now,
that outpost down, so more villagers should fall.
That's a lot, and the javelin throwers, they're actually focusing the Ghazi Raiders, because those are the units that are throwing the torches, right?
Seems like there's still enough archers here to clean this on up. There's more villagers over on the west side onto the wood line that are actually pulling their shivs out. Okay, good. They decide to run back to the wood line.
Yeah.
Another arrow coming in. Where's the Ghazi Raiders? There's nothing to actually take these down.
Yeah, it was just the food income was completely missing there for B for a little bit.
And chaos map to the fullest effect. Kiljardi still has 11 idle, but he still has all of those cows. That's the key here. His food income through all of this is fine because he has so much of this passive income.
Yeah, I mean, his food economy was pretty much completely idled there for quite a while, but he's still been at 500 food per minute just from the cattle that he's got going on there. Not even all, like, there aren't even all of them being garrisoned right now. Oh, arch ship.
Hello? Knock knock?
It was just looking for the gold, I guess, or for the deer there.
It turns around just in time. Isn't really getting the full volley there, but finally B drops a ram, and this ram is just gonna start taking down so much infrastructure, taking down the pit mines in the middle, taking down a lot of that gold access over there, and he still doesn't have gold access at home fully unless this outpost can fully deter this away.
Yeah, Outpost going up and placement coming up immediately. But I gotta say, like, Killjadi, he's really made absolutely full use of the Manzikari stone effect so far. Just the amount of emplacements that he's gotten in without even mining a single stone from any stone mine. But I think that's a lot of villagers that might be going down here in a little bit. But B, at the same time, he's all, like, both these players, they've lost a lot of villagers to each other so far.
Yeah, they've just, both sides have been just trickling units, trickling villagers. Those javelin throwers, the Sofa stepped up, got a few more vill picks there, and Killjadi, even through all this chaos, he's down 4 villagers, which is more than made up for by the cows and by the pit mines, but he's having a farm transition. And maybe this is going to be an imp game. Maybe I jinxed it. Like, I don't know. Like, who knows at this point?
I think we might actually... Like, I don't see B being able to really deal with the mass javelin throwers anymore.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have that
transition in or something like that.
Yeah, he doesn't have that huge mass. He needs to start making the food transition now while he has that wood into the bank. But I feel like this is one of those things, especially on this map, that you don't feel like you're going to do. And Killjadi's already doing that and has the cows. So look at the food per minute. There's just no way B's going to be able to match the numbers Killjadi's pumping, in my opinion. Yeah,
and this is where Malians just kind of get a little bit, I want to call them unhinged in these kind of situations, because now it's the moment in time where, okay, your opponent, he's letting off the gas pedal now. He needs to do like transitions. He needs to somehow get resources in from other sources. This is a moment in time where the Malians put the pedal to the metal. We see a lot of farms actually in the base for B. He's trying his best to like mass up an army again. The issue that I see here is when I look at the income and the resources, there's just so much more food income right now for Killjadi.
Yep. And Killjadi stealing those 2 berries from B's side was so massive. I thought B was going to take down the outpost on his side, but instead went for all of the outposts on Killjadi's side, diving the base. And in reality, he's got 10 villagers on his side that he could have taken down a Killjadi's and secured up food for himself, which is now a major problem.
Yeah, exactly. Javelin throwers also stepping up time and time again. Now Ram coming out over there.
Ooh, ram, another ram for B. Villagers being pulled immediately. There's a huge mass for B close, though. Is he fast enough? Oh, javelin thrower stepping up, though, so sacrifices on both ends. B hasn't yet reacted to this one, loses a few more villagers. This vill count number is just about dead even, and chaos is still ensuing.
Yeah, villagers have to get pulled away again. Oh, where are they going? Trying to rely onto the archer ship? I don't think that's gonna really work. Fight about to break out now. Archers and Ghazi Raiders against Sofas. Javelin throwers, a couple of Dunzos mixed in, and just a couple of Dunzos mixed in, actually making a huge difference here. And the fight, oh my god, yeah. It looks like Killjadi might be able to win this fight now.
The Ghazi Raiders did at least get a nice circle on the backside. B, he took down all of the Donzos that were there on the front side, but there's still Sofa there for Killjadi, and more importantly, the Javelin throwers that don't have anything to take out the Javelin throwers. B loses that fight heavy-handedly, has 8 to 10 villagers that have to run with nowhere to go. He's running towards Killjadi's base. Oh my god, no way, a transport ship. That's unreal. I mean, B.
It's taking down, it's getting down, no! It's getting taken down! He's repairing it at the same time.
No way.
Gonna live? It's gonna live. It's
gonna... Only B. Only B would have that prepped and do things like this.
Oh my god.
He still stalls himself more time, but I don't know if time is his friend, as we're seeing Vodka give us a little mouse showing of the food income per minute. Kiljardi's Q, he's got Sofa, Donzo, Javelin Throwers, and not just one, he had 3, 2, 4. Meanwhile, B's Q, 1 Ram and 2 Archers. Not good.
He's got 1/5 of the food income that Kiljardi has now at this point in time. Outposts are going up. And man, I feel like this game, it just comes down to the outposts that Kiljardi has been putting up throughout this game. Like, there were so many fights in which Kiljardi was just pretty much flat out dead.
And he's going castle.
For the outpost, yeah, the plan for Ladi Corral is going to be coming in. And I think as soon as that landmark comes in, it's just an auto GG.
I mean, even without the landmark, I think it's an auto GG. I think Kiljardi wins with what he has out. We saw B move out to that eastern side gold, maybe gonna buy some resources because he can't do anything else. He's just gonna buy the food that he needs. But Kiljardi has got this game in the bag. It looked so scary for so long, but you're right. Those outposts, it just stalled so much time, continued to delay, deny resources, make more and more food investments come out from 3DB, and then all of a sudden, that cow boom's into full effect. But oh my, villagers get pulled from Kiljardi. Vill count number goes back to even again, and this was the Vill mass that I was wanting B to pressure earlier, was this west side location from him, but it's just too little too late at this point.
Yeah, Scout's getting taken down. B, he's on 140 food per minute. Age up now comes in, and GG should be following immediately straight after.
Yeah, Sofa getting imported armor. There it is. Okay. And a wild game number 2. The Chaos map is 100% living to its fullest effect. That was a sick game to cast and a sick game to watch.
And just so many back and forths here between the two players. But in the end, Kiljardi, with the Malian passive income, man, the Outpost, I'm getting hung up on this, but man, the Outpost won the game. So much delay there, and Kiljardi able to delay the game long enough for the cattle, for the food to dry out on the map, for B not to be able to put out any more Ghazi Raiders reliably on the map.
This is what I was waiting for.
You see the military count. Look at that.
Look at the spot at the 14-minute mark. B is at 40 and Kiljardi is at 5. He could not end the game right there. He focused, I would say, one of the wrong spots. It was that Kiljardi side on the berries, and he ended up throwing away so much under triple outpost and under where Kiljardi had his reinforcing units pop out, so was able to just throw extra javelins, get all those extra reinforcements in. But what a fun one. And the series is now tied up. We're going to be at least seeing 4 of these 5 maps again, just like the last one. And next up, it is going to be a water map. It is going to be Archipelago.
China against Order of the Dragons as well. All right, that's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. Not one that we usually see too much of. Yeah, I mean, Order of the Dragons is interesting, but let's take a look at our schedule, as I think we are slightly behind schedule. We had some relatively long games, but we're trying to catch that all up again. So right now, yeah, B versus Kiljardi. And BC was certain, I believe, man, I'm not the best at reading GMT, but I believe that was supposed to start a couple of minutes ago, the BC versus certain match.
30 minutes ago, yeah.
Yeah.
But hey, we'll make it work. We'll make it happen somehow, some way.
Got that production magic, pre-drafts, smaller observer delays, those kind of things, and we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
We will indeed. But on this game number 2, do you think that I just feel like China on water maps just has that extra leg up when it comes to this matchup specifically? If it were HRE, maybe a little bit, but I just feel like Order of the Dragon just doesn't quite have that same oomph behind it.
I agree until Order of the Dragon suddenly gets like 1 or 2 men-at-arms out on land and gets a transport ship, or maybe even a proxy barracks or something like that out, because those Order of the Dragon units on land, they're built different. They can idle out, stall out your economy for such an incredibly long time. Once those units do get out on land, and I would really enjoy seeing like a proxy barracks just being dropped there. China can struggle with dealing against that. I mean, sure, they got the hand cannon emplacements, right? But you need stone for that. You need to get the outposts up in time. it can feel very, very rough when that comes in, and when there's like multiple units coming out on land, like suddenly it's 2 men-at-arms, maybe 3 men-at-arms. If you can't immediately kill them, if they get a lot of value in, you might find yourself in a really chaotic situation. And I think that's where Order of the Dragon can be really good. And like they have to like take this game and drag it into a really chaotic situation in which they can thrive in.
Yeah, I will say both these players clearly thrive in the chaos, as we saw last game. And Order of the Dragon, I mean, I feel like you're right. If you're reacting with hand cannon slits on your outposts, it can't just be one outpost. It's going to be multiple with multiple hand cannon slits. Now we're talking about investments that you would have much rather had, you know, emplacements on your docks to make sure you have water fully secured, or kind of investments elsewhere. So it's really resources you can't sacrifice in that scenario in sense. So it's very, very hard to counteract that once it does happen, if it does end up happening. And so we will get to see about these game plans, see this in action here now.
Exactly. Game number 3, just a couple of seconds away. And we'll be diving into Archipelago with B's Chinese versus Kiljardi's Order of the Dragon in just a moment. And there we go. B spawning in once again in the color green, playing as the Chinese. And there's an interesting opener here straight away. I want to call this one out. Imperial official immediately on water. That is suboptimal. I want to say, like, I love the early Imperial official builds on land. On water, it makes things difficult for you, because now you're going to be in a situation where your dock is a little bit delayed, and like, sure, the plus 20% is nice and all, but I feel like you don't really want to go for that immediately.
Yeah, and we'll see, you know, over on Kiljardi's side, I believe he's already got that fishing boat out on his side. You know, dock was already finished on up earlier, and yep, fishing boat is already out. He's actually about to get his second one already, which, you're right, you know, it feels like China should never really be behind in that wheelhouse.
Yeah. I mean, that's the issue, right? Like, the plus 20% when you only have like 4 villagers or 5 villagers out on wood, it equals out to the point where, okay, you're getting enough resource to like be like 1 villager ahead. It doesn't make a ton of sense at that point in time. We can see, yeah, B is just now getting his first fishing ship out. I think he also just had to rush up the house with a lot of villagers because you're getting yourself housed in those situations. Something that I really do like from both these players is that they're using not the sheep under a TC, but instead they are using the shoreline fish for their villagers to gather from. That is actually something that is really good for China here in this situation, because you actually are accruing the tax inside of your dock. So, and the dock is very close to your main TC here. You're having another really great gold source there. We can actually already check just how much gold is in that dock from B at this point in time. It's probably already going to be like 20, yeah, yep. 20 gold.
Basically 20. Yeah, really easily able to accrue on up. And that's one of the things that, having the Imperial official out, he hasn't had to grab any gold yet. So I still agree where, you know, this is the point where you queue up the Imperial official. You're a fishing boat ahead where you would be, and then you're starting to be able to utilize that supervision to its fullest effect, as well as the just grabbing up some taxes.
Yeah. Actually, great call from chat that's been pointed out right there. B, he does have a safe little pond inside the back of his base with 3 deep sea fish, and that is an absolutely broken spawn for him. He, like, that is actually just incredible for him. No matter what happens, he will have fish late game. That is actually pretty incredible. He can go to late game any way he wants to.
You know, that's one of those things that I don't think we're going to have to worry about, though, because I think this game is going to be more. I mean, I guess if you lose water, he can still just drop a dock behind it. But at that point, it kind of feels bad because you're trying to catch up with your fishing. You can't just like move your fishing boats over and drop another dock. Yeah.
That's the thing, right? Like, you can't get your fishing ships over there. But for a civilization like Chinese, there's always a chance, right? Like, Chinese players, they tend to be able to get high on that copium quite a bit. I'm not going to put any similarities there to any other things that you can get high on with China. But yeah, that, like, the copium can be strong there. And there are situations that we've seen before where China, even after losing water, I'm just going to take like maps like Holy Island, for example, here. you can still come back. It is possible. Like, don't be confused there. Like, it is 100% possible to come back in those situations.
Just very, very difficult, I would say, to say the least. Especially when your opponent taking water means they should on this map get 4 relics, 2 sacred sites, and start the tick down. And if they're able to reinforce those sacred sites, it's almost impossible to get onto those and secure those on up.
Little scout patrolling there on the side, making sure he'll have vision over any early aggression coming in. Archon Chapel getting rushed up now by Kiljadi. That is quite the early timing comparison to China, as B hasn't even clicked up yet.
Hasn't clicked up yet, but that's because B has a few extra fishing boats, and he will be able to kind of catch up in speed a little bit just due to that Chinese villager bonus for their building time.
It's also the difference, right? Like, it's pretty much even there, but it's also the difference, like, OTD just takes a little bit longer to produce villages as well. And Kiljadi... I'm confused. Like, the early timing was great and all, but Kiljadi doesn't have a single military ship in queue yet.
Yeah, I don't really know exactly. Oh, there's the galley. But did he not? I don't think he used all the wood villagers to age up, so he didn't have the wood for it. So the timing for your quick age up meant nothing. I would have rather him leave 5 vills on wood and age up with 5 vills, and then you can at least spend your resources and have the ability to do something.
Yeah, I agree. Man, the scout from B actually at the top side also means that if Kiljadi wants to go for like a proxy base play here or anything like that, like Scout is gonna spot it. He has a dock on the other side of his island, so if it's coming from the other side, it's gonna get spotted as well. And now both players have an archer ship out, and actually B is sending his archer ship around the right-hand side, so there should be some idle time being caused now by Kiljadi.
Yep. Fishing boats were pulled back. Oh, nope, they were just dropping off. And then they get pulled back. Next set of fishing boats starting to get focused in on. Lower health ones split off, but have the ability to jump inside that dock. Still, good amount of idle time being caused here.
Yeah. And B, he's been busy. He's been busy microing there. Oh, has to fall back now. There's also a Springle ship coming out in just a second here. Archer ship is getting idled out. Oh my god, the Imperial official.
Oh no, that's IGO.
That's value.
That's such a huge
resource of value. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't cost him like a villager to replace because he can make it from the Imperial Academy, but it's still a good amount of resource that just go down there.
However, the galley goes down that Kiljadi had sent on out, so that is not a shabby resource pickup by any means from 3DB. Causes a little bit of idle time himself, but I wouldn't say anything equalized in return, you know, on the same level.
Yeah, both players now massing up those sprinkled ships. A little bit of attack now on the left-hand side from B. And the archer ship looks like it's falling back from B over towards his side of the map.
Does at least have that sprinkled ship going for him as well. Kiljadi starting to kind of climb in his military numbers, has more ships in the queue. But look at B's economy. Like, all of a sudden, the numbers, this is what you had talked about, you know, Order the Dragon a little bit slower with their villager production, but he also has an extra dock behind this. So he's able to make fishing boats, and he's been making military ships.
Yeah, it's quite elite by now at this point in time. Like, we can take a look at the food income, and that already like paints you a little bit of a picture. 520 to 550 for B compared to it was 430 just now for Kiljadi. It's a little bit tough to predict based on the income income per minute there, just because ships, they do take a while to drop off again.
Yeah, you can see right then B's income shot up to 800, 900 now, whereas Kiljadi's at 5. So that's really where, again, you can see the difference just based off of drop-off timing. But Kiljadi's starting to try to press forward, starting to deny the scout.
Wait,
and
what did that just shoot?
Oh,
Springle ship just shot like across half the map.
Yeah, that's been in there for a while. You see that the most on Canal, I feel like.
Oh, ship standing still. Definitely want to heal up again, but yeah, Kiljadi's getting a good mass of sprinkle chips in right now. B's a little bit behind when it comes to the mass.
I feel like all B's gonna end up doing is he's just gonna drop an extra dock, and then he's gonna equalize the numbers so quick, and he's gonna play this more defensively. And as I say that, he just pushes forward, because why not?
Oh, this is dangerous, this Kiljadi. You can't fall back too far here. I'm wondering what his plan is. In theory, he has the numbers, loses a fishing ship now for free.
He does indeed have the numbers, but I feel like he's not gonna have the numbers for long if he keeps playing it this way. Galley steps up, and Galley gets taken out immediately too, flying a little too close to the sun, as sprinkle chips are the front line for B.
I mean, both players right now just trading out a little bit with the fishing ships. Demo plays itself in position. One demo from Kiljadi gets focus out. Kiljadi
Flanking one from B. Oh, doesn't quite close the gap, but B does not end up taking out a sprinkle chip on the other side. So overall, just even trades, damage on either side, and then just kind of walking back away. Only things taken down were demos.
Yeah, pretty even trade there in that early engagement. B, he's pulling ahead when it comes to the food count, which means that slowly but surely he can just send more and more villagers out to gold, and he's also getting a lot of passive gold in from his taxes. So the castle age transition is going to feel a lot more natural for him than it is going to be for Kiljadi.
And B's actually got the Castle Age food resources in the bank. The fishing has boomed too much for him, it feels like. His fishing has gone untouched for so long. He has had so many fishing boats out that, you know, he doesn't even know what to do with the resources he's getting.
Yeah, that's the point in time where you want to drop a market. I feel like dropping a market at some point in time on water is very important. But I got a fight going in here now. Actually, some fishing ships in the fight as well that were still busy. They're just trying to repair the ships.
Demos? 3 fishing boats get taken out, and the sprinkle chips get taken out. B, I feel like he wins that fight just because of multiple reasons, but mainly the fishing ships being pulled means that he's taking out eco as well, and takes down the military, has more demo reinforcements, and Kiljadi is having to fall back home.
Yeah, no archer ships at all. Now 3 archer ships in queue. Does have an even count of sprinkle ships, but it still just doesn't feel good, and he has a lot of really weak ships because of these couple of just short connections there with the demo ships. Demo ships, which once again are trying to get into the circle. Looks like he spotted out though.
Yeah, he did end up spotting it out. There's a galley. Well, actually, there's all 3 of those galleys that popped out.
He's boxing himself in potentially.
More demos from the right, so there's demos from the right and demos from the left. It's going to be really hard for the archer ships to focus on which ones to attack and kill. Kiljadi does a great job splitting it off, took down the original couple, and has his own demos now coming in, takes down a sprinkled ship. So really good fight for Kiljadi, but still just isn't going to be good enough. I don't believe B has too much eco and still has the numbers.
Yeah, now, like, the numbers are just way in favor for B. 9 sprinkle ships compared to 6, 5 now. Also taking down some of the archer ships there, and now the demo ships coming in once again. Kiljadi has the gold, but he doesn't have the wood now for his own demo ships. We're also getting to the point in time where the Archon is no longer an influence of the initial wood line.
Yeah, meanwhile, the IOs, and I say IOs because I'm assuming there's probably a second IO out grabbing up some taxes while the other ones, and there's probably 3 or 4 out actually. We got supervision, there was a lumber camp being supervised, one even being dropped off at, and a bunch of tax gold in. So this is really where China is super, super strong. You can see the eco difference. You can see just how well B has continued to play this game, continued to spread out his docks, and push further and further forward.
Yeah, I mean, the wood lines at this point in time, like the supervision isn't there anymore, rather the inspiration. Sure, the workers are still gathering a little bit faster, 28% faster, quite a bit faster, but with the IOs, it kind of gets like nullified for the most part, which hurts quite a bit. 2 demo ships aren't getting spotted out. B, he's got a lot of food income as well right now, a lot of fishing ships, and they're all spread out. They're in a position where it's going to be tough for demo ships to take picks. In the meantime, Kiljadi, he's got all of them clumped up, so if there's like 2 demo ships coming in, are they getting spotted out this time?
Oh, good spot out by that galley, and we're not quite able to close the gap, get where they needed to get to. But at the same time, on the other side, B spotted out the galleys and was able to make sure that his fishing doesn't get hurt, and he's pushing forward not only to the fishing, he's going to be on top of the docks from Kiljardy here in a little bit. Demos are pushing forward. Hard part here for B is, though, you got to watch all of these docks, be ready for any demos to pop out.
Yeah, that's the main difficult part here right now. And he is going to have to falls back in two directions, though, and that's going to split up the army. And Imperial Palace, in the blink of an eye, it gets rushed up, and Castle Age has just come in. Doesn't quite have enough gold yet in order to queue his first upgrade, but should be coming in very, very soon. At the same time, Kiljardy, he now wants to push the aggression, but it's not in a situation where he actually wants to push now, because B, behind all of this, still has more Springle chips.
Yeah, and once Armored Hull comes in, this is where the fight for B, he just turns around and goes, all right, great, let's take it, let's go. And he might even take it a little bit before, once he sees the numbers that Kiljardy has pushed forward with. Meanwhile, the numbers that he has already forward. Great job taking down the demos before getting his way. Kiljardy has to fall back here, but I think he's just, you know, it's too little too late, not going to be able to stabilize this. Springled ship's doing the best they can. Scout gets taken down, but that's the least of Kiljardy's worries.
Yeah. And now at this point in time, 4 demos, but these have been spotted out way ahead of time. They went past the fishing ships, so all of this gets spotted out. All the demolition ships are getting killed here now. Do a little bit of damage, but there's no bonus damage against these galleys. And with that
was
like,
just like Castle Age worth of demos that he just killed. I felt like it was like 6 or 7 demos that just went down.
He's got 1,200 wood. Wait, no, he just spent it. Okay, 4 more Spriggle chips in the queue now. But B already has them out. 14 out, more in the queue.
And Armored Hull.
Yeah,
just looking real good for B. He's taking this fight. He's about to clean the rest of Kiljardy's mass on water, and Kiljardy knows it. B takes game number 3 in a little bit of a quicker, less chaotic fashion, as I would say he just kind of slowly snowballed, trickled his lead, and continued to build upon it until it was just too much for Kiljardy to do anything about.
Yeah. And this is the situation, like this is what I talked about earlier. I feel like in this matchup, like what you really want to be doing as OTT, because I've seen it work out for Recon once on Holy Island in a way that I was like, okay, this is probably the way to play it, is proxy aggression on land as well with OTT. That's where they can really make things happen, because your units take very little damage from arrow fire or from villagers as well. Like you can really idle out a lot of economy. They have so much health in Feudal Age. You get a single unit out, you already have a lot of food income from water. If you really invest into it, probably more than you can really pump into ships. So at those points of time, it feels really, really natural to just invest a little bit of it on land and really disrupt your opponent's economy on there.
Yep. But really, really fun series so far. And on game number 4, we finally get to see Calisan, picked on both series, but not played on the first one. Now we're getting to see it. And it's going to be Japan versus English.
Japan versus English on a hybrid map. Japan, obviously, really, really strong when it comes to those hybrid maps, able to get a lot of these fishing ships out very quickly. English, though, I mean, they are one of those civilizations, right, that can deal with a lot of different situations, like when everything is chaotic, or in this situation on hybrid maps, they can always deal with those situations very, very effectively. Having a nice passive bonus there on water as well, paying 10% less for your ships overall can accrue as well. It's not as great as only paying 45 wood per fishing ship, but it's going to manifest itself later on when it comes to the military ships on water.
Yeah, and the biggest thing too, what English can do is a few longbows if they decide to go Council Hall, which, you know, I could see them just going king to keep that free aggression going. But even still, once you start massing up the longbow numbers, if they decide to do so, Kiljardy can just start sniping down a lot of this water, utilizing that range. You know, you can kind of push and pull the galleys out if galleys get produced or Springle chips get produced, and really just use your range to the fullest effect.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the longbows being able to just, because these pawns are relatively small, right? Like being able to help with your longbows against the ships there can be quite effective as well. Japan, the question's going to be asked here, what's going to be the overall game plan? Are you going to be going like for the normal fast castle strategy? Want to get like these mounted samurai out, be annoying on the land part of the map, just harass here and there? I don't think you can really invest too much in Feudal Age, because as the game is going to go on, like not only are there longbows, but there's also going to be the men-at-arms from English. You probably do want to play it into Castle Age, and from there on out, you can kind of like stall the game out in Castle Age. I think the point in time when Japan becomes really good against English is going to be the later stages of the game, when you get access to your own hand cannons, because you don't get crossbows, right? Like, you don't have access to crossbows. Your Yumi archers don't perform at all versus armor-clad men-at-arms. You don't want to be going into Onamushas, because those get sniped out by longbows really, really easily as well. So in that situation, I think you just want to like mass infantry and go over to Imperial Age. And once you get to Imperial Age, you're going to be in a really fine position. If your opponent goes for like mass melee units, you can get a Reboldican out really, really quickly from your landmark. And if it's just a mass, like, you get the hand cannoneers out. And hand cannoneers for Japan, like with the Yumi aura, with the bannerman there, with the Yumi bannerman, suddenly they deal like plus 13 damage with chemistry combined. I think those are probably like the strongest hand cannons in the game when it comes to raw damage output. They're quite intense.
Yeah. So, that's the big question is, are we going to see this game start to extend, or are we going to see this one kind of played out like we have seen some of the hybrids played out, where once you kind of get control of the water, it's a ticking time bomb, especially if you can get both the pawns and your opponent isn't on any of the pawns, then we start to see that food trickle go. And not only that, when you control the middle water on this map, there's so many berries in the center for you to secure or deny from your opponent. For English, might not matter much, but for Japan, those berries can be juicy, juicy extra food income for you.
Yeah, Japan with access to the middle of the map gets kind of wild. Like, you get your resources in really quickly. And we're going to check that out in just a couple of seconds. And here we go. Game number 4, match point for 3DB, who's spawning in the color green, once again playing as the Japanese here on Kawasan. On the other hand side, we got Kiljari playing as the English, starting off with the villagers, of course, on wood, and should be moving out towards one of those ponds for a dock. And there we go. Villager is moving out. On the other hand side, though, B isn't moving out at all. It looks like he's just going to be going for a normal standard Feudal Age build.
I almost expected the reverse. I expected Kiljari to maybe say, hey, all right, I'll give up water for a little bit, maybe try to get a quicker feudal and deny water after. But instead, it's the reverse way. B is just saying, all right, I'll ignore water for now. I'm going to go with my quick Feudal Age. And is it perhaps going to be a Shinobi play?
Shinobi play, I don't feel like that really makes a lot of sense against the English. Mainly because... correct me if I'm wrong, right? But like, normal villagers, they have the melee tag on them, so the Shinobi does bonus damage. English villagers don't have the melee tag on them. So they don't take bonus damage from the Shinobis, and also they can like snipe them from range, right?
Yeah, I guess that does end up making some sense there. So maybe not the Shinobi play. I was just mainly thinking, all right, Shinobi play would allow you to fully, essentially, you can sabotage the dock, drop your own dock, and basically take over water yourself. But it's one that you got to think about all those civilization bonuses, and there's a reason why I'm not playing over here.
Scouts at the moment, just looking for those sheep around the map. Not going to be the biggest deal breaker here, though, if one of them doesn't really get a lot of the sheep. As Kiljari, he is going to be on the fish, and 3B, he is going to have access to those berries. And Coca Township actually is coming in, so we will be seeing some Shinobi.
All right, so I'm gonna go with my plan then. I think it's not like to harass villagers at the base. It's 100% to just take control of the water. You go, by the time that English can try to age up, your docks are gonna be infinitely sabotaged, because you're not just gonna have one Shinobi out. There's gonna be 2, 3 Shinobi out at that point, and even if you have a second dock on the water, you can kind of bounce back and forth, and it just idles out that production, allows B to deny all the fishing boats and investment that Kiljari has already put into.
Something to note, though, Kiljari isn't actually going for like a sustained fishing ship production age up. Instead, he's going to be rushing his age up after the dock. So he's actually not going to be too far behind with the age up. Like usually when you go for like hybrid map and you go for water boom as you age up, you're going to be aging up at like 3.5, maybe even 4 minutes-ish. Kiljadi right now is going to be aging up a little bit ahead of time, and now Abbey of Kings with 8 villagers getting rushed up.
Yeah, and Villager is moving out for B to drop that dock onto the water, but that Abbey is going to be up fast, and we all know what that means. That means a king is going to be following up with it.
Yeah, and the king actually deals relatively effectively against the shinobi because he can always run away. You might have to dodge the Shunshin ability, but other than that, you can just dodge and run away. Oh, Kiljadi. No, it's not gonna work.
You know about the Sunshin ability, the shadow step, as I know you like to call it at times, being
yeah,
a WoW
the good old
player
shadow
yourself.
step.
But the Abbey of the Kings only has a few more seconds left. That Shinobi is about halfway there. We just saw him use that blink, but he's just trying to get to that dock as fast as possible.
Yeah, and there isn't any ship right now in queue for Kiljadi. Honestly, I think at this point in time, it might just be worth it to give up on that dock and just put a dock on the other pond.
Yeah, and this is one where I feel like with the way the B has kind of played this one out, he's got that dock about to finish himself, and he should be able to take over water on this side and start his own production if he so desires.
And that's the thing with Japan, right? Like, as soon as B gets control over here, I think he can literally just drop even a second dock and just pump out those fishing ships incredibly quickly and cost effectively, as Japan barely pays anything for the fishing ships.
Yep. And there are 3 shinobi out roaming, killing some more sheep again. King gets spotted. Sabotage used again. That damage, though, look at how much damage that King's doing the shinobi, but look at how much return damage the running. Oh my god!
Oh, he's getting taken down. That is so bad. That hurts so much. And yeah, that dock is now fully kaput at this point in time. There is no way to save that one.
Villager
He's
at least
removing the
escapes
king.
with his oh no, that's the shinobi.
He's remaking the king. That's a lot of resource down the drain, but yeah wait, no, yeah, it's
That's the shinobi, yeah. It gotta like just I think the villager got pulled out early, but now the shinobi is just gonna be able to roam, gonna be able to disguise himself up a little bit, but most importantly, B is on water.
Yeah. Water is going to get shut down. Now, Kiljadi had 3 fishing ships, and they've more than paid off for themselves now at this point in time, 5 minutes into the game. So this investment has been worthwhile. I think now I don't think you can really fight for the water over on that side anymore. I think this is the point in time to invest into the next water, into the next pond, and just take your losses and go over to the other hand side. You've gotten your value out of those ships, so you should be thoroughly fine with that. Kind of because you kind of invested into the king again, so you threw the thing away a little bit again. But overall, still, it should be fine. And now, king at least is gonna find a lonesome shinobi. It's gonna be able to take that one down.
Man, those shinobi do so much more damage to the king than I was expecting there. I mean,
It's the bonus damage.
Yeah, I feel like the king so. Oh my
no.
no, that's such. Oh, hindsight is it's just so sad having God vision from us over here. And Shinobi, did he just?
One was being built. He killed it.
Just the immediate full denial of the dock and gets a villager kill. Not only that, he's circling around the backside. Oh,
okay, he lost some shinobi.
We do see
how
two.
many shinobis he's making? How does he still have 3 shinobi out and more in the queue? He's just pumping shinobi only this game.
Hey, if it works for him, you know, if he's making it work, he's making it work. The big problem is this right here. Once the longbow mass starts to build up, you'll just start to see shinobi just get taken out so quickly. Kiljadi does not fall for the disguise, and again, shinobi running into the longbow mass, and this is what I was talking about. This hurts really bad. That's just the equivalent of that king going down, basically.
Yeah, and this opens up a little bit of a comeback potential now for Kiljadi. Stable has been dropped though, but Kiljadi's already got spearman out.
The big benefit for B right now is that he has fishing boats working for him, not only on one pond, he's getting the dock on the second pond, so he's about to be on this kind of double fish boom. He just needs to extend this out for the next couple minutes, make sure his eco at home doesn't get hurt too bad.
Yeah, that's gonna be the tough part though here for sure. Like the longbows, they can just kind of like sit there. Maybe even sit on the other hand side of the wood line as well. And then if the scout and then the king runs in, they are going to be completely shutting down the wood income.
They're also sitting on the stables.
In the front.
Yeah, I was about to say, they're sitting on the stable, so every time a horseman pops out, we're going to see a volley or two get taken on that way. And you even see it, they're coming out at about 3/4 health, which not easy in the long term, especially as more and more longbows will continue to reinforce. Not only that, spears already in the mix for Kiljardy, and we know Kiljardy loves full-on feudal aggression.
Yeah. He's investing a little bit more into water though. We're gonna be seeing a sprinkle ship coming out from one of his docks. I'm not sure which one it is. Oh, okay. So this is now gonna become difficult, right?
It's
because
Kiljardy's
he's gonna have to pay attention to his reinforcements.
Yeah, you can't just queue up your units to run across the map. You're gonna have to like tight rope it down the center essentially.
That's a big military lead for Kiljardy right now. Sure, economy is starting to fall behind more and more, but he has the option of pressuring the economy from.
He's about to run through. He's about to run through with the longbows.
Oh my god, that's a lot of villagers, lots of idle time.
3 villagers already down, 4 villagers down. Yeah, and this is what I thought he was going to do this earlier, but he was just waiting for more of a mass, and every single volley is just another villager that gets taken out. And then B, look at where he's running to. The king can circle around from the other side. There it is. There, go towards the villagers. No? Okay.
I think he has to run back though. Yeah, if he doesn't run back, then the horsemen are just gonna clean him up. So spearman over there though. He did a lot of damage there. Like he pretty much equalized the economy now with this idle time. Spearman still sitting over there as well. He's gonna provide vision. Like if the spearman provides vision, maybe the longbows can just shoot over the wood line.
Spearman, horseman running on over to clear up the spearman. Not what you want to do, but what you got to do sometimes. Kiljardy though, he hasn't been able to remass his group up together. It's just been that cutoff mass forward ever since that sprinkled ship came off. You can actually see that other smaller grouping trying to circle all the way around that southern side and regroup with the other mass.
There aren't that many fishing ships in that second pond. I think, yeah, he's only just now putting more in queue. But yeah, I feel like even if B loses that dock there on that side, it's not going to really hurt him too much.
No, not by any means. And military spots it out now. Another villager going down for B at this point. B though, is he's just like, it's another one, whatever. But it definitely adds up, and it is hurting because once you take water, it feels like you win the game when you're on two different ponds. You're like, oh, I got this. My opponent's not on water. I'm on 2 docks, but you're taking a lot of damage at home. You're being idled at home. You're not really being able to pump the numbers up in those docks when you have to respect this push from Kiljardy.
Yeah, I feel like as soon as Kiljardy gets like rams out, like not only are all of these houses going down, but he'll also have a way of pushing into the wood lines more effectively. And the Yumi archers, they just don't feel good here at all. B is also very far away. Oh, more villagers going down, very far away from getting abandonment out.
Looks like there's an attempted horseman raid on the southern side, but B, he loses 3 more villagers, and it's not even a successful horseman raid as Kiljardy was ready, waiting with units.
This feels really bad now for B, looking at the military count there. And yeah, if Kiljardy goes for a ram on this side, then once again the production buildings are going to be in jeopardy.
And I also feel like he's almost at that point with the longbow mass that you can group up and just start taking down the fishing boats, taking down the any military boats that come on out with your longbow range if you so desire, or drop the ram and defend it up with your mass.
Yeah, right now if he just drops a ram and goes for the pond, like the right side pond where most of the fishing ships are, he will shut down most of the food income from B.
And it looks like Kiljardi, he is moving forward with villagers, not just to build the outpost like we saw how much damage the outpost did in the Chaos game earlier, but more importantly, to extend the network of castles. All those longbows, all those spears, gonna be a little bit stronger, a little bit faster with their attack speed. And gold is yet again denied. B has no way to get gold.
He's trying to get the Yumis out, B is, but Kiljardi, the longbow count, it's just so much. Couple of horsemen here, but that's not nearly enough against 13 spears, 26 archers, and now men-at-arms coming in as well. Men-at-arms against a civilization with archers that do less damage. Oh, might be able to find the villagers here, though. But there are the reinforcements. When you see that the reinforcements themselves can take down the main army from B, kind of, it feels really bad.
You said kind of, but the reinforcements can take down the whole army from B. It's not a kind of, 100%. You can see the longbows. They are just wrecking these Yumi archers. B's starting to press forward. He actually escaped with the villagers, and he says, all right, I don't care about that mass. That's just a smaller reinforcing mass. My main army is pushing. That men-at-arms still doing a great job, but B, he's having to put his full focus into this micro during this.
And now the ram coming in on the side, and the wood line is getting denied. B having to evacuate all of his villagers over to the other wood line. That is so much idle time at this point during the game. And Kiljardi, he's gotten to the point of the game now where he's starting to mass a lot of men-at-arms. Doesn't actually have any farming economy yet. He's mostly on the deer. And that shouldn't last him for much longer. At least finally, wheelbarrows coming in.
He's also on a ton of gold right now. I don't know why. He's got 500 gold in the bank. He had like 10 villagers on gold. I feel like as English, you're on three vills on gold when you're all inning for your eco upgrades and blacksmith upgrades. But he's a little overdoing it in my eyes.
Yeah, he's taking his time, and this is actually the point now where it starts getting a little bit dicey for him. We see B, he really wants to get the stone now for the bannerman. More idle time being caused here. Actually, a lot of idle time on all of those villagers.
Yeah, I mean, that's almost his whole land economy. Actually, it might be his whole land economy idled. But Kiljardi's army is cut off, and this always is a scary point for English, especially when you know your opponent has more eco than you, and you're like, if I lose my mass, it's going to be difficult to remass back up, especially with no farms, especially with no food eco already set in.
Post getting burned down in the end there. But yeah, longbow count isn't really building up that much. We still don't see any major farming economy from Kiljardi. I think if he wants to like keep pumping out these men-at-arms, he needs some farming economy. And most important of all, he still hasn't taken care of the water on the right-hand side. Just a single ram could have done so much there.
That's
I don't know. He's almost
why.
doubling the food income. Well, not anymore. Okay, just shut up. But yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this is this oversight when we're watching where it's like, you know what you needed to do. Everyone knows what he needs to do. It's like once B took that water, you need to deny that water. But instead, he's trying to hit the base, which I get the wood line denial's fine. It feels good. But the heart and soul of B's eco is the fish.
At least has men-at-arms in the base, should be able to defend there.
I think
but he's running straight for the deer potentially.
Yeah, I think Kiljardi was able to pick up a few more villager kills there again, and there's no wall on the backside. B never rebuilt the wall at his home.
I guess now is a good time to go for a farm transition.
Oh,
for
no.
farming switch. Villagers.
This is what I was scared of. Yep, no wall at home, and this is where B, he's that much idled off of the wood line again, and loses another 5-6 villagers.
That's a lot of damage taken, and B, he's looking for villagers on the left-hand side, but they're all evacuated towards the right-hand side, so is going to be able to completely dodge the army there. I'll still say, though, B's numbers are starting to climb and starting to look better and better, so it's getting dicey for Kiljardi as the game goes on now.
Yep. I mean, yes, those Yumi archers aren't the greatest, but they're still units. They're still numbers. They're population that's out on the field. But B is running out of locations to escape to. He didn't get much damage done with his push, and he took a little bit more damage. Kiljardi's circling around, and I am just hoping he sends that mass of 12 spears and 10 men-at-arms to just quick burn the dock. Use your longbows to snipe down fishing boats or whatever. I think there's one galley there, which he can easily kill before it does anything. it's like this is free. Instead,
be a
though,
huge
he's
denial.
doing it. He's going for the main base, which the production. That's another thing I wouldn't complain about him taking down, because he's been idling wood for so long. It makes it really hard to continue to mass up the production buildings once you start taking those down. 150 wood a pop.
He has been off of gold for such a long time, still doesn't have the Yumi Bannerman out. And that's when it can get really, really tough. Without the Yumi Bannerman, these men-at-arms, they only take a single damage with every single hit. Oh, Kildani, he's gonna dive the TC, isn't he?
I think that's what it looks like he was gonna do. Yep, diving TC. His home's getting dove as well, though. No reactions yet as far as the villagers. Villagers are just grabbing wood. He says, keep on out there. At least he's trading efficiently with his military. But oh my, military numbers and eco numbers are hurting bad for Kiljardi. Meanwhile, B, he reacted on the other side. He pulled his villagers back around. He rebuilt that back wall.
He's building, oh my god. He's building ramps next to the TC. Men-at-arms at least should be trading quite nicely here. I'm not sure why he's pulling back. He's even got the aura there to take the fight against the horsemen. Might feel bad with the Yumi archers, but could just pull his own longbows there as well.
There's only 4 villagers inside the TC for B.
He's getting the floating gate up though. He's getting up the castle age.
Oh, she's got 20 vills on that floating gate. He's trying to get it up as soon as he possibly can. Ram got taken down. Oh, the whole military's getting pulled back. King jumps on out. There's only 2 units inside the TC now.
It does have the upgrade, so it has bonus health at this point in time. But yeah, this is a massive amount of military that's coming back. And imagine if B just drops another archery range next to the floating gate. Gets the upgrade on the Yumi archers.
New age begins. Main TC still alive for the time being.
King has been taken down, doesn't have enough resource to queue the archer upgrade. And TC is actually going to go down here.
TC going down is huge. So B still has the economy on the water, but I will say the economy on the water, the deep sea fish does, it doesn't deplete fully, but it does get to a point where it isn't quite fully effective, with how many ships you may have. Production's all getting taken down, but B has a huge mass still. Is the mass going to be enough? Holy farming eco. Kiljardi finally making the switch of what he needed to do. More reinforcements coming forward. The Rams taking down production. And B's going to hit the reinforcements.
Couple of men-at-arms, but yeah, now with the veterancy upgrade, the men-at-arms should at least start taking some massive damage here with the mass of archers. But there aren't that many horsemen. Oh, we're getting mounted samurai now as well.
Kiljardi's about to be able to drop castle, though. He can go White Tower soon, and he's still taking everything out in B's base. This night might not feel like much, but this means B has to spend all of his wood on production, on resource buildings and houses. Not a fun situation. White Tower's on its way. 31 villagers are rushing it up. It's in a great location to protect up some of that farming eco, protect up that next wood line as well. And this is what I was talking about. Houses are falling. And all this time, B, his military numbers aren't pumping up because he doesn't have the production buildings to use.
Kiljardi has enough gold.
And there's the
veterancy on the longbows and the men-at-arms. Yeah, he's housed now. No more units coming out, and there's still more houses to go down. Oh, he has to be careful in the space, though. Villagers need to run away the other side. Yumis are running towards them.
Oh, and the gold on the east side that B was on got found out. Kiljardi, he's on that gold, and it wasn't just one spear. There were a few more longbows that pushed on forward. The Yumi archers are diving the TC as well as the White Tower, but this is just units that are falling for B, and he doesn't have economy that's climbing now. He's probably not making more fishing boats. Not really any reason to with the limited number of deep sea fish. He's not making more villagers because he doesn't have a TC, and he's not really making more military because he doesn't have a ton of production.
And the house, though, not just that. Oh, and he's finding the rest of the production. Oh my god. I think this might just be it. I think this might be it. Sure, the Yumis are upgraded with veterancy, but the longbows will be upgraded with veterancy soon as well, so will be the men-at-arms. There are still spearmen in to deal with the mounted samurai. This is still a very large military here. Sure, B still has the overall eco lead, but when it comes to infrastructure, he's very far behind, and villagers once again have to pack up their things and run away.
Yep, Ram is still just doing damage in the base. Look at B's population space. We keep saying Howls, and we keep thinking he's going to get that fixed, but he can't. Look at his wood income. He doesn't have the ability to mass back up. Kiljardy just doing a great job of killing everything in the base, killing the production, killing the houses, and killing 3DB on this game number 4.
Yeah, now the fight. Mounted Samurai getting taken down, barely any Yumi standing. Yumi Bannerman also low on health, could get picked off by the Longbowman. It was a messy game, but I think Kiljardy, I think he's done it. And he should be able to even up the set once more.
Yep, 3DB, we were talking about 3DB getting housed at like 105. Now he's getting housed at 83. The number continues to fall. It just keeps dropping and dropping and dropping. Now he doesn't have to worry about getting housed because he's lost so many units.
Yumi Bannerman taken down as well. No more Yumi archers remaining. B, lots of resources in the bank, but no way of spending them. At least he's getting the population spend villagers.
They're hiding. They're hiding. They're tucked up against that wall. And B, he throws in. He's had enough of this one. What a wild, exciting game 4, an exciting series we've got so far.
Man, really, just some neck-in-neck games going on here right now between B and Kiljardy. And this game, Kiljardy, just with the refusal of trying to take water, always the aggression on land, taking down production buildings, non-stop aggression in this one, and able to take the game. So now we're gonna have a last match point in this best of 5 between 3DB and Kiljardy.
Yeah, he definitely did not make that easy for Kiljardy. A couple wrong steps and Kiljardy was as good as dead. It felt like B had stabilized a couple different times, but finally he had pushed too far forward with his own military mass. Easy for English to defend it up. Meanwhile, his base getting all in by Rams, losing TCs, losing his whole entire infrastructure.
Oh man, these last couple of sets, they've been going the distance, and now we are gonna be having a game number 5 on a closed map. It's gonna be Hill and Dale, but at least it's not gonna be Turley civilizations. We've got Mongols and we've got the Ayyubids facing off against each other.
You say not Turley civilizations, but like still kind of, yeah, so we could still kind of see that, like, you know.
Yeah, the trade, right? Like trade and outpost spam and Ayyubids with the classic fast castle. Yeah, it happens.
Yeah,
it happens.
It does, but we'll see how it ends up turning out to be. You know, it could be a different story here. It could be, you know, the old school tower rush into GG because the tower rush is so effective, although this is not the tower rush of the beginning days of AoE4 that used to have all the extra benefits of it. So yeah, I don't know. I could see this game going, you know, 20 plus minutes or so, but you never know.
Yeah, could be. To be or not to be in this situation, right? Mongols against Ayyubids. I kind of feel like you don't want to go for like the instant tower rush just because Ayyubids, they got some pretty great tools when it comes to getting rams out early. For example, with the military wing, the reinforcement wing, you immediately get the camel out, and the camel can just straight up build a ram. Behind that, you can get some archers out. So in that point in time, like by the time you get like 2 archers out, the ram will finally be finished. So you can get some great timings when it comes to taking down that outpost. It's a tough one, especially on a map like Hill and Dale, where honestly, I feel like the distance between the bases can be kind of jarring. The way back can be kind of jarring as well. If you fail with the tower rush, and if the gold spawns in the back as well, it's gonna be difficult. But we'll have to wait and see. I think this might more be like a kind of like a trade boom, like a Mongol on the defensive kind of situation. But it's B, so you can never be too sure.
Yeah, if it's one thing we know about Kiljardy, though, it's he loves his aggression. And yeah, a lot of times that's feudal aggression, but with the Ubits, we could just see that, just like you said, the quicker castle age and just that full-fledged, hey, I'm gonna put the pedal to the metal, keep the gas on, and it makes it really hard sometimes to stabilize, especially if your eco that you're relying on is trade, and it's very spread throughout the map. With TCs, you can kind of condense yourself, especially on Hill and Dale. You can wall up your little sides, and you don't have to worry about too much. With trade, you have to protect all the different spots. It's going to be very hard for 3DB, and Kiljardi can definitely take advantage of that with some aggression.
Exactly. Yeah, it can be tough for Mongols to defend. I think in some situations it might be a good idea to shorten the trade route a little bit just to make it easier to defend. Like if you have the market next to your TC, for example, then you don't have to go all the way into one of the corners to defend your trade. We'll also have to wait and see how exactly a trade will spawn, because sometimes on Hill and Dale, the trades spawn more towards the middle rather than the corners, which could make trading very, very difficult, if not even like borderline impossible for the Mongols. We'll have to wait and see how exactly the spawn is gonna look here.
Yeah, you didn't mention it. Like, in the picture you can see the markets in the corner. There's plenty of times they'll spawn more to the mid map. But I know the countdown's saying some seconds, but we might be able to get into this one a little bit earlier on, as I might be hearing some game sounds beginning here soon.
Surely production is just trolling us, and it's gonna be actually 30 more seconds to go.
That's what I'm assuming, but you never know. Maybe jumping the gun a little bit, get some excitement. We probably are a little bit behind schedule, so maybe they're trying to speed things up.
I see it ticking.
Yeah. Well, we will see.
There we go. All right. A match point now between these two titans, Kiljardi versus B on Hill and Dale. Mongols versus Ibits. Familiar colors again, with B in the green and Kiljardi in the color yellow.
And looking at the spawns, it is indeed that back gold, but B, he's got a nice little TC drop next to some deer, so some very, very nice spot for him, as he can get on some juicy old food economy next to the TC that isn't just some measly sheep. And it is that Dark Age barracks. We see Vodka highlighting the spot that he would put the outpost, which not only denies the gold, but also puts a dent into those berries.
Yeah, being able to deny both the gold and the berries can feel pretty great here. Thing is though, Kiljardi also has deer on the opposite side, so if one side gets denied, he can go on the other side, get the deer in, maybe even lure those in with the scouts, with the scout in between. Could be an option here for him. I wonder how much he can really do with the spearman aggression early on here, or if he's even going for it. Might just drop it and not make any, but no, there are gonna be spearmen coming out soon.
Yep, going ahead, getting some double production. And guess what? Kiljardi, he already knows that there is a barracks in play. He circles around with his own scouts, spots out the Uvu, has a good amount of sheep behind it.
Nice scouting. Definitely will know what's going on in this game. Both players' sheep looking pretty even here at this point in time. I think the Khan also had a similar amount of sheep following him.
And
with the deer... Yep. Should be fine when it comes to food for both players. Yeah, there's going to be 2 more sheep, so now it's going to be on 6.
And now we'll see where that villager will start building that outpost. He is leading the way first, not even waiting for the spears. B wants to get this outline, get this outpost started as soon as possible.
B's also not over-investing into the spearmen at this point in time, right? Like, he's waiting for the next 80 stone to come in order to double produce spearmen again. Doesn't want to just single produce these spears. There it is, outpost coming in. Oh my god, perfect.
My gosh.
Perfect. Picture, pixel, perfect. Spearmen are going to show themselves, though. And villagers, they knew that something's going on, but the spearmen are there.
Really good reaction.
Age up is going to be the military wing, so will likely, yeah, it's going to be the advancement wing there.
Good job to delete the mining camp before any of the raid bonus goes on over. Spears don't want to fly too close to the sun. Don't want to take any damage from that town center, as they basically would go down to about half health. Villagers pull back off of the berries. Good proactive pull by Kiljardi, and a great job just overall from Killjardy, not overreacting to this tower rush. Waited until he didn't pull off early. Waited until a good time that he gathered up a good amount of the food, and now he's like, all right, now it's time to break out of the tower rush, get the game plan going. Probably just get a ram right out from that Desert Raider.
Not giving over the raiding bounty there with the mining camp is actually incredibly huge, because right now B could have already went up to the next age if he had gotten that bounty in. So it's like a 10-12 seconds-ish delay on the age jump just by denying that bounty.
Yep. Silver Tree, though, is starting to be built. It is the corner markets. It's not the weird mid markets. So it's going to be a nice trade boom that B can start going for himself. But we talked about it. Killjardy, he has the tools in his belt to be able to counteract the trade pretty well. He's got, good raiding units. He's got good mobility that can really spread out. Desert Raiders, pretty solid at kind of taking out everything.
Yeah, unlike the Camel Archer, they don't do any bonus damage towards the Spearman, but they still are able to kite away and play like a little bit of a ranged harassment game there. Killjardy immediately dropping 2 production buildings here, and interestingly enough, he's not immediately dropping the ram with the Desert Raider. Instead, what he's doing is he's forcing his opponent back into space, so the Spearman, they actually want to go out and step into the outpost there. Isn't going to be able to do so. Actually, oh my god. Oh,
Raider's dead.
Almost, but the Khan can actually pick that. Oh, speaking of,
it's a 0 health. There it is. There are fractions in this game. They don't show it, but there are fractions. And what?
Not sure what that guy's plan was. And Killjardy right now, against an only Spearman army, is making horsemen and more Desert Raiders.
I guess, just lean into your mobility. First outpost down for B.
Trade.
Protecting his gold, protecting his Uvu, and the Silver Tree just now finishes.
Khan also spreading out the deer a little bit. Spearman being active. Yeah, Desert Raider is going to be able to force these Spearmen away. You can already tell one of them very low health now. Oh, bonus movement. The attack animation gets cancelled by the upgrade on the Spearman. Oh no.
That's such a feels bad.
Yeah. You use the movement speed error on them, and then the moment they hit, they get upgrade on the animation cancels.
That's some animation cancel that you don't like. But Killjardy, it's not only the Desert Raid. Oh, we do see B at least get a little bit of damage before those spears get traded for nothing, as they are slowly getting taken down.
In this situation, do you want to go for Keshix even? Like, sure, right now your opponent, most of his units get countered by the Keshix, except for the Desert Raider, right?
I feel like you can't go for Keshix. It's just the Desert Raiders can do too well into them. So I mean, B, he's always been a horseman player. I talked about it, I think it was in game number 1, where he's one of those players that he makes the horseman pathing and the kind of odd, the odd pathing and the clunkiness, he makes it go away at times, it seems. He's like, all of a sudden he's kind of figured it out.
Traders are waiting for the reposition of the market. Looks like it's going to go all the way in the corner, but the scout is already waiting there, ready to block. That's going to do a lot of damage to the economy right when the trade gets delayed by a long time. And Killjardy is actually moving out to the middle of the map with his villagers, puts an outpost down there as well, and he's still going to be fine when it comes to his cast stage transition timing.
Yeah, I love this location too, because this doesn't only protect him and secure himself this gold. He's got berries next to it. It secures himself this back deer and gives him all of this vision in front of his base, in front of where, those natural cliffs are.
Scout actually not blocking the Silver Tree from coming in. It's not packing up either, though. Oh, man. Yeah, now he sees the military, and that's a lot of horsemen.
Yeah, not even going to be able to get that first trip through. Yep, and there's the first couple traders. Immediately spotted out. The horseman trying to close the gap. More reinforcements coming out from B, though. So it
Yeah,
does look like
reinforcements coming
Kiljardy
in
doesn't have
and-
the numbers anymore and has to back away.
Melee sabers are getting pulled now. Only swords from the Desert Raiders, but yeah, definitely can't turn around to take this fight now. Archers are still sitting on his gold mine. Oh. After a little bit of running though, Horseman getting some damage in, but Desert Raider gets pinched. And those are costly units, 180 resources for each of them. Not quite as expensive as a Camel Archer, but still definitely hurts when you lose them.
Yep. And Spears were able to just get a little bit of extra damage on not only the Desert Raiders, some of those Horsemen. And any time that Kiljardy turns around, he just has to be so careful of the infantry units kind of closing the gap with the movement speed as he's attacking.
More production building coming out. I mean, Kiljardy, he might be getting close to Golden Age 2. And once Golden Age 2 comes in, if you get an age up in, 50%... Actually, can we take a look at his age up? At his landmark? Is he... Okay, he's not aging up. He reinvested into military units. It's always so elusive sometimes with the IU-bits because you don't see the age up happening immediately. Sometimes you feel like, okay, the resource suddenly got lower. Is the age up already coming in? Because they can just hit those incredible timings at times.
Yeah, and it's a lot of times they're making, like we're seeing now, Horsemen and Desert Raiders very high food cost units. So you'll see that food disappear in the blink of an eye because they're reinforcing into that. And you're like, oh, it's Castle for sure. And then you're, oh, wait, no, it's not. But a good job by Kiljardy splitting off those mobile units into a couple different groups and taking out some more of those traders makes it very hard for 3DB, who has a very slow moving army.
Kashik is coming out. Desert Raiders, though, doing a good amount of damage there. Traders have to be careful once again. Yeah, Kiljardy making good use of his mobility right now.
Yep. We do see B trying to circle around, trying to kind of close the gap and get this army pinched into a couple different spots, but instead, Kiljardy, he takes down some extra damage on a Keshik and then turns the other way and starts to run on from the reinforcements.
On the side of the trade, another troop. Both of these players actually splitting their armies into so many different groups. 3 groups right now for Kiljardy, and he's microing all of them.
Yeah, really, really good play by Kiljardy. You can just tell it. I mean, maybe it's the first couple games that, you know, he is in form this game. He is on top of things, not APM cap by any means.
These fights, definitely hard to judge right now. Overall, looking at the army value, Kiljardy is firmly in the lead. It's tough to take the army value, though, at face value, because it is bugged for several units in the game for some reason. So not quite sure if it's correct at the moment. Definitely doesn't look like it. I feel like there should be higher for both of them.
Is he going to go for advancement or is he going to go for growth?
Could be able to see that in just a little bit.
I was about to say at this point, I think he's in a fine spot. He can wait the extra 30 seconds and go for growth and give himself that much of a better spot.
He's got the food for it.
Yep, that's exactly what he's going to end up doing. Looks like villagers are moving out.
Probably Outpost and then berries as a resource.
Yeah, Outpost and then berries. Another trader does fall. Kiljardy turns running on away, and there is an outpost in the south side as well now, getting some extra damage on in. So Kiljardy, he's taking fights as he still hasn't clicked the age up, but as he's about to start aging up, which is something, I've always been told you don't want to be doing, and whoa.
Logistics, okay. I mean, why?
Maybe he's in logistics. You never know.
Maybe he doesn't... Maybe he thinks that B is about to, like, click Castle Age as well. It's not the case. It's not the case at all.
Yeah, not by any means. B has been constantly reinvesting into his army, reinvesting into the trade. Does seem like he finally has this kind of big mass grouped up together. And if Kiljardy keeps the rating and B's able to deal with this, then great. But if Kiljardy continues up any of the damage he's done, he's going to be able to use this castle timing so effectively.
Yeah, once again, units coming in from the sides. At least this time, there are actually enough spearmen here to completely deal with this. Yeah, Kiljardy's going to have to run away from that side at the same time. He's hitting the other side of the trade once again. He's actually killed so many workers and traders so far in this game. Look at that. There's 3 bodies over there from villagers that he's just been taken down.
Yeah, 3 villagers and 2 more traders, so 5 more economic kills from that horseman mass, and the con goes down. That's just GG's. GG's in the chat.
Yeah, I think, Kiljani might be actually just taking the set. Spearman is catching a couple of units, but Kiljani just using the mobility here of the horseman so well. Not even investing that much. Like, the archers are actually just... okay, Caster's Curse.
Oh man, that's the sad one, as he just throws the rest of those horsemen away. He had done so much damage with that, but look at the resources in the bank. We know Castle's about to finish, and he is diving the wood line, causing an absolute full idle of almost the whole entire villager economy. Logistics finishes. There's Castle Age.
He knew about that. He knew about it because he still has the outpost there, so he had vision over the House of Wisdom. But yeah, now triple dervishes coming out immediately. So it's going to be able to pick up the relics very quickly now.
And in the blink of an eye, those are so fast. And then those dervishes, they did quite a bit into fights as well. Good. I believe the AoE healing, and then, you know, just the mobility you're able to utilize.
Yeah, just the healing overall, like in fights as well, being able to activate the AoE healing.
We've already seen
AoE healing. It's insane.
Nope. Those relics, you said it, they're getting picked up so fast. He has already got all 3 of the initial ones on the way back. The next 2 are going to be a little bit more difficult. One in front of the Sacred Site I don't think would be too hard to get, but the one in the midst of the trade next to the deer, it might be a little bit difficult to grab.
So far, still looking good. Yeah, I mean, this relic here might be hard, but it's still gonna be like 4 relics. He's taking Sacred Sites as well. Sacred Sites giving even more gold than the relics. We got a little Wallow there as well. So Kashik. Oh no, it's getting converted as well. Oh my god, there's so many things right now just turning out for the worst for B. Golden Age Shit 2 has come in, so the Archer upgrade is already through now. Veterans, the Archers is in. Pierce armor coming as well. Hasn't been having that for quite a while, but yeah, I mean, now with the veterancy on there, it's just not really a fight that he can take when it comes to quality. Still, actually, raid at the same time, kills a couple of villagers, still has a good mass overall. This is mostly Desert Raiders. There are 2 Lancers, though, that do a lot of damage.
The spears are all dead, though. Kiljardy did a great job sniping out all the spears. There's nothing left to deal with the cavalry now, as B, he was moving forward with his own mobile units. He's looking to do some raiding. Actually, looks like he's trying to just head back home because he needs them in his base, or else this whole trade goes down.
Doesn't have +2 damage, though, so the Kashik is at least able to soak up quite a bit of damage. Able to get some return damage in as well. And B, I mean, he's not too far away from his own age up, but it's definitely hurts. There was a lot of damage out there.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, again, so much craziness going on between these 2 players. So many just split army groups. We've basically seen 3 different army groups the majority of this game. Villagers running out on those berries next to the outpost. So Kiljardy, he needs to move out for some different food. Doesn't have any safe and secured as of right now, though, for himself.
Spearman, okay, the archers are low on health, so might actually be able to pick those up now. But yeah, it's definitely annoying there. Definitely, he's gonna have to just react so much to these little raids ongoing now. Kurultai now going up. But the issue with the Kurultai in these situations is, where are you even gonna drop it? The aggression is coming in on so many different sides at all times. It feels like you don't even really have that one spot where you wanna have it positioned.
No, you really don't, and that's where Kiljardy, he's wanting to finish this game. He's going ahead and dropping some rams. B's Kurultai is finishing now, and he will have that, I believe it's on, yeah, right next to the TC, so he will have that in the position point that Kiljardy's probably going to be stepping on up and pressuring for the end.
And Golden Age Tier 3 coming in as well. I think that's the one that... I don't think it was the one that increases, like, speeds up production, but maybe makes the siege cheaper. Man, there are so many golden wings for Alibits. It's kind of insane how many different ones there are as well. Fight going on now. Kurultai unpacking. So Archer's getting like the Feudal Age plus treatment right now.
Yeah, it just doesn't really look like it's enough. Spears trying to circle back around, but the spears are on the archers and the archers are on the camels. That's not what you want. Spears finally closing the gap. By the time they do, there was only one left. Some reinforcing crossbows trying to come help on out, but Kiljardi, he's got the numbers. He's got a ram here, and there's villagers from B that have to run away, so causing idle time, can walk right in and probably start denying trade and more economy.
Lots of income right now, idled out behind this. Looks like Kiljardi was actually able to get the 5th relic in now as well, behind 2 sacred sites. Definitely has the option to go for the 3rd sacred site, and yeah, there it is, 3rd sacred site captured now as well. Not enough military right now here for B. He's trying to get crossbows out, but there's just so many archers now. Villagers pulling the ships, trying to get the camel lancer down, but so many units just went down there. And Kiljardi still has so many archers in queue as well. It's just not stopping. The military mass
look at the yellow line. If the yellow line is just trickling across the map, so many units. And B, during all of this, he's idled out. He's losing more and more villagers. He's trickling in his own military units, but not grouping up and losing them and falling. More traders are falling. So unbelievable job by Kiljardi right now, just to keep up the aggression, keep up the pressure, and utilize this timing.
Archers getting maximum value as they're going down. Finally are getting cleaned up though. But at the same time, Kiljardi just focused on another side. Ram still harassing the infrastructure at the front side. Gur's been taken down. Has a lot of resource in the bank as well. So Kiljardi, in theory, he could just start dropping in some siege now as well, which he just can on the eye bit on the field.
Yeah, and a little bit ago, B was up 10, 15, 20 economies, units, but obviously there was a lot idled and struggling. Well, now Kiljardi's up in the economy, and he has all the passive relics, the passive gold from the sacred sites, and he dropped a 2nd TC. This is going to be one of these that a couple minutes go by, and there is no, oh, B stabilized, and oh, at least he has trade going for him. He might stabilize, and he's still going to be falling behind.
Oh man, yeah. Kiljardi's just doing such a great job as well, with like always varying the points of aggression. He's on the right side, then he's on the left side, while also still keeping a relatively even overall military mass. B, for the most part, I feel like he's somewhat stabilized now, but it doesn't really feel that stable when you consider that, as you mentioned, Kiljardi, he is now on that 2 TC. He does have all the relics, and yeah, I mean, while B is stable, the scaling is definitely in Kiljardi's favor at this point in time.
Wow, this game has been a crazy 5th one, but it is not over yet. We still got a lot of time ahead of us. Eco numbers look even, the military numbers look even, but we know this is all favoring Kiljardi just a little bit in our eyes. Kurultai looks like it's moving forward. B might try to just all in that secondary TC location spot with the Kurultai. Oh, that is what he's doing.
He is going for the siege on it. Kiljardi has a lot of crossbows, but now the siege is in there as well. There's the mangonel out. And B's gonna once again have to run back on. He's gonna take the fight. Nope, runs away again. But the Kurultai, you can just buddy block the Kurultai now. He's gonna lose the landmark.
Kiljardi doing exactly what he needs to do. That mangonel moving up behind it. B does not have anything at all to deal with the mangonel. I mean, this is just like easy pickings now. Mangonel's gonna start taking down the Kurultai, but Kiljardi just needs to move forward and go for the heart, go for the throat here.
Oh man, this was all without the like. B is now going for the upgrade, for the veterancy upgrade on archers, when he has 0 archers out on the field. I don't think he's going to be in a position to really get a lot of them out. Another issue is he doesn't need archers, he needs siege right now, as there is already mangonel out. He's now dropping additional archer ranges. Sure, he has a lot of stone in the bank, so a lot of double production could come in. It just doesn't feel like it's enough. Kurultai was actually able to sneak out though, so at least he's got that going for him, and overall, eco number and military count is somewhat even, and the Kurultai is going to provide a nice little edge there. The siege kind of makes me doubt, and the army composition overall, that B really has a chance in this one now.
Yeah, and this is one of those I laugh. Kiljardi still hasn't dealt with that original outpost. That's something to show you for all the lower elo people, where I feel like sometimes that first outpost happens. It's like, oh my god, what do I do? I don't know what to do. It's like, just ignore it. There's a lot of other map to use. But Kiljardi's moving forward. He's making sure that there is no trade going on the backside of the base. I believe 3DB might even change to the north side market onto Kiljardi's side.
He's gonna find all the additional production buildings now. Villager move out at least is gonna get denied. That's something here, but the majority of the military from Kiljardi's on the left side, and now the reinforcements are gonna be on the right side. He's gonna have to decide for one of those sides. Which one is he gonna go for? Is he gonna lose a leg or is he gonna lose an arm?
I mean, he doesn't have enough to deal with either of these locations, I feel like, so he's going to be taking damage everywhere. Kiljardi's moving out to stone and more stone. I'm expecting some keeps starting to be dropped. Might even see one of those get out of my game keeps dropped right here in front and center.
Yeah, it should be. He's getting the stone for it now. That should 100% be the game plan now, I feel like. Kiljardi's still with a firm military lead. 65 now to 40 while also having the siege advantage. He's got a single sprinkled out. I don't think that's going to be enough. Oh, the keep is going to be defensive.
Oh, boo with the defensive keep. But, you know, I guess Kiljardi's just playing it safe. He's still got a ton of villagers on stone, so I wouldn't be too shocked to see it. Yeah, that's way too many to this almost feels like, you know, like I'm about to lose the game. I need to get this up sooner than later.
It's because his military's out of position, right? So he wants to, like, really make sure that he can't, like, take damage on the side and use his military on the other side, like back in the base of B again.
Yep. The keep ends up going up. More and more of those traders fall. Kiljardi's eco lead is climbing further. And like we said, the two split masses are just still crushing, doing so much damage. I think B has had 15 to 20 vills running in circles for the past like 5 minutes. Infantry running up into a keep again. Free units getting fed to Kiljardi, and I mean Kiljardi, he looks to be taking this game number 5, which I think might have shocked a lot of people, but it just shows what an aggressive play style, what you can end up doing if you just keep the pedal on the metal, keep it going, and utilize your strengths.
Yeah, it was just a perfect playstyle, right, for Kiljardi to play against Mongols with trade. I mean, that's really where he excels in this, like, all-in kind of aggression. And it's just the best matchup. It always works when you're up against trade. In this situation, that was exactly that. It's starting to dry up. Like, his economy is starting to just dry up behind this now. We're up to 77 military versus 42. There's some more siege coming up now. We're getting double trebuchets, but it's the Mongol trebuchets, right? Like, they don't really do that much damage. I think 2 of them you can probably out-heal with, like, 4 villagers. Sure, there's Coral Pipe. Make that 6 villagers.
Yep. I mean, tracks and trebuchets just aren't really doing too much. Kiljardi found the heart of the eco on the south side as well. Villagers were pulled, I think, to take down a Mangonel, and they
not successfully.
And we see a lot of dead villagers on the ground there. And again, this is another location 3DB has to leave. Another keep drop from Kiljardi. B does not have a location space, but he is not one to give up this early.
TC gets repositioned a little bit closer to the keep. Villagers getting pulled inside. Isn't she gonna be able to deny the keep from going up? That's funny.
Oh my god. All right. And yeah, just move it back a little bit. Doesn't even bother with that one either.
Well, the funny thing is, another keep clip. It's from Kiljardi as well. When playing against Kiljardi.
Oh no.
It's just going full circle here.
Well, it does seem like Kiljardi is finally ready to move out. He only has 29 Camel Lancers. So
could be more.
It could be more.
Wants to make sure.
The traction trebuchets will immediately fall. Look at how many villagers are here that are going to fall. Actually, Kiljardi's just closing the gap too after all the siege. Oh my god. And then look at the split. He just immediately goes, and all of these villagers are just going to get torn to shreds. Tons end up falling. The range mass helps to end up supporting. Kurultai is sprinting back, rolling back as fast as it possibly can. Kiljardi not opting to take the fight, though. I'm not really sure why. Like, yes, it's the counter units, but he's doubling the units, and his units cost more.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the army value, I think at this point in time, it's pretty accurate, just looking at it here, right? Like 1,000, double the military value at this point in time. We're getting a Mangonel out. Mangonels with the Kurultai, they actually do quite a bit of damage, right? Like, it's siege damage, so it ignores armor, so any buff to that is kind of massive. We're seeing some trade right now, like a single 1-2 traders trading all the way over to Kiljardi's market there from B. Sacred Side getting neutralized. Yeah, but
I don't know how B has lasted as long as he has. He's got to drop a secondary TC now over on that wood line set he's on, right? He's got 1,000 wood.
Oh,
That's
his
what
main TC is getting burned out.
Yeah, this isn't... I don't think B's too much longer for this world. Oh, and there it is. Kiljardi with the shocker takes the series 3-2. And I mean, I thought the first series we casted today was good. And then all of a sudden we had this one to follow it up with and just exceeded all expectations here. And what a day we've been having.
Yeah, I mean, these sets been absolutely like back and forth, really, really long sets here in between all of these. How long has this been now? For 2 best of 5, we've been here for like 5 hours now. They've been going the distance, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, that is for sure. We are at 5. I want to say usually our full days are usually like 6 to 6.5, sometimes 7 hours when they run a little long. And we're at 5 already, and we're only halfway through the day.
Yeah, it's yeah. It's getting there. Yeah, these sets so far have been absolutely crazy, and the next ones are definitely gonna be entertaining as well, because the next set that we're gonna be going for, it's gonna be Beastie versus Certain. They're gonna be doing drafts, and in the meantime, we're gonna once again send you over to Surfshark for a quick word from our sponsor as we take a short break.
Hi, I'm Pesty, founder of EGC, and let's just cut to the chase. When you purchase Surfshark VPN through our link during Master of Realms, you can pay as little as $2.09 a month and get 4 months free on top of that. And yes, I do know it sounds too good to be true, but it actually gets better. When you buy even the most basic version of Surfshark VPN at this quite frankly ridiculous price, you'll get their ad blocker thrown in for free, and you'll be able to use Surfshark on unlimited devices in your household. That's right, you can use your one single subscription on your computer, your phone, your Xbox, your TV, and on every device of every member of your household. And no matter how many devices you use your Surfshark VPN on, it will have absolutely no impact on your connection speed. And as far as I'm aware, Surfshark is the only major VPN provider to allow the use of one subscription on unlimited devices. Of course, there are also a bunch of other great reasons to use Surfshark as your VPN. Here are just a few. Surfshark have over 100 countries available on their VPN, so whatever location you're looking to connect on, you'll almost certainly be able to find it and connect at ultra high speed. Surfshark offers a full refund within 30 days on all of their products. So you can enjoy all the benefits of Surfshark totally risk-free, and if you decide it's not for you, simply contact them and get a total full refund. Surfshark offers 24/7 live support on all of their subscriptions. So if you ever encounter any kind of issue, they'll work to immediately sort it, night or day. Alright, I think you get the idea. A world-leading, ultra-rapid VPN, unlimited devices, money-back guarantee, and all for as low as $2.09 a month, and 4 months free. But just one final perk by choosing Surfshark as your VPN and getting this great deal through our link, you are helping us create future AoE 4 esports events. Surfshark are huge supporters of the Age of Empires 4 esports scene, so by showing them some love back, you are supporting us too. So to get Surfshark, a world-leading VPN for as little as $2.09 a month, just visit through the link in our channel description right now. Thanks everyone for all of your support, and we'll be back with more action in just a moment.
Remember what I said about the idea of going fast castle?
The Demos are flanking.
It doesn't
And he showed
matter.
them immediately. He showed them immediately, and they're gonna walk into the.
What?
Oh wow, this is a lot of. This is an expensive attack.
Okay, I'm gonna have to highlight something here because I'm pretty sure I'm right on this. Mio Micah is he's a Zerg player, right? From StarCraft.
He's thinking he's banelings.
This is
Oh!
not how you use banelings. Needs to respect the spearmen as they come on through, though. It's just this really frustrating comp, right? Because when Legalis attacks like this, if he doesn't kill something, he gets
It
tilted
heals.
and doubles down, right? Yeah, like he has to go in.
But this is a good fight for Legalis, I think. He, at least cost effective. He's good. The supply, he just get to absolutely melt. The spearmen were in the front taking a lot of the damage. I don't know if he'll win this fight, but he's going to neutralize a lot of the army. Oh,
And also,
this is
the
rough.
other thing
That's a
you
lot
need
of
to
jabs
compensate
now.
for is the health bars, right? Like how many of those health bars are almost dead compared to the
this
Warrior
isn't a good
Scouts
fight.
that can just heal.
This isn't good. This is not good.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's just hard committing under the jabs.
This is done. Get me out. Stick a fork in him. And the pincher, he lets
he
him
just
walk
goes
into
in
the
the middle.
center. Oh, there's no easily getting out of this for Legalis.
Oh, that's a wipe. Okay.
I think this might be a GG call. I mean, by some miracle, for some reason the meta never got prioritized down here. That's how far ahead Recon is. He wins that fight while letting Legalis maintain his aura the entire time. He comes out of the choke point. Now, funnily enough, the Janissaries are just being ignored. Jabs have finally realized it, though.
Now. Yeah, he's got it now. You can see the jabs have focused down the javelins. The meta still stands even. And there's still 5 Jans, or 4, so they're still doing decent damage. And it looks like the hold is going to be in. Archer ships, only 2 remain.
Demo comes out, but oh, Legalis, just so clean, so quick.
Yeah, he's playing real smart here. This is really clean from Legalis. I mean, he's going to win the water at the end. Well,
No,
two more demos.
he's going to win the water.
Yeah, he's going to win the water. Demo 1, though, how expensive is Recon going to make it?
There's just nowhere for the fishing boats to
No.
go. So, like, even if you didn't lose these
Bad
docks
fishing
now,
boat.
you've lost all that economy. And Palace Guard raised.
Bounds?
Recon's queuing up Lancers. That's rough because, like, now you've given your opponent a way of countering you an age behind. Not that he's going to remain an age behind. Shaolin Monastery now in the way. He's discovered this area is unguarded. He can just keep coming in and eating gazelles. He's going to do it all day. Oh my god!
Did you see that? So he forced the spearman into spear wall with the attack. So the charge was forcing the spear wall. The Springlets come forward right into the knights.
He's blowing up the meditation garden as well. He's like, I mean, I'm not coming to you with these Nesta bees. You can come to me. Looks like the Springwood isn't going to be safe either. This is just insanity.
We're coming in.
Wait.
Bait.
This is so dumb to watch. Abbey of Trinity and Regnix are on the way, by the way.
no,
Wait,
no.
wait.
Disaster. Wait, Trinity.
Faye.
Oh, we are really going back in time. This is
Hey,
like...
please.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my...
Ooh.
Dude, Relic
This is
Outposts are
huge.
OP. Relic Outposts are OP.
Oh no. Oh no.
I mean, it's 28 villages. This is not enough to stop it. It shouldn't be, but it's going to cost her. This, I've been saying this for a long time. Everyone's crying about different things about Relics. The thing that is absurd about them is the vision buff. Like, she's completely outnumbered here.
Oh, the ships.
Demo's going in against
the panic.
galleys.
The panic.
Against galleys. Just shoot them.
Oh my gosh.
But he doesn't seem to care. And that wall.
It prevents his culverins from being out culverined, right? It lets him kind of sit up, and it lets his mangonels be really threatening to these crossbow masses. We see one shot coming over the wall here. Now the culverins poking through. Oh man, I think we're gonna see Ably tap out here soon. This fight can't go his way. I think it could have been here a pretty similar time, or delayed the Rams by like 10 seconds. But yeah, no, it doesn't matter. I think he gets wiped here no matter what. The HRE mass here is just so good.
It's,
There's 2 land sharks in that army, supposedly, and they have not
who
been
cares?
spent. That's always harder to
it's
see.
It's a cheat sheet for Holy Island. Finally, he gets in the way. I love that. Body blocks as well.
Oh, he doesn't see it.
Wait, what?
He doesn't see it. Oh my god, what an amazing demo!
I'm more worried about Baltoon on the poker after that last fight.
After that last fight.
Pushing in. Demos. Well, the body blocks, like, okay, maybe a positive of having them big, and he gets around the back.
Whoa.
Big return fire there. I mean, that's a lot of demos. And Baltoon has proven that he's willing to take a few too many to the face here, but this time around, the archership count is healthy. Still enough from left over, 4 in fact.
Anyways, that is the elaborate 5-step program that I was talking about on why Certain is actually going to win. Oh, hello, welcome back, everybody. How you guys doing? Hope you had an enjoyable break as we did, and we're jumping right into our next bet. We got Beastie versus Certain in our best of 5, starting off here on Coastal Cliffs. And even though everybody's talking about just how broken Byzantines are at the moment, they went through, and Certain is going to be grabbing them here on Coastal Cliffs against JD for Beastie. JD, the civilization that Beastie is, and a lot of others are talking about right now, just being very weak on land.
Yeah, I was about to say, every single time I hear Beastie talk about JD, it's always a negative connotation. It's never like, wow, JD was a really good pick here. It's like, why would someone pick JD? JD's trash on land maps. You shouldn't pick JD here. It's not as good as X, Y, and Z. But Beastie's picking it first. Maybe he wants to get it out of the way. Maybe he wants to show his dominance and say, look, I just beat you with the worst civ. Now it's only going to be harder for you from here. But you know, I will say Zerton is not someone to write off. He's someone that can really hold his own, can really take some games off of those top players, and I'd be scared over here.
I hope so. I mean, Certain, he's known to be the best German player, and for good reason. Like, he's probably, like, from all the German players, has the best micro, has some of the most solid macro as well. Now in this matchup with Byzantines versus Jeanne d'Arc, I would be disappointed if this goes any other way than for Certain, but that's just my bias. That's just my bias. Beastie, you said with Jeanne d'Arc, right? Like, it's not his favorite civilization, to say the least. And yeah, Jeanne is being traded right now at the moment as a suboptimal civilization for most. So we'll have to see if Beastie maybe has like a special plan here, if this is all like an elaborate plot in order to get Certain off guard. And we're gonna be jumping right into our game number 1 now between the two. Beastie spawning in his favorite color yellow, playing as Jeanne d'Arc, against Certain in the color blue, playing as the Byzantines. We're here on Coastal Cliffs, one of our unique custom maps here for this tournament. You see, this is like Dry Arabia, except you take a cleaver and you just cut out a third of the map.
Yeah, it always makes them fun, always makes some exciting games. We're seeing Certain do the early Olive Grove drop, so opposite from the build that we saw from, I think it was Demu earlier today. And I think that was Beastie who even came up with the build himself.
Yeah, recently we've seen like a lot of times players opting again for like those early farms, not just with Byzantines, but with English, with HRE, just making sure their food transition is going to be very, very clean. In many situations, that can really save you when it comes to like, okay, maybe you don't get as many sheep early on with your scout. In those situations, having an extra 1 or 2 farms mean that you don't run out of those sheeps early on.
Yeah, it's also kind of one of those too where, you know, if you get forward deer and forward berries and all your food's forward, it's like, well, if that gets denied or delayed or it takes a little bit for you to retake it, well, it's not as hurtful for you because you haven't depleted your early food as fast and you have some long-term food that's never going to go away. But enough about all that. It's the Byzantines versus JD, and this is where JD has kind of gone through some transitions with buffs and nerfs over the course of time. Used to be way stronger. Now is like we've talked about, kind of regarded as low tier.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. Like, it's pretty dangerous, right? Like, giving buffs to Jeanne d'Arc, because in games where she suddenly reaches level 3 in Feudal Age, suddenly she's overpowered. She can just dive TCs, tank arrow cuts forever. Now in the current form, she not only gets like level up a little bit later, she's also just overall a weaker version of herself. She needs to unlock some upgrades in order to like regain the strength that was taken away from her in the previous patches. It's a tough situation for sure. There's also some upgrades that French get that Jean doesn't have access to anymore. So, for example, the free blacksmith upgrades, that's gone. Jean doesn't have the reduced cost on the economic buildings as well. It's a trade-off. It's a trade-off here and there.
Yeah, and Beastie, he decides to move out for the deer. I believe it was after scouting the Grand Winery, you know, making sure that it's not a hippo play, but didn't think it would be a hippo play anyways. And Beastie snagging up some of that deer for himself. We talked about, you know, not depleting food, and this is a great way to do it. Is just go out and take all that valuable quick gathering food on the map.
Yeah, nice move out there onto the deer. It's going to mean that he is going to have a, like, pretty sustainable food income there for quite a while. Like, this is going to last him until maybe, like, Castle Age. He's got a lot of villagers over on gold as well, so definitely in a good position when it comes to night spam, and actually pulling all of his remaining villagers that were on sheep now over to the deer as well. That's going to be interesting. Means that he isn't, like, this is a little bit of idle time now. He probably won't have enough food right away in order to get a night going immediately. Might take him a drop off after that. Also getting the survival techniques upgrade in now as well. So night is likely gonna be delayed. This might buy certain enough time to get his mercenaries out online, and we can already see the barracks coming in now as well. So we'll already have an answer to the knights, and maybe not just an answer, but actually like a not like a question to how is Beastie gonna be able to defend the deer now. He might need to drop an outpost there.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my thought is he'll just end up waiting. He knew he had the time to gather from the food first, and then he'll be able to get the outpost before the spears or Limitane run all the way across the map. You also can't just run across with one. Probably need a few first. And so that's exactly where, you know, Beastie maybe playing the patient, smarter game.
Spearman is going to be put over onto the berries. First Knight is now moving out from Beastie. Already almost has enough olive oil for the first mercenary, so just going to be one, maybe two more drop-offs on the berries until he'll be able to afford that second sister, now also getting connected.
Yeah, you say he has enough for the mercenaries, but I don't see the
It's coming up now.
Ah, there it is. Okay, there's the mercenary house being built, and just in time, he's got a nice solid grouping of olive oil. Already has a nice solid set of Limitane out onto the map as well. Oh, and I love the spread out. He's just kind of ready and waiting, knowing that there's literally no spots for knights to actually dive him.
It's going to be very tough to find any real point of aggression here. Maybe on the wood line, but certain could just put another Midnight over on there. And Beastie, he's going for... Oh my god. Okay, this is GG. Beastie is going for the ranged Jean version, and certain he's getting javelin throwers out. That is not something that you can do. It's just not.
Yeah, it's such a feels bad. Knights are circling, vision of it, not quite gotten in. Oh, the Limitane was so close, but Beastie able to secure first Vil pick of the game. It's all about that slow trickle, so is able to take one out.
Equalizes the villager count now, because Jean, obviously, like, just upgrading her is going to take one villager away from Jeanne d'Arc. Archer range now following up. BC with circles around the woodline again. Is that going to be another villager? It is going to be another villager. Ah, certain. Little bit, underestimating the night charge there. Also, Jean fires in. All the Midnight now from the berries getting pulled over as well. Certainly just needed like a couple of walls there, just like 1-2 meters of walls away from the forest there, from the woodline. Would have made sure that the knights are gonna have a harder time when it comes to charges. And once again, no, but a brace comes in. Triple brace.
And the javelins come out at the perfect time too. Javelins are able to get 2 throws off, not quite enough to secure the last knight, but is able to at least kill one, and one is huge because this is typically where the JD players, they don't like transitioning into archers that much. BC's already done it though, and they like keeping that knight mass alive, utilizing JD to constantly heal them up, constantly make sure they're at full health.
Javelin throws. Now you can take a look at that damage coming out against Jean. Already reduced down to half of her health now.
Yeah, and Limitane starting to close the gap. She already used the healing just a second ago. And Zerton scouted out the deer, knew that Beastie went that way. Good body blocking with his villagers, but not quite enough. Beastie able to secure one more. However, Beastie has some other things to worry about at home.
It's a lot of archers now.
And yeah, enough archers to force Zerton back.
Javelin thrower is a little bit exposed. Charge does come in. One javelin thrower getting taken down.
Another knight gets taken down in the process. Javelins starting to throw. Took down, I think, one archer. And Beastie going in for some more raids.
Yeah, right now, Beastie is just out-microing Zerton a little bit when it comes to like the different multitasking raids and whatnot. This actually hurts him quite a lot, but now we got additional javelin throws, enough now to pretty much one-shot these archers.
This also makes it a lot easier to pick off those lower health knights that get away or barely get away, I should say.
Another villager kill. BC's got
another
so many villager
kill,
kills.
but another knight goes down. This has been a lot of trades here. BC's up 2 villagers, but fights are starting to go the way of Zerton. It seems like a few of those knights quite low health. Archers taking the trades. JD getting a lot of XP though. Good micro by Beastie, diving on around. Only 2 knights left alive, but only a few Limitane there too.
Knight getting picked off by the javelin throwers.
Oh. JD's still tanky enough, and another
knight down.
Beastie doesn't have any knights left.
He just got chivalry. Just got chivalry, and just when all the knights went down.
He just lost every single knight he had. Zerton might have lost a decent amount of villagers, but I think that's where it's kind of made up for by the mass he's already been able to kind of build up and take out on the other side. It's 15-8, and none of the 8 are actually knights.
I think there must have been some idle time for Beastie on his TC. He killed 4 villagers, but he's only like 2 ahead. He lost 1 villager with Sean, so it must have been at least a little bit of idle time. Yeah. Overall, Zerton's in a great position as he already has like a couple of olive groves up. He's getting some walls in now as well. Does have 7 javelin throws up still.
Oh, and another knight goes down almost. Almost. I guess I jumped the gun a little bit.
Oh, it's
Still,
really close.
We're at it's like 1 health. That's not going to be able to come back into a fight for a while. Oh my! And still JD goes down. And all the villagers and the deer got to run.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of idle time now. And certainly he's just still pumping those Limitane.
My big question is, how many sheep does Beastie have left?
He probably still has a lot, right? Like he hasn't been on sheep at all.
Good.
Yeah, he still has like 6 sheep there. Even
5
as well.
Yeah.
He's
so
fine. He's fine.
Good to go there. That's what I was really worried about. He is sending the knights back around to circle the raid. I'd love for Zerton just to kind of make sure he has the reinforcement groups, and then deters this raid on away, reinforce into some more walls, and keep the pressure up, because he honestly, his military mass is something that Beastie he doesn't have the ability to deal with.
It's an outpost up on his skull, but Beastie, he's still the kind of player to like try and attempt to go for some villager pickoffs there.
Oh yeah, Beastie is one, he's always doing the raiding, even when he is in the worst situation, and that's what gives him the ability to come back in a lot of games. He is one of those players that can come back from, the worst of situations, even though this isn't even close to the worst of situations, as he had a lot of good raids earlier on, just took some bad military trades.
Yeah. And that BC, he's trying to climb up in the archer combat now. Javelin throwers. And shot. Oh, they shot the corpse.
They overkilled the first corpse a little bit, or else they would have gotten a second villager pick. But even one, it's hasn't quite equalized it, but denies the gold from Beastie, and Beastie's only on 4 knights. That means he's only making archers that Zerton has the hard counter to, albeit not enough jabs to super hard counter that.
Yeah, needs at least like 1 or 2 more groups of them to be in an even better position. But I think now at this point in time, Zerton, he could be fine with just going for an age up now behind this.
Yeah, he's got almost 30 Limited at this point. I mean, that number, even with the archers, is hard to deal with. And BC's starting to make horsemen because he doesn't have that gold. He knows he needs to keep making units, but it has to make something. And, you know, horsemen it is. But when you're JD making horsemen, it's always feels bad.
Certain's letting himself get a little bit split up there. Only 7 jump throws. I don't think that's enough against 26 archers. It's a lot of archers now.
Oh, another knight goes down though.
I still don't see it. I still don't see Certain winning this one.
Certain's he's got to drop ranges at this point. I feel like he doesn't have enough olive oil coming in to match up the archer number with his jab. So he needs another unit, whether it's horsemen or whether it's archers.
I think Beast is going for this round. He is.
Oh, he is. Good brace at the beginning, but those archers are shredding.
Absolutely are. At the same time, he's getting some value in the base of Certain. And yeah, archers are just going to be able to take down the javelin throws now. In this mass, there's no way for Certain to really keep those guys safe. And oh, he's going to lose the entire Limited count there. Oh, that's so bad, actually. That is so bad for Certain now.
BC's cleaning this up easy.
He can't remass the javelin throwers, right? Like, it's only... He's off berries now, and this could actually be level up for Jean very soon here. Oh, this is so bad.
Oh, that is the level up for JD. This might just be a forfeit for Certain after that. BC has 39 military, hasn't upgraded JD. We were talking about, you know, Certain being in a good position, but he did not have the correct military composition. BC just stayed chill, did some raiding, kept Certain on the back foot, and didn't allow his mass archers to show. And now there's nothing. What's Certain going to do against the men-at-arms? He went path of he went with the men-at-arms, and there's nothing that Certain can do to clear those up.
He's making more of it. Oh my god, okay. I didn't think it would end this way, but it looks like it's gonna end this way. The mass archers now. I can't believe the game is gonna go in this direction.
Villagers denied off the berries, so now Certain isn't on the food anymore and only has those few olive groves in the base to deal with, albeit at least another knight taking some damage, more villagers going down. I mean, Certain's as good as dead. There's no way he can stabilize this.
Yeah, it looked so over for VC, but the archer spam and Certain just moving out in the middle of the map with no vision on Beastie's army, getting completely surrounded and just not having the javelin count that he needed there. Yeah, it's over.
He went with the second barracks when it should have been a range instead, and had archers or stables and had horsemen, because he needed one of the two, because it was just...
Anything but Molobitne at that point in time.
Yeah, but I mean, he had the point where Beastie had 0 knights left, so that's where it's just like you can make some other units. Yeah, one shot in the jabs,
one-shotting the jabs.
Oh, and Certain, he's getting his military mass doubled.
Yeah.
Usually Byzantines is doubling people's military.
It's over. The Rams are coming in now. I mean, after taking such a decisive unit loss, yeah. After taking such a decisive unit loss, like, you know that you're in for a bad time. And sure, you don't want to surrender now at this point in time because of the tournament, but we can see the writing on the wall.
Yeah. You talked about that unit loss. We are up to 8 javelin throwers against 48 archers. It's fun. I mean, Beastie can just move under the base.
Yeah, just use Jean to tank as well. Another one
plus
shot.
11. He's also getting all of, I mean, not like we're going to see level 4 come out, but this is just going to be so much free XP sent his way. Ram, second ram coming out, so all of the houses are starting to go down. Certain's already pop capped. Needs to use his resources on military, isn't going to be able to do so, and it's just very, very struggle bus right now.
All you had to do was follow the damn train and just go Castle Age, but yeah, this is just straight up over now. the Libidna, as tanky as they may be, they're just getting picked apart by this mass of archers. Jean d'Arc helping out as well. One-shotting those javelin throwers in the back, and yeah, Libidna just going down here, and GG gets called. Beastie with a quick and decisive win in game number 1 in a situation where it looked like he would be the loser, but one good fight, and he's able to win it after all.
I mean, that's all it takes sometimes, especially when you're talking about a fight with that big of I would say just like of a counter difference. It was one where you're essentially, 3-1, 4-1 on the trades you're making. So you're coming out with like 10 units and your opponent's coming out with 40. It's you're not going to be able to get close to matching that. And yeah, that's exactly what we see.
Yeah, that one big fight there, right? Like, BC's military count is barely budging. Certains is just taking a nosedive there.
Yeah, and you can see how well he was doing before that. He had the lead by a lot. When that fight happened too, and it, both armies are down at like nothing. The key is that Beastie had absolutely 0 knights. If that had been all knights left, then a whole different story. I get it. He needs to mass up more spears, but instead it was like 7 archers, and he just chose to just mass spear after spear after spear. I guess maybe we can say that it's because I don't think he remade a scout and had the vision of it, so didn't really know what to expect. But that's where knowledge is key, and BC one good trade, able to take the win. But look at our second map. We're gonna go in for some chaos.
Sokodra once again, and it's gonna be Mongols versus Malians. We saw Malians earlier being played against the Delhi, and it looked like there were moments where Mali was dead, and then they weren't, and then it was impossible to kill them. Is that gonna repeat itself? Because with Mongols, it can be kind of difficult to get access to the gold of your opponent, since it usually spawns in the back and in range of the TC.
Yeah, the big difference I will say is that Mongols at least has an ability to secure food for the long term with pastures if they so desire. And they have that extra ability to where if they're burning stuff down and taking units down, they're getting that extra raid bonus. So kind of a little bit of some differences from the Delhi, but even still, games should be played out a very, very similar way where it is very feudally heavy.
All right, game number 2. Starting off right now, Beastie versus Cert. An impressive first game by Beastie, taking the lead here in this set. Now playing with the Mongols against the Malians. Back gold for certain. We're gonna have to take a look, see how it's looking for him over there. Yeah, it looks like it's just firmly in range of the TC. Don't think that there's really any aggression that BC can go there for. But he might still try. He might still try to go for it. We do see villagers over on wood. Now the question is going to be, is that going to be for a pasture or barracks? It is a barracks, so we will see some Dark Age aggression coming out there. Might actually be able to take down 2 houses there.
The problem is that's one of those where, like, if you circle around and even burn a house, it's like getting to the second house in the right position is very, very difficult. And
getting some walls in.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit even more difficult, but I feel like these are some super early walls.
They are. He's gonna sacrifice 1 house for that early on. And I mean, if he gets another like 1 or 2 wood drop-offs, might even be able to wall off the left side as well. That could actually be really great here for him, because Beastie is going for that play with the Dark Age aggression. The Khan is going to make its way over though, so should be in time to block any potential wall-offs. And yeah, he is going around the left-hand side, so exactly where the walls are. So this entire investment now kind of falls flat.
Yeah, huge feels bad. Khan circling on around, so going to get the vision of this. Scouts out the berries, gives himself the nice falcon, so has full vision of this. Even went with the 3rd spear, so didn't wait for the second one to go double. He's all in for this, and villagers up with it.
I know the question's going to be, are you going for Manticore behind? That's a lot of sheep that BC has there. 10 sheep overall. got from Certain. Certain's also not having like too few sheep, 7 sheep carcasses, 5 herdable sheep, so pretty fine overall for both of them. But now the outpost is going to be going up, and that is going to be a denial on a lot of these houses there from Certain. So the question's going to be, how will he react to that now?
Ooh, Spear's actually able... Oh, Outpost is in TC range, but just barely, so should go up no problem. And the Spears are able to burn down the pit mine. The key thing here is you can always send a villager and go repair it, but not when there's a lot of Spears, which we know the 3rd's on the way, and there's an additional 2 coming.
I think maybe you can go for like 1 villager pull in order to delay the outposts, but the second one you definitely can't go for. And I mean, Certain he sees the spearmen, and now the timing is closing in. I think at this point in time he can't pull the villagers anymore to try and go for a delay on the outpost. So that should definitely go up. And with that, the first pit mine should also slowly but surely get denied here. Is at least going to have the Manza quarry, right? So that's going to make up for it for the most part. A little bit of a repair going in, so Certain wants to extract the most amount of resource that he can out of that pit mine. We're actually seeing a second outpost going up there. That's a little bit ballsy, I would say.
That's a lot of investment, I feel like, for this.
Yeah, especially since Certain, he can just go for his own outpost. He can just put the Manza quarry on stone. Oh, that hurts. That hurts so bad. But yeah, I think Certain, if he just gets his own outpost up next to the house on the pit mine, gets enough stone for emplacement, and he can even protect the pit mine.
Yeah.
He does have the wood for it, but instead goes for the archer range.
He needs to rush that down a little bit quicker. Yep, that's what instead he's trying to just delay this outpost a little bit. Spear's being pulled over using the movement speed arrow. He is not canceling this. Another villager goes to rebuild the pit mine and now cancels the outpost.
Second outpost coming up there. Interesting. Deerstone's now being built by Beastie in his base.
Goes ahead, rebuilds that, yeah, a little bit of damage on it. He says, all right, why not? You know, make sure it's full, make sure it's nice and healthy. Pit mine getting quite low, quite close to being taken down. Certain, you know, this is taking Molly out of the comfort zone. You know, no cows, no cow boom going on, dropping ranges. There's the javelin thrower.
Pit mine in the middle of the map. He needs to secure that with an outpost first, though, I feel like, for the most part. He's went for javelin throwers before archers. That is ballsy. That is so ballsy, going for javelin throwers before archers. The javelin throwers don't do any bonus damage against them. And with the movement speed arrow, they could get gap closed on.
Very, very quickly, Khan gets scouted out. The spear is there. It's going for the villager. Villager can pull the shiv out, though, I think, and help enough.
The jab
but the second one's there.
Damage.
There you go. It's enough. He's got the pit mine up at least. And the town center. There we go. That's, you know.
It helps. It helps. Yeah, that's going to be the second house going down. Don't think any more houses will go down. The rest should be in range of the TC. Certain now is going to have to rebuild some houses, does have the pit mine up again. So overall, not the worst here for Certain. He lost a lot of value, gave over some to Beastie as well.
Yeah, it's three raid bonuses going on over Beastie's way. Oh my god, that villager had some bad pathing there. That was a little too close to DC, yeah. Oh, that's one of those tilting moves that, like, if that happens to you, you're like, are you? But just enough, you're good to go. We're starting to see the Donzo number climb. The most important thing is that the cow number is low.
Yeah, cattle, they're gonna take a while. I mean, we've seen it last game, right? Like, it's not even important to have them set up perfectly to drop a Grand Polani Corral on them. It doesn't matter. You just need them up in order to have that passive food income, because as long as this game continues and goes on, at a certain stage, your opponent is gonna run out of food permanently, or rather they're gonna have to make a transition of some sort. Now, Mongols are actually pretty great for food transitions on this map, because their food transition barely takes up any space. They just make the pastures. They don't have to go for like any big farm transitions which take up a lot of space. Theirs very compact and mobile, and they can just gather around in a TC.
So now we're actually starting to see some Keshiks, some archers, and some double produced archers, but Zerton was trying to put some pressure on. He's got a little bit of everything here, but I feel like Beastie might be able to get enough to collapse on this soon.
Yeah, maybe. What just moved out there for certain? Is it more villagers? No, it is spearmen. Okay, it does have the Donzos there. Needs to get them in the position though. Villager is going to try and run. It's going to be able to do so. That was a close one though. Movement speed arrow. Those guys are really, really quick. As soon as that movement speed arrow gets fired. BC, he's also got more archery ranges up. So now he's going to really be able to escalate the army count. I hope Certain realizes and just has to go for another archery range. Did he get the other Did BC get another outpost up behind the woodline? I think he's just sending the villager over. Yeah, and he's going to get an outpost up there. That's really sneaky.
Wolves being annoying, though, actually getting a decent amount of damage. So if this gets spotted out at all, I don't think it will, though.
It's in a very tough spot to spot out. I doubt it will be. Beastie, I feel like Certain needs to do something about those outposts. They're starting to get really annoying, right? Yeah, he spots it. He spots it there.
That's so lucky with the blacksmith placement, but
the Keshiks,
will he actually notice it?
That should pull attention over to it. He hasn't noticed it yet, but the Keshiks, he should see it now. Yeah, villagers are getting pulled.
I was about to say, you could wait for this one javelin thrower and just kill it with the jab. Shivs work too. Guarantees the kill. Denies the outpost. And, going for walls on the front side.
Oh, that's going to be a lot of villager kills. And certainly he's not going to get anything for the return. He just went for the production building without any, like, real means of taking it down. He's trying to wall off the map, which would help him a lot. The issue with walling off this map, it takes one transport ship.
You're not wrong about that. Haven't seen any docks come to play yet. Those outposts still being annoying at the start. I believe another house might be going down here in a little bit from those. Yep. That's where, honestly, give it a couple more seconds. We're going to get a nice old another raid bounty bonus, another house go down.
Yeah, the outposts at this time, like, just kind of paying for themselves, right? Like, the second they burn 2 houses, they've paid for themselves, resource-wise. Certain right now, he's making a lot of Donzos, not enough javelin throwers. We can tell, it's 4 Keshiks.
Not the repeat from last game. Not the repeat from last game. Once again, Beastie is massing the archers, and like a ton of them. He's already got 24, and Zerton's got 9 jabs. This feels like the exact repeat of last game.
Beastie's also making the farm transition behind that, not even moving out to any of the deer spots, just immediately going for the pastures. So food transition is going to be coming in. Looks like the javelin throwers are being put forward, are going to be acting as the bullet sponge against the outpost. Still doesn't feel too great, as they are like sort of the premium unit here, and they will still go down and take heavy damage from that. Keshiks try to get another raid in, but yeah, looks like Certain is at least going to be able to clean up the outposts here, and that's going to make way for a second pit mine soon. He's going to have to be careful though. Doesn't want to lose the pit mine that he got up in the middle for it. As BC is now going to be pushing across, and it's 30 archers. Certain has 6 javelin throwers.
Yeah, it's the repeat of last game.
It is. It really is at this point in time. Oh no. Oh no. It's so many Donzos, man. It's so many. And they're acting as javelin throwers. I'll give him that.
You don't want to run for... I mean, I guess he's got the outpost. He's got the vision, so he can use the jabs to snipe the best they can. This is where Zerton just needs to stall on up. He's now going to be able to rebuild that pit mine at home, re-get on the gold at home. But does he have any cows yet? How many... like, is he even going cows?
Maybe. I think maybe he has a... Yeah, he's got 1 ranch with a total of 0 cattle inside. He's eating from them mostly.
He is on double mill production for those now.
Khan just being annoying there on the side. Keshiks might be running in. No, aren't running in now. Yeah, we need like at least 20 javelin throws here in order to deal with this.
There's that dock. Here we go. Zertan, though, he did build an outpost in front of that gold, I think, to prevent this exact thing from happening. You know, it's so easy for a galley or a sprinkled ship to just circle around and start denying that gold.
I want to take this moment in time to, for one, congratulate Shulkin on the amount of EGC points that he has overall, but he might just be about to lose another 100,000.
Scout trying to get vision of Beastie's army. He sees the mass amount of archers, and if I were Zertan, I'd drop another range, and I would not produce any more Donzo.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting the javelin count is starting to climb, and that's the most important part. Like, even the thing is, even if Beastie now gets like an archer ship out, it doesn't matter because javelin throwers actually eat archer ships for breakfast. Certain is now starting to get up more cattle ranges as well. We see more cattle coming out overall. He's got a very good amount of food income. It's just that javelin throwers, it's climbing, but it's slow. It's a slow climb. They take a long time to produce. But if he gets enough of them in time, we're actually seeing the silver tree moving forward now. That's a lot of javelin throws. Some good initial shots there. Silver tree being quite ballsy there with the move forward.
Well,
actually getting blocked out there.
Yeah, Zertan's got 5 jabs in queue, so and he just dropped another range, so he knows what he needs to do this game. He learned from last game, or at least has the vision of it with the outpost and with his scout this game.
Let's go for it again. Does Silver Tree even provide vision? I think it only provides the buffer. Oh, the archer ship, but there's an outpost. If Zertan realizes in time, yep, there we go. He also can, like, I want to really see him putting the Manzaquari on stone just for long enough to get like a single emplacement out on that outpost. Oh, he's got so many javelin throws, he can start one-shotting Keshex. This is the moment time to go, Zertan. This is the moment time to go.
One shot's the con. No more vision.
Go, 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 go. That's a good fight
formation. To take. He's in the choke point. Donzo get the brace off. Huge pull. Jav's able to kind of get a couple more throws off, and even still, Zertan chooses not to take the fight. He falls back here, and he just wants to continue to play defensive, and he's going to keep trickling units then.
I mean, as the fight goes on, though, like, BC just lost a lot of Keshex, and the army value, like, looking at the army value, it's so great for Zertan. He just has to be, like, actually, at this point in time, take 5 of your Donzos and just put them inside the outpost so you don't even need the emplacement to protect your gold.
Beastie did move forward to go onto that deer, and I mean, the jab number is climbing so fast now. Once you get to, like you said, we're one shot in Keshex. This is very, very hard for Beastie to take the full-on fight. 56 archers, 30 jabs, and once this next group's produced, Beastie looks like he's stopping his production though. He might be playing to go up to castle. I don't know. Question mark?
3 archer ships now. That's quite a lot. Wait, Certain? Your villagers? Certain? There we go. Okay, he notices at least.
Beastie?
That's big. That's big. That's 2 Keshex down. If the Donzos decide to throw the spears.
Oh,
don't go for it.
Looked like they were about to start, but canceled that one. Scout gets taken out.
And the H-Up's coming in rather quickly for Beastie now.
Yeah. A quick little idling here. The archer ships though, he's trying to get enough to where it just like one-shots the villagers now.
Yeah, and placement's coming in as well though. Might actually lose an archer ship now for that.
Jabs.
Kurultai's coming in. This is dangerous. I mean, it's a tough call to make to cut production, right? But Certain sees the army like running away, and this should like tell him, like paragraph to him right now, what is going on here now behind this, that the age-up is imminent for Beastie.
Yeah, Beastie would have wanted to take this fight. He's been forward this whole time, been ready to take the fight, but now they're just staring off in the distance. The galley's coming back around again. This time, any villagers taken down? Yep, one falls.
Villager.
And the second galley, 2 galleys fall though for it. There's another 3rd galley on the way, but Zertan stalls out a little bit, and Beastie, he was aging up so close to where this mass is. Zerton's so
BC's
close
food
to being...
income went down by quite a bit now during this age up. He's got a lot of gold, but no food at all. And there's the market now. Definitely needs the market. His economy has been kind of weird, kind of wonky. There we go. A little bit of trade out comes in, gets enough for the ranged armor upgrade, ranged damage upgrade. That's what he needs in order to penetrate with the Kurultai through the armor of those javelin throwers. But certain, he is not too far away from the age up as well. Once again, Archship comes in, gets one villager, two villagers. So damage has been found, but age up is now going to be coming in. The Farim.
Well, I mean, I guess I get it. Just use the cows for you don't have a ton of cows, but use the ones you have just as extra food. The key, can you secure enough gold for yourself for Farimba to be useful? Usually you need about 23, 25 villagers on gold for everything that you want.
I mean,
if the numbers are even, Zerton wins this, right? His units are so much more efficient.
Yeah, and as soon as he gets the age up in, right, like his units upgrade much faster. The thing is, though, can he get to that point in time? It's difficult because the fight, his units are somewhat out of position right now. Needs to wait a little bit
back.
longer.
The Tearstones move forward. The Kurultai moves forward. Zerton falls back. Farimba's getting close. Man. He needs another 30 seconds.
The Kurultai is coming in. Farimba garrison gets spotted out. Villagers!
Oh, villagers! Stop! Villagers! What the?
Oh, they're all going down. So many villagers die in the blink of an eye. The Keshiks at least.
The Keshiks just dove into the Donzo. They all just went down. The archers are diving the main TC. And again, this is a fight. I think Zerton could just take this. Just the villagers are running in. Why?
I don't know. Veterancy is coming in for the units now. But man, Certain, he just lost so much. I mean, he just lost 36. He just lost like 15, 16 villagers, maybe more.
I mean, you hate to say GG. I mean, it's not really technically because Zerton can push forward with the army he has if he can just kind of close the gap and try to end it once he gets upgrades.
BC's making crossbows, which I don't know why. That's something.
Okay, so stepping forward again.
Not quite able to one-shot the men-at-arms with the javelin throws.
I mean, Zerton has to press forward here, right? Like, there's nothing else to do. You can't like idle this out and stop. You know you're behind like 20 villagers now, right?
Oh man. Outpost gets taken down.
At what cost? I mean, the Donzos just went to half health.
There's no production right now from Certain. He's not producing anything, which scares me. And the mangonel is coming out now for BC. Certain, he's not having any wood income right now to react to the siege. That is like something that you just have to expect coming in. The thing with siege as well is like, oh, he's going into sofas now, and suddenly the crossbows works.
Yeah, this just feels like a feels bad game now after what we just saw. You know, BC just devastated the villager count of Zerton, and it's just it hurts. I wouldn't want to be a villager over on the blue side, that's for sure.
Yeah. Ah, man. Yeah, this is really rough now. I mean, there aren't that many crossbows in yet, and imported armors is coming in for certain. The main thing that just really feels bad is that the Farimba is not doing anything at this stage in the game. There's no production coming out of it. We're seeing double. Oh my god, there's villagers on the wood line, on the gold mine. The galleys. Okay, villagers are getting pulled, but that's another 1-2 villagers go. Nope, they live.
Oh,
they live
barely dodging
the demo ship is taking
demos. Yeah. There goes the outpost. There's some extra raid bonus. I mean, BC's just taking control of this game, making sure Zertan stays on the back foot. He's up 23 economy. No
BC
relics
right now,
secured yet, though.
He's saving stone for a Mongol keep. That's going to be interesting.
Ah, yes. We all love the Mongol keeps.
But now the forward base is coming in. The Kurultai, the outposts are getting dropped. Units have to pull back, and as soon as they pull back, that's when the archer ships are coming back in again for more. 6 sofas so far. I mean, the armor upgrade is great for them. They're going to be able to soak up a lot of damage. They're going to be great against the men-at-arms as well. The issue is there's nothing right now that Certain has to use against the mangonels. 3 mangonels right now are just going to be able to completely end the game here. And I think, yeah, as long as there aren't any Springles, this is going to be a 2-0 very, very quickly.
I think some sofas attempting to raid in the backside, attempted to kill some reinforcing units. Didn't do too much, though, as Beastie cleared them up. And now Beastie just gets to continue moving forward. Double mangonel shots, not quite where they want to be, but there's some choke points here, and there's a mass of villagers that they could turn and hit.
In that mass, even the sofas fall to the archers. Archer ships at least get taken down. Taking care of some of the distraction. Kurultai is going to get deployed now, but that's a lot of houses now that are going to be under fire. And production buildings as well. Triple mangonel. A 4th one even in queue. BC not even spending a thought about, like, Springles in this game. It's just mass mangonels, and as long as there's no answer to the mangonels, like, what can you do? Melee units don't work against mangonels in this situation. It's just body clumping, body blocking onto them, and you can have like 15-20 horsemen here. You would not be able to take care of those mangonels.
Yeah, and this is where even Springles too, I feel like with villagers right in the choke point when they were trying to run away and drop off the gold.
Speaking of choke
forward again, and another choke. All right, go and get out of here. Let's forfeit. Get out of here.
Infantry units are good. Melee units are good against mangonels, I heard. They don't take that much damage. Did you see that? In the blink of an eye.
Every single... Yeah, and there it is.
There it is.
Goes up 2-0 in a decisive game number 2. Looked pretty close for a bit in time in the mid game, but right after that timing push, you see the villager count there. It just, there is no coming back from it.
See, Certain wins these games in the early game. Later is the point in time when he loses them. But man, that looked so clean at the beginning for Certain, man. Like, so clean at the beginning. I want to say, like, it was difficult. Like, it was messy, but he made the right calls, I want to say. Like, going out to the middle pit mine, and at the beginning, like, there were a lot of donzos, but in time he made enough javelin throwers to be in a really good position. I'm just shaking my head right now when I look at the Farimba garrison play. Maybe it was because he didn't have the room to put the Grand Fulani Corral, but in those situations, I want to say, all right, delete the cattle ranch, just put it somewhere else. It's 100 wood investment, but you're still gonna be benefiting much more from it in comparison than the Farimba garrison. The Farimba garrison has just been nerfed time and time again. Man, that was something, man. Those mangonels there at the end, the clump, the choke point, it hurts me physically whenever I see mangonels getting those shots off against melee units, because I'm just like, the melee units don't deserve that. Range units deserve that. The melee units didn't deserve to get done that dirty in those situations.
When it's one mangonel, you're like, oh, it does a little bit, especially when they're clumped up. When it's 3, we just saw devastation. But
it's like 15 units dying in one shot.
Yeah, but now game number 3 is a matchup that we saw earlier today. I think it was the Demo versus Louis game, and Otto was able to take the dub with just kind of, actually it was a pretty decisive one. Just not a lot of, there wasn't a good Barbican spot really able to be placed, and then a lot of the resources kind of got forced down and focused. I remember food being kind of an issue, and so will we see that same thing here? Ottomans potentially taking the dub against Beastie, or is Beastie going to be able to, take the advantage with China with one of his, I would say go-to civs?
Yeah, it's going to be the question here. Yeah, as you said, was a Louis versus Demu game there in China. for like what Louis did there was he forced the Barbican to go up inside the base of Demu rather than on top of the sacred site. And after that, like Louis just took map control, even got 5 of the relics. Yeah, 5-0 relic game there as well. I think it's really decisive on where you can get the Barbican up. If you commit to the Barbican in the middle with like 3, maybe even 4 villagers, get the resources for it really, really early on. Or if you just go for the Imperial Academy first, get some units out and then try to go and get the Barbican up in the middle, because that's really decisive. Getting the Barbican up in the middle just means that you will have not only vision, but you will have control over the middle of the map, meaning that your opponent, if they want to do something, they have to go either around or mass up enough units to go past the Barbican.
Yeah, I've also seen BC on this map specifically kind of do a similar Barbican than what we saw before, maybe a little bit further forward, wall up the sides, but instead he's going 2 TC, he's booming up, and he's going for that timing push, but all of a sudden he's got 30, 40 extra villagers behind it. He's invested into primarily siege, is able to take down some of the keeps, force drop keeps of his own, all that sort. So let's kind of see if it's a little bit of a game plan difference from China potentially, or if it's like you said, maybe getting that Barbican in a better location.
All right. Only a couple of seconds, and we're gonna be jumping into our game number 3. Very early potential match point here now for Beastie. Can Certain do it? Can he get a point on the board and maybe set himself up for a reverse sweep? Let's jump into our game number 3, and here we go. King of the Hill, baby. Beastie in the color yellow, once again playing as the Chinese, against Certain in the color blue, playing as the Ottomans.
Yeah, and checking in on these map locations, it definitely, I would say it's a little bit more closed off than the spawn we saw before, especially on the outer patches. There's not a ton of openings.
The alert bells are ringing. The alert bells are ringing because Certain Scout right now is trailing behind Beastie Scout, and I think that was because Beastie has the additional line of sight as the Chinese, and I think he saw Certain Scout, and as soon as he saw him, he just turned around. And Certain didn't see his scout, and now he's kind of like following him.
Yeah, and this is just one of those slight Chinese bonuses that you don't always think about, but can prove devastating if you kind of know where to look, know how to play the game. And Beastie cuts off the scout perfectly, and we're gonna see how big of a sheep difference this is gonna be in a minute or two. But we can already see how it's starting to add up.
Yeah, sheep early on, they're not that important for the Ottomans. They do have a vizier point, which gives them an additional 8 sheep. So for the early part of the game, they're going to be very, very fine. But yeah, BC is going to find an incredible amount of sheep this game. I think he's going to be at like 12, 14 sheep then by the end of his roundabout there.
And it's so nice, especially being Chinese. You just sit under that initial mill and you just sit there. And just you got all your food vills there. You got a nice IO that just doesn't even have to worry about, spreading off to different locations because you have so much food in one spot.
Yeah. It also translates us into a lot of taxes because that mill is likely going to be in range of an Imperial Academy, which is going to boost the tax income there by 100%. So all of these sheep essentially are going to be worth like 50 gold each on top of what he's getting right now from it.
Yep. And there is another sheep to add on to the mix, so we are not complaining at all about the sheep game if you're a Beastie fan. Spear for Zerton is starting to move across the map. The key thing... Oh, man, even more... Oh, but Spear's beginning to move across the map. BC, a little bit of a different game plan. Not the Imperial Academy first. It is the protective Barbican at home.
All right, does have the Imperial official early on going for himself. So only aging up with 1 villager should mean that BC can then just rush up the Imperial Academy and get a really good Song Dynasty timing in. Roughly about, I want to say like 4 minutes 40, 4 minutes 30-ish, maybe even, might be 5 minutes. But the Song Dynasty timing should be quite good for him here.
Yeah, and Zerton, he's not even going for the gold. He's seen this before. It's so hard to actually get damage done. Usually you can get a little bit of idle time, a little bit of an annoyance, but nothing anything long term. And instead, he's just going for some deer laming.
Getting the Sultanahi trade network means that he is gonna, at the very least, get a lot of passive gold income in, roughly 70 gold per minute there for him. So pretty much equal to a Manza quarry that he'll be getting there. I think it's 74 gold per minute from those 3 traders that you get. Yeah, nice deer laming, spreads them out very, very far away from each other. It's gonna make it very difficult to really get a decent grip on that gold, on that food income on those deer.
Yep, and does drop that Imperial Academy. Lovely location. We'll have the mill, and you know he's gonna drop a lumber camp down on that southeastern side, and be able to just have his wood line, which is always that, you know. Oh, maybe he's going for a different one. I lied. Going for the forward wood line. Not worried about the Imperial Academy influence, I guess.
I mean, there are spearmen out, right? And the wood lines, they are outside of the TC range. So it makes sense that you want to at least start off with that one. Just means that he won't have to react to the spearmen at all for a while. Thing is, right now, behind this, Beastie, he can't go for a second TC as well, as the stone is outside of his TC range, and it looks like he's not committing, or rather, he is committing into not making any military units right now. For the time being certain, he's also switching his military school over to Archer, so similar as we saw in the game between Louis and Demu. Since also out on the deer there.
You know, I love this by Zerton. He's like, you know, if my opponent's going into the Quick Song Dynasty, he's not gonna have military units out on the field. Go ahead and take advantage of the deer and take advantage of, you know, your lack of sheep with taking food out on the map.
I also just want to point out that the Song Dynasty for BC came in at roughly 4 minutes and 50. So, you know, if you go for the no early Imperial official build, you get your Song Dynasty like 40 seconds later. So you don't really save on a villager. So anybody that goes for no early AO villager build with the Chinese, you deserve to lose.
We see now Beastie's returning the favor with some deer lambing himself. There was a spear that walked right through where the villager was walling up. Thought he was going to get a block in and at least try to do some damage and deny this, but wall goes up, other spears arrive, and are going to try to now make a gap. But Chooks and Chooks and Chooks.
Yeah, Jugunu is kind of like... I want to say that Ottomans is like probably one of the best civilization to play against the mass of Jugunus there. Because you get the matter out, you get an additional +1 ranged armor on your units, and suddenly you significantly reduce the amount of damage that the Jugunus get out. Instead of it taking, 7 Jugunus in order to one-shot an archer, suddenly it's like 10 or 11. It's a big, big difference. And with all of that damage that you save up as well, getting the Sipahi out as well. Suddenly you have like 4 ranged armor on those Sipahi. You're able to just deal against the Shugunu really, really nicely. Issue that I'm seeing here though is that he's not going to go for any like early Sipahi play here. Instead, it looks like he is going to be trying to go for a fast castle age. Could be dangerous against the Shugunu though. I mean, if you go for like mass men-at-arms, then maybe... Wait, is he pivoting now? He's making archer range now. I feel like this is a little bit like... He's in a difficult spot because if he now decides to go for units in Feudal Age instead of aging up, he's going to put himself on the back foot.
Yeah, and it looks like Beastie's cutting production now, though, just moving forward with those 13.
No, he's making a better blacksmith. This is the all-in.
That's why. It's the all-in. It's the blacksmith. He wanted to stop production, be able to get that up, and now it is just ready to go.
Villagers.
Oh, no.
He saw those, though. He saw the Jugunu out. And now he's paying the price for not moving the villagers. That is going to be 3 villagers going down. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. And they were carrying food.
Yeah, that is a huge feels bad.
He's making production buildings. Oh, no. He's delaying his age up now.
And now he has 700 gold in the bank that's worthless that he hasn't used on anything.
I would. He needs to just downright buy wood at this point in time. Oh. He's got the market for it already, but yeah, his entire game plan is just falling apart.
Yeah, he was going to go fast castle, wasn't ready for the all-in, and now he's trying to get ready for the all-in, drops the blacksmith. But
The rams are
Beastie,
coming
he's
in.
already dropping rams.
Oh, and there's a hole.
Oh yeah, a nice hole to slide on through. First ram already being built. I was about to say, I'd love to see some Sipahi hit the reinforcing chooks because there's no spears here, so at least you can thin out the mass from building up any further and make sure that Beastie can't move forward without, you know, getting some more double digits going. And that's
Like
exactly what we got going here. Oh, yep,
Nice go
that's
from
exactly
Naval.
what we got going here now. And needs to just continue to push towards the base. And this will give Zertan time. You can see he's actually somehow masked up the numbers pretty quickly after
Blacksmith,
lacking the iron under mesh. I would send villagers out to repair.
Something. He needs to do something. Matter is coming out. Yeah, he is repairing. He is repairing. Oh my god, this feels really bad though. It's a lot of resource that you're putting inside of a blacksmith now, additionally. And the second ram is coming in. I don't think he's even gonna be able. Yeah, he's out of wood now.
He needs this iron undermesh. 8 seconds. The two
I'm
rams
not
are
sure
gonna
he's
fire.
getting it. I'm not sure he's getting it. He's not getting it. 3, 2, 1. He's getting it.
The most perfect timing ever. The Sipahi circle back around. They would have iron undermesh at this point. Just think about that during this fight. It still might go Zertan's way just because of those few Sipahi, but it would have gone so much better.
You can't see our cameras right now, but I am literally doing the not like this face, and the matter goes down as well.
Benefit for him, he keeps the stable alive. The second group of chooks did not get to reinforce forward, and he still is somehow stabilized.
Yeah, the stable stays up as well, which is very important at this point in time, but he just idled out his entire food economy as well for quite a while. He's still only on a single military school, and Beastie has been Song Dynasty behind this for the last 6.5 minutes. So there's a 10 villager eco lead now behind this, and it's just going to be more Jugnu flooding out behind this.
Yeah,
He's still on berries.
You can't forget about those villagers that we lost on the Deer 2 over earlier too, and Zertan just didn't proactively react to his vision and information that he gathered. What kept him alive the last time was some of that Sipahi raiding. This time, he has 0 Sipahi, so I don't know what Sipahi raiding could do. It immediately loses the meter. You need that. You gotta have the meter during this.
He takes the fight, but you can't take the fight. You don't even have the iron mesh upgrade yet.
All right, so will this game last to 15 minutes? I don't think so.
I don't think so, man.
I think Beastie
This hurts.
doubles, he triples down with the Rams. Just drop a second Ram now and just go. I mean, he's got 43 chooks.
Yeah.
I mean,
He
he's got, that's enough chooks to help take down the buildings. Yeah, there we go. We see it. Now if the archers step up, they just get taken out.
It's
Beastie's
20 archers
walling out
versus
the left side.
47 Jugnu. It's just a numbers game at this point as well. And can we take a look at the meta? I don't think it's ranged armor on right now. It's not. It's attack speed. I think for the last couple of fights, it's been attack speed as well.
Yeah, it's just not quite what you need. And Beastie, he is just doubling down. A military school's going down for Zertan, but that's a slow process, and it's in the front side. He's still onto the stone. He needs more army now. He needs more production that makes things quicker, not something that's like a slow trickle.
62 Jugununa at this point in time. And this, yeah, like the Sipahi are just gonna get shredded against this many units now. It's just a unit mass difference. Like, this could have also just been archers now at this point in time with such a unit mass difference.
Look at the yellow line moving across the map. It's a full-on straight-up line. There's just no stop in any production. BC's gonna get to triple-digit military here in a little bit.
Certain trying to mass up the archers.
He
but
kills the mill before the ram gets there.
yeah. The amount of units, it's just too many, right? Like at this point in time, like Certain can't catch up. BC is just pumping out units non-stop here. Look at the overall income. Beastie, he's sitting on pretty much like 2.2k resources. Certain, he's scraping barely above 1,000. It's the eco difference at this point in time now. Archers, they can't really win that fight. And Matter at the front again. Barely survives, but for how long is going to be the question.
I feel like this is where Beastie can just A-move this if he wants, but he's actually fallen back, and the ram about to get taken down. Going for another ram. And he's going to have another mass. He's just going to... He's baiting this in. He's going to have another group come behind this, and then the archer mass is gone.
Yeah, I mean, at this point already, with every single attack volley, it's like multiple archers going down. Now finishing off the ram. More Jugunu coming in, and Certain's out of food. He's no, he's walled in for the mill, but it's walled in. Look at the villager pathing.
Yeah, they're gonna run through the middle of the map. It's gonna be hilarious. Here they go.
He notices it's walled. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Now he's pulling the. Oh no!
And there it is.
And there's
and BC's already building an outpost. He's going to be able to fast build another one if he wants to. 2 rams this time. That's not going to be easily cleared up. And there is another outpost being built. Full food denial. Zertan's got nowhere to go. Beastie, you got to get the triple-digit military. I said it was going to happen. You got to do it. Jump inside the outpost.
Spoke back.
And GG. He didn't get to triple digits, but GG gets called. After the first 2 series today, going quite long, having crazy back and forth, we see Beastie having a very, very clean series, able to just take some really, really good timings. It felt one-sided by the end, but it really was just 1 or 2 very small mistakes that ended up cascading down to what we ended up seeing.
Yeah, the first 2 games, I just want to say, like, it looked like Certain had it. It definitely looked like Certain had it. The first game was just literally one fight, one really unnecessary fight to take, but it put him into such a bad situation all of a sudden when he was in such a dominant position that he lost the game after that. And the same feels like for the second game as well. He was kind of late with the mass javelin thrower spam, then overcommitted at a moment in time when Beastie was aging up. If the age up came in a little bit earlier with another landmark potentially and the upgrades come in, I think he wouldn't have had to forfeit so much map control and been in a way better position. But yeah, it's unfortunate there. Certain, like the early game just looked so good every now and then, and in the end just wasn't quite enough there.
Yeah, felt like the first one, he had it for a bit, and then all of a sudden, Beastie takes on over. But again, that's why Beastie is the player that he is. He knows, how to take the games from looking awful from himself to being easy victories by the end of it. And, time and time again, he does it and proves why. But we're going to give you some updates while we get the next series all set up, all the overlays and stuff updated and whatnot. We casted the Louis versus Demu 3-1 earlier today. Marine Lord versus Cat is next on up, and that is Group A.
Exactly. Taking a look at Group B, those were the sets that we just casted. So Beastie and Kiljadi able to win their sets there. We see the game differences. So Beastie getting a clean 3-0 victory against Certain means that he now has 3 points on the board there. Kiljadi able to win in a 3-2 fashion. So 1 point for him, B with -1 point over there. And those were the sets that we just casted. But yeah, exactly. Next up, it's going to be Marine Lord versus 3D Cat.
Going ahead, have everything updated for you. The Surfshark map draft showing us, and we are starting with Chaos. It's moving out, and it's going to be Chinese versus Ayubid.
China versus Ayubids. I mean, China, first of all, moving out. That's interesting, right? Like that's not something that we usually sea. I would have more expected China on King of the Hill, maybe even coastal cliffs, but moving out? Okay, that's interesting. Looking at the bans as well, both players banning Zhuji and Rus. No surprises there. I wonder if we're even going to see Zhuji's legacy once throughout this tournament at this point in time.
You know, at this point, I'm thinking doubtful, but only time will end up telling. The thing I'm thinking about with moving out,
misclicks.
There are misclicks. There is, you know, oh, my mouse died. I forgot to ban and it random banned or no banned. I have no idea if which way that goes. But we saw how effective, you know, the Outpost and some of the stuff were on moving out earlier today. I wonder if, you know, the Barbican can be placed in a primetime location to have that longer term effect, as the wood line in the middle is kind of a crucial point in this game.
Yeah, it definitely is. Barbican could be coming in clutch there. Gotta remember, though, you can't put it too close to main TC. And here we go into our game number 1. Chaos ensues on moving out as we're watching Marine Lord with the Chinese face off against 3D Cat as the Ayubids. We're starting off with a lumber camp there for Marine Lord. No early Imperial official. I like that. I think early Imperial official on like water maps for China is a little bit of a bait. Like, you gotta thread the needle there a little bit. It can, like, you do it in Dark Age still, but you don't go immediately for the Imperial official, because then you'll kind of like idle out your dock or your TC.
Yeah, I feel like when I see it, most of the time people will have, you know, you'll get up to like 9-10 vills or so, and then you'll get it. It makes it more effective too, because you got, you know, more villagers on that wood line already, so you're having more villagers that are using that supervision, and you already have some tax gold built up if need be. We're hitting some sheep next to the dock, using that, you know, just efficient. You know, why not gather them next to the dock and save yourself some walking time, I guess.
House now goes up. Yeah, this was really nice micro there from Marine Lord. So gets the house out, didn't house himself, gets the fishing ship out, and now he can start thinking about, okay, accruing enough food in order to get the Imperial fish up. I also like the play that he did there with the villagers gathering up the sheep next to the dock. But we can already see Cat. He's got the villagers out there on the map, and this is really important, like getting the villagers or getting your scout out early out there on the map, because Cat is now going to be in a position to gather up all the sheep on the map. Marine Lord, he hasn't made a transport ship yet.
Yeah, this also allows him to gather this gold early, so he can really get a super fine timed feudal age if he wants to go with the, you know, the advancement wing this early on, and really pressure some of that early fishing. But now we're just seeing Cat kind of circle on around. Marine Lord's eco is up because, again, Cat went for that transport ship. It's one of these, you got an opportunity cost for everything. So Marine Lord's got a little bit extra food coming in, a little bit of a leg ahead as far as fishing boats go.
I mean, at the same time, yeah, it's just, I'm hearing the sheep. I'm just hearing the sheep. Also, advancement wing already coming in now for Cat, so the age up will be extremely quick. Marine Lord still no move out when it comes to like moving out on the map with the transport ship. And look at that, 9 sheep already.
Yeah, I mean, you called it, you know, without having that transport ship, you're able to kind of secure up all of this food on the map, but food isn't that big of a deal when you got all the fishing, and the fishing is definitely in Marine Lord's favor as he has 5 boats out, and you can see there's a 5 eco lead already.
Now moving out to the berries. I'm wondering what's the play gonna be from Cat now. Is he just gonna immediately like make military ships? Marine Lord, I mean, he's getting gold in through Texas. Is he just, I think he might just be planning on just aging up through Texas. But that's gonna not only take a while, but also, yeah, I mean, we already mentioned it, right? Like, he's not gonna have access to any sheep from the mainland. I wonder if he considered that and just gave up on it.
Yeah, we got 20 seconds left until the age up, so Cat can get, you know, a really clean timing aggressive military ship, but Marine Lord, he's already dropping another dock on the north side, and he's aging up with 4 on the Imperial Academy, so he's going to be up in the blink of an eye. Just going up really, really quick. You know, the Chinese villager building speed super easy.
Yeah, dock is going to go up. It's going to also give him a lot of map vision there. We see the first archer ship is coming out for Cat, but Marine Lord, with the Age of Timing, should be in time to not suffer too much idle time over here once the archer ship comes out. Village also coming in, so is going to save himself a lot of wood, like quite a lot of wood when it comes to population space, needing to make houses. Also a lot of space inside of his base. Age up completes.
Age up. And Cat already has the Springled ship in queue as well to counteract the archer ship that Marine Lord's going to defend with. It's just there's so much time for it to produce and then time for it to move all the way across. Whereas Marine Lord, he's already on 2 docks too.
Yeah, double dock is coming in, and archer ship coming out just in time there. So not a lot of idle time has been caused there. And behind this Marine Lord does have a nice economy advantage, has more fishing ships out, and with the Imperial Academy also in a position to get the Imperial officials out.
Yep. You can already, I'm assuming we're going to see some in queue in a little bit once he's stabilized his food a little bit more. He's back on that water as, you know, delaying those drop-offs a little bit can have that effect. And there's the Springled ship that was needed.
Yeah. Marine Lord doesn't have his own Springled ship in queue yet. It's coming in now, but the demo ship is already out now as well. This could be a difficult timing.
Yeah. And, I mean, again, Marine Lord, it's just this timing. It's all... It takes a little bit to get all the way across the map, but he's only going to have 2 of 3 boats out, and he is investing into even more fishing on that north side.
Right. He's probably going to have to pull some fishing ships to repair the archer ship there.
Yeah. So while we're seeing this fight, demo ship comes in, gets a connection in, but they're taking fire from the TC and Marine Lord. He is going to repair up this Springled ship. I don't think this is going to go down, and this is a huge victory for Marine Lord, who has a demo ship out himself now.
Oh, and the archer ship went down. That is actually huge.
And so now
it's just like that. Just like that, GG gets cold.
Wow, what a quick one, but I get it. He went for a faster feudal timing. He went for that big, you know, timing kind of, you know, I feel like a Ubits is a timing civilization, I guess on water and on land too, obviously, but it was one that didn't pay off. The sheep didn't even matter because Marine Lord had so many fishing boats out.
Yeah, it was a clear economic advantage there at that point in time for Marine Lord. Like, he was ahead not just like the 7-8 fishing ships, but also he was in a position to get the additional Imperial officials out. So, you know, that really just all came together there.
Yep. Unbelievable clean game from Marine Lord. Very fast game. Again, you know, a change of pace from our first 2 series, and now our second series, or second sets of the day have been a little bit quicker here so far.
Yeah, I mean, the first one, they really went the distance, but I also like that this first game, like, the players were aware of their positions in the game. And after such a loss on water, like, you know that you're, like, in theory out of it, right? Like, you can't really come back or get a lot of like opportunities to come back into the game, especially against a player like Marine Lord. So catcalling there in the first game definitely was an interesting one. I honestly, like, when I saw the opener, I was like, okay, maybe Marine Lord is just downright dead there in that situation because he wasn't out on the map, right? Like, he was still in his base. And that's actually a pretty big issue because he was completely reliant on the taxation gold.
Yeah. And I mean, it was the taxation gold but it ended up paying off because I felt like even he knew that. I feel like it was weird. The first dock was like just barely in TC range. He knew he could use his fishing boats to heal up any military ships that came out, and probably just drop back to the dock and get close enough to the TC to allow himself to live up. So he also had that dock in the north that had like 3, 4, 5 fishing boats already too. So it was kind of one that he just had way too many resources than he knew what to do with.
All right. Now,
we are
about to jump into our next game.
figuring it on out.
For those of you that don't know, we're waiting for confirmation on the production right now. How we're gonna proceed.
But in the meantime, have you heard about Surfshark?
All right, there we go. Okay. Next game we're going to be jumping into, it's going to be English versus Japanese here on Kawazan.
Gonna jump. Yep. And here we go. Maybe so.
Maybe. All right. Yeah. Okay. Game number 2. It's gonna be English on Japan.
We're just gonna wait until we get into a game, and it's like we're like, oh, and now we're casting on the west side. We have
now it's Delhi versus English on Coastal Cliffs.
There we go. We got Delhi versus English on Coastal Cliffs. I feel like it's swapped or something or another. All right. So, anyways, Mali versus Delhi on Coastal Cliffs.
All right.
There's
a little bit of confusion going on right now in the background because this set has actually started off a little bit earlier, and there was a discussion going on about where we're jumping in right now. All right, there we go.
Yeah, it's going to be game number 2. It is Mali versus Delhi. It's Coastal Cliffs, and Marine Lord is playing the Delhi Sultanate in the color pink, and Kat is playing Mali in the color yellow.
Yeah, here we go. Opening up with Delhi Sultanate, we see the usual build, starting off on Straggler Tree, and then dropping off on the mill that he just built, so has enough wood now for his mining camp as well. Mali, no stranger to chopping off the Straggler Trees at the beginning as well, so he's going to be building that pit mine and the houses around it as well. Cat on Malians, I think, like, Cat was probably one of the first players to like really play, like really spam Malians on ladder, if I recall correctly. Like he just pumped Mali all day out. He's really good with them. He gets the timings right. He gets the cow boom in time. Marine Lord with the Delhi Sultanate. This is gonna have to be like about early aggression, right? Because you can't, in theory, let Mali go up to Castle Age. Because once you get up to Castle Age, I feel like they have all the tools that they need in order to outmass Delhi, which says something about that.
Yeah, the thing is I feel like Delhi will be able to have this timing to take the map control, to take their sacred sites, to kind of get that pump going, get that control that they like to be at. And you do have some extra, Civ bonuses being the Delhi Sultanate, probably going Tower of Victory, going to have some extra attack speed there. And you never want to allow Delhi to kind of be in that comfort zone.
Yeah, exactly. Goes for the... That's right. Now, I'm wondering, like, Marine Lord, like, it's probably going to be the play here as well for the Delhi, right, to go for that early second scholar. The thing that I'm wondering about right now is once you hit Feudal Age, do you just keep the second scholar inside of your monastery, try to get the techs in a little bit quicker, and then send both of your scholars out immediately, try to go for the sacred side, just be on one production building early on? I think that would make a lot of sense against the Malians, since they tend to like to move out and just get their second pit mine in, and that's kind of like the greed that they go for. So maybe you can go greedy as well and just try to get the quicker sanctity upgrade in, and then go for double sacred sides.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. You know, you could see going, you know, double blacksmith, getting the Texan, going. I still like getting a Ghazi Raider out on the map. You can maybe delay the second pit mine a little bit, but there's some great gold locations for Cat as far as where the secondary golds are.
Yeah, those are quite nice. It's all on one side though, and with that comes an advantage and a disadvantage. The advantage is you only have 1 point on the map to defend. The disadvantage is there's only 1 point for your opponent to attack.
Yeah, knows the exact spot he needs to focus, the exact spot he wants to focus, and the exact spot he's gonna be at, I'm sure. And we know Marine Lord, you know, after taking those sacred sites, I could see him not even worrying about walling them up and just continuing the aggression forward and you know, dropping a market, either trading off the gold, getting up to castle, or trading off the gold, staying feudal, or even going up to a quick castle. But there is the Manticore.
Now, question's gonna be second pit mine. Nope, villager's already out, so not even gonna be a question. Oh, look at that Marine Lord luring the deer.
Lame onto. Oh,
he's getting that one as well. Oh, it's not. He wants it in an even better position. He's so mean. He's so mean. Oh, he kills it even himself. That is so mean.
And Marine Lord's gonna come try to get another deer into a annoying location, deny more than just one house around the pit mine. He wants to deny multiple. We're about to see it now.
Oh my god, the deer, he's gonna move. Oh
no,
yeah,
there it is.
The foundations down. Put the foundations down. He's fine. He put the foundations of the houses down, so he can't be denied. Can we take a quick look at Marine Lord's base? I want to know if he put the scholars in the production building. Oh, he's putting them in production building. Okay, so he wants to really go ham then on the Ghazi Raider. He's about to put him in, right? Right. I think right now he's probably just busy microing with the against the deer.
Yeah. Right when he started the production, he put him in, so it didn't really even have any delay because it wasn't getting increased production without queuing anything up. Another house being dropped, and the barracks in response from 3D Cat as he has a scout in Marine Lord's base.
Yeah, spots the Ghazi Raider, now goes out with his own Dunzo, so we'll be able to defend that.
Yeah, and the Ghazi Raiders, you know, they're annoying, they're tanky, but Donzo's going to be able to get some great damage on top of them, so Marine Lord should have to react with some archers, which he's already starting to queue up.
Yeah, Archer and Ghazi Raider. I mean, that's like the typical composition that you want to go for when you play against the Malians here with the Delhi Sultanate. Puts the Scholar inside of the Archer range now as well, so the Archers will be coming out super, super quickly from Marine Lord. Does Cat already have his own Archer range? He must be suspecting something like this, but his scout did move away, so I'm not sure if he scouted it. Yeah, I don't see. Yeah, the Archer range has come in. Oh, and the pull away.
I think that's the game, you know, that's the game plan anyways from Mali, but that house will be going down, and Marine Lord just going to be using that micro, using that mobility, and has that stream of units starting to cross the map, whereas Cat, he's dropping a second mill. You can tell he's about to start this cattle pump.
Yeah, wants to get those cattle out nice and early. Now, Archers have been spotted, so the Donzos will have to move back a bit, giving the Ghazi Raiders the opportunity to start punching down those houses. First Javelin Thrower should be coming in just a little bit. There we go. Comes out now. It's going to take a while for Cat to build up enough Javelin Throwers here in order to be able to really do something. Javelin Thrower has to also be careful not to overstep. Has to be careful not to overstep, and that is exactly what he does.
But, you know, maybe a little bit of a reverse bait, except the Donzos don't actually get enough damage in return onto those Ghazis that might have overstepped. And overall, I would still say huge win for Marine Lord.
Sanctity has just come in. Scholars are now moving out onto the sacred sites.
And so the Scholar's moving out. Marine Lord pulls back, wants to make sure he secures up these sacred sites with no problems. And that's when he will have just as much passive gold eco, actually more passive gold eco than Mali, right? Math.
No. Where two pit mines as well as the Manzikori in combination should be slightly higher.
Well,
the issue is that
one's not a full pit mine. It's the only problem.
Yeah, at the moment, but the 2 full pit mines should be like 200 gold, and then you get like an additional 75 gold. So Mali should still have the upper hand there. The remaining issue though is that like Mali, they have other stuff to do with their gold, right? Like they got a mission to do with their gold. Meanwhile, the Delhi, they still have access to like boosted up resources like the batteries out on the map. Mali, they want to invest all their gold into the cattle, into javelin throwers, and that's when it gets kind of tough. That's when it gets kind of tough because they use their gold for different things. And once it starts accruing again after that, then they want to go for Castle Age. They don't really think about like getting a market and just buying food like the Delhi would.
Yeah, and yeah, they don't. I mean, the only thing they can use as far as their gold in Feudal Age is on scholars, and this isn't the old days of, you know, once you start getting that gold, you mass a ton of scholars, you come in with 10 scholars, and you never lose the fight because you out heal everything. It's usually, all right, I got that gold, and you do one of two things: you go to castle, or you stick it in a market and trade in for full Feudal Age. And I'm good either way. I'm personally one that I like to keep the aggression against Mali. You never want to sit back against them because their cow boom is not to be taken lightly.
Yeah, it can get kind of intense during the later stages of the game as well, especially like in Feudal Age, before you even have the landmark out. They already provide you with pretty much like 500 food per minute. So that's already quite a lot. That's like 10 villages worth. Then you go up to Castle Age, and suddenly it goes up with the economic upgrade to like 1,000 food per minute. Suddenly it's 20 villages worth.
Yeah, there's so many times when I've seen Mali down an absolute crazy amount of villagers, and they just don't have a worry because of that cow boom, because of that Grand Fulani. But we got a lot of time before that, as now military starting to clash. Ghazi Raiders diving, no brace from the Donzos.
It's also difficult because sometimes they just jump into the spear throwing animation and then don't brace, which can be kind of dangerous. Marine Lord doing a great job here right now of just microing down the Donzos instead of the javelin throwers with his archers. So Donzo numbers are falling quite fast, and Cat seems to have to fall back under his TC. Lost a lot of his Donzos in the process.
Cat did a good job of sniping down a lot of the archers, so, you know, whereas Marine Lord doing a good job sniping down the Donzos, Cat's doing kind of the similar thing on the other side. But the Ghazi Raider number staying healthy and alive is the scariest thing ever. I've seen so many games where with the slow infantry army, you can't really push out, because then if you start to push out, the Ghazi Raiders circle around, dive your base, force you back, and then all of a sudden you get cut off with 2 masses.
Behind this Marine Lord, he's also just using the market right now, buying resources, just making sure that he's non-stop pumping out these units, and it shows in the military count. Army value lead for Marine Lord, and especially army numbers 22 to 41. And you have to ask the question now at this point in time, right? Like, how do you as Mali realistically try and decap one of these sacred sites?
Your guess is as good as mine right now, because you got to take some unreal military trades, and you don't want to be taking trades right now. You somehow got to thin out this mass to be able to move out on the map, take map control, but the timing is not on your side. Delhi's getting to move out, get on a lot of the different food resources, not having to worry about farm transitions or putting money into cows that pay off later on. They're just all in it for now.
Donzo's pushing forward once again, getting microed down by the archers. Javelin throwers, the attack animation, it's just so long, means that they can't really just stop and try and shoot at the archers. The second they shoot, the attack animation takes so long for the Ghazi Raiders to be able to catch up.
Yep. The Marine Lord's numbers still continuing to climb, still continue to just stream units and build on that mass that he has. Cat can't really move out, can't do anything. He has that slow moving army too, so Marine Lord can just push and pull him around with the Ghazi Raiders, and meanwhile just keep his archers grouped together in front of the wood lines.
Yeah, now again, harass on the gate there. Every now and then, just getting like one torch volley out there means that the wall slowly but surely gets broken down. And if Cat doesn't have a villager ready to rebuild that wall, it's just gonna stay open. Villager over here is getting pulled away in time. How's the cattle situation looking? Cat has a good amount of gold income right now. I don't think he's spending all of it on just.
He's got some dead cattle. I know he's been eating on that beef for quite a while. And
it hurts when he's still, like, even though he's eating from the cattle, his food income is worse than Marine Lords, or for the most part, it's worse.
Oh, and now we're doubling down on the Rams for Marine Lord. He's still got 5 minutes on the Sacred Site, and I love this. I said it. You don't worry about walling up and reinforcing the Sacred Site. It is full on pedal to the metal aggression. Now the 2 Rams force the issue.
Yeah. 20 Ghazi Raiders, 6 more in queue, almost 40 archers out now. This is a tough army to beat.
Wall gets taken down just to deal with the annoyance. Javelin's trying to step forward, but don't want to step too far forward. Secondary pit mine not even going to be focused. It's the initial one. Might as well take the closer one first, and then make the easier one to secure behind it. Cat is already housed.
And now more houses are going to be going down in a situation where he's already housed, and this is going to be really, really bad now. At least he lost some military to make some extra room. Rams now focusing onto the pit mine instead of the houses. More houses are coming up in the wood line for him. But yeah, it's a really difficult situation for him to try and get units out. Villagers still inside the TC, so 15 idle villagers. Not being
first pit mine
right
gets
now.
taken down. Second pit mine probably going to be focused after that. Marine Lord just wants to make sure Cat is not gathering any gold passively or any gold at all, because he can't move out and gather from any other pit mine. Fight still being taken. Donzos can't really do much. They're just sitting there trying to protect the javelins that fire so slowly. And then the archer number is up at almost 50. And the Javs are just at a measly 19.
Oh my god. Yeah, this mass now. Marine Lord doubling the army count here from Cat. More houses go down. Both pit mines have been destroyed. And with that, Cat, he doesn't have any more gold income. He can't make any more javelin throws now after this.
Crazy aggression that Marine Lord is just keeping up, and there's not going to be any stopping to it. There's no way Cat's going to be able to stabilize here. He's got to put so much wood into making houses. He's got to put so much wood into trying to probably make more production. He hasn't even been able to make cattle ranches, and there's 3 minutes left on the Sacred Site victory. There's so many things he has to balance out, and villagers are running. They have nowhere to gather from.
I mean, this army composition, it's a micro nightmare. You need like 4 different groups of javelin throwers and then a control group for your Donzos and just micro back and forth. But it's just not really feasible, right? Like microing against this massive stream of units that's coming out right now. And Cat, yeah, there's no way. It's so many archers. 81 military just flooding across the map from Marine Lord. Now diving the TC, and GG gets called. That's a quick 2-0 on the board for Marine Lord.
Yeah, very clean game, very quick game. That's been back-to-back ones from Marine Lord, and we're jumping into the next one quick. Like we mentioned, this set was a little bit delayed, so we're just going to jump right on in to this game number 3 here in a second. It's Kawasan. We were about to start talking about it last time, and then I know we paused and we kind of we didn't know what was going on, but now it's English versus Japan.
On Kawasan. So that's actually the same one that we saw earlier between B and Kiljadi. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch out for. How they're going to be playing it.
That one was another fun. It's always a fun game to watch when it's English versus Japan. I feel like it's a very kind of potentially aggressive point where it's going to be about the water and keeping that up. But we're into game number 3. Marine Lord is up 2-0. Cat in the color yellow playing as Japan. Marine Lord in the color pink playing as the English.
There we go. Early dock from Marine Lord with the English. Japan this time around also opting for the early dock on opposite pawns from each other. So in order to aggress on the other dock, there will likely be additional docks that will have to go up.
Yeah, and this is really where I feel like Japan is leaning into their benefits. They're going to have more fishing boats out faster, or they're going to be able to age up faster because they have way less onto the wood line that's needed to constantly be, producing those fishing boats. And, that's where last time we saw it was a shinobi play come out of Japan.
Shinobi play was interesting there from B. I just don't think that it's gonna... Like, in theory, like, it already didn't make sense in that game. I don't think it's gonna make a lot of sense in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's one where I feel like longbows just take them out so well. That's where we saw last time. It was 3DB, and the first couple Shinobi did so well. He was able to take out the king, able to take out the dock, secure the water. But then all of a sudden, 3-4 Shinobis got thrown away, and then it was the water boom happening, but still taking so much aggression.
All right, English already with the first 2 fishing ships out. Both these civilizations do get a nice little discount there on their fishing ships. One a little bit more than the other.
But anyways, that's where, somehow still English ahead on the economy count. Cat just a little bit delayed here. Has 10 villagers on wood, though. So he is planning on a ton of fishing boats. I wouldn't even be surprised to see him, almost drop a second dock with this many on the wood. I mean, he's definitely pumping up those numbers.
I'd go for a second dock here at some point, right? Like, with so many villagers on wood. I'm a little bit surprised, actually, by how little villagers he had on food in comparison. Just straight move all the villagers, or most of the villagers, over to wood there.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where Cat is going for a second dock on that pond. Yeah.
So really wants to go ham there on water.
And I mean, this is going to be one where he might age up a little bit slower, but he should have a lot more eco behind it once he does end up aging up. Circle around, getting some vision, wants to see how many fishing boats are on the other side, but more importantly, wants to see how many villagers, or I would say the gold, wants to see when that age up's potentially coming through, because with 3 villagers on gold, you can go and click that and say, okay, he's 2 more drop-offs away from the age up.
I mean, this age up is just going to be much quicker for Marine Lord. Looking at the resource overall right now, Cat, even though he's committing to that second dock, is not really having a significant eco lead right now, so this might lead to a little bit of an awkward timing there for him, because now age up is going to be coming in. It is going to be the Abbey. The Abbey is at least not going to immediately put pressure on you, right? It's going to take an additional 35-ish seconds for the king to come out, so that takes a while. And by that time, Cat should definitely already be up in feudal age. And this actually buys Cat a significant amount of time when it comes to really working with that second dock and getting that food advantage in. I wonder if Marine Lord is in this transition period now during the age up going to try and drop a dock over on Cat's pond there, if it's going to be a dock fight there.
I love the forced drop-off from Cat there. That's one of those kind of small things that if he doesn't do, it might be another 10, 15 seconds before he starts that age up, but forced drop-off with all those fishing boats because they just hold so much. Has that eco lead now. Cura Storehouse on its way. And then we're going to see this game start to open up in the feudal age. I am excited to see how Marine Lord controls this king, gets some aggression with it, and just, I'd be shocked to see it go down too many times.
Immediately grabs the double broadaxe upgrade, so will have a nice wood economy there going for himself. King automatically in queue for free. Wonder if that's just going to be to immediately put some harassment on the gold there then from Cat. Would make a lot of sense. You don't want Japan to really be in a position to get a fast castle in, because in Castle Age, Japan can, for one, get the mounted samurai out, be really great there. And we do see Marine Lord now immediately go for some horsemen as well.
Oh, I love seeing the horsemen with the king. It's just so hard to actually take down the horsemen when you're not going for a super mobile unit yourself. And so, and even if you do, then they just run away and out heal with the king. So it's like it really is on your opponent to step into bad positioning and get himself into a bad spot. Can always kind of, yeah, go ahead.
Archer ship coming out for Cat, so will at least make it very difficult for Marine Lord to drop a dock on his side. Same happening for Marine Lord at the same time. So it should be difficult to get like any counter docks coming up there. Cat so far, does he have any production buildings? No, we see some. I am on the fence about this. I see why he's putting up those weird quirky walls. What he's doing right now is he's actually forcing his landmark to stop generating farms and instead start generating wood for him. That is interesting.
Very, very interesting. It's surprising. It's also, you know, he can control where the first couple farms come out too, so he gets some safer farms if need be, and then, you know, the wood after it, like you were saying. But Marine Lord, he's ready to all in. He's already starting to burn houses. And Cat, what you defending with? Where's your army?
I think he's trying to fast castle off of this. Yeah, double outpost now. Honest gold. I think he's already got arrow slits in one of his outposts. Yeah, first outpost already has arrow slits on it. Villagers every now and then have to get pulled away from the king. That's idle time. That hurts quite a bit.
Yeah, and this is one where he's had the food in the bank. He was short onto the gold by quite a bit. I mean, he's had the food for seconds now. And this is going to be another probably 30 seconds or so before he's going to have the gold to age up. House does end up getting burnt down. That's going to be, you know, a house for Cat. And nope, house immediately finishes, so not too big of a deal. But this is even still, this is a delayed fast castle, and Marine Lord's not going to be too far behind himself with the aggression and with military.
Yeah, the castle age follow-up is great there, and now horsemen are just going to dive the economy. King gets a charge off as well. And just in time when Cat has the resource to age up, he gets idled out a little bit again. But now, Floating Gate is going to be coming in, and that gives Cat a lot of the tools that he needs in order to deal with this. So Floating Gate and a stable is going to provide him with a lot of production. He's going to be rushing that up now with quite a lot of villagers. In the meantime, Marine Lord, he's got the stable, he's got the archer ranges. Age up should also be coming in very shortly. With the King's Palace, I don't think White Tower really makes a lot of sense there. There we go. King's Palace is now being dropped.
And now this just means that Marine Lord also can use that little bit of extra food income he gets and doesn't have to really worry about that loss of food with the second TC. He'll still be able to mass up military, which he already still has more military out. And it's just going to slowly eke out even more of an eco lead than he already has with an extra TC.
Yeah. Now, Mounted Samurai are going to start producing, and those guys are quite tanky indeed. Do a lot of damage as well. The deflective armor helps when it comes to these engagements against enemy knights as well, because the charge will get blocked by the deflective armor. Marine Lord using his horsemen to run around the base from Cat now also in the meantime tries to find some avenues of potentially doing damage. Triple archer range, so we'll likely be seeing a mass spam of crossbows coming in here from Marine Lord, I would assume. And there we go, 3 crossbowmen immediately in queue, knight now as well as a meat shield. Is it going to be enough, though? Because, like, the Mounted Samurai with the Urshiro, they produce very quickly. But he still has horsemen, he still has the king and 2 longbows. They should be sufficient when it comes to acting as a meat shield here for those crossbows to really, like, be able to defend.
Ooh, first crossbow, right as it pops out, starts getting focused down, and Cat couldn't decide if he wanted to kill it or back away, and instead falls back, but takes a good little bit of damage from it. Marine Lord should be able to start massing that crossbow number very quickly as the first group came out, and he has another grouping on the way.
At the same time, though, Mounted Samurai numbers are climbing. Cat has a good amount of food income from the fishing ships. Doesn't actually feel like it's that much, though. Looking at Marine Lord, by comparison, 900 food for him. Cat sitting at roughly 600, not gathering from the farms, not gathering from the sheep. When it comes to
Marine Lord
relics,
does
no
have
relics
some
collected
farms
yet.
and he's on sheep, so that's where the difference lies. Is definitely the sheep and the farms at home already, and this is one where again Marine Lord, he's slowly going to start eking out this villager count lead. So as more and more time goes on, it just gets more and more difficult for Cat.
Cat already has 2 priests. Oh, okay. He want to go for Marine Lord's relic first. That's interesting. On Samurai, have to be careful. Tries to take control over that relic on the right-hand side as well. But yeah, it's a lot of crossbows now. At the same time, though, 10 mounted Samurai, like if they get this round in, they should be able to win that fight.
Yeah, I don't think they would have too much of a problem there. Cat starting to build some regular samurai as well, it looks like. The crossbows, though, they're set up on top of the hill. Knights get the charge block off for those crossbows. So a good melee front line for Marine Lord. He's kiting back through with those crossbows, trying to take down the rest of that smaller mounted samurai group. You said 10, but there were only about 6 or 7 here during the fight. So it would have been a totally different fight if Cat had the majority of his mounted samurai there, but instead it goes over to Marine Lord, and pretty heavily.
Yeah, with the meat shield there, just Cat wasn't able to get the hits in time. Also, the double knights there, it just meant that it was pretty much like 3 knights versus 6 mounted samurai, but there's also like 9 crossbows in that military as well. Siege Workshop getting dropped now. Is Cat trying to go for a mangonel?
Oh, I mean, this just is a huge feels bad now, because it feels like Marine Lord, he's playing English and he's not having to do the wall in and chill English build. He's doing the I have full map control and I get to do whatever I want with English behind this build, which this isn't fun if you're on the other side. You can see the military lead. Yes, he doesn't have, mounted samurais, but he has more knights than mounted samurais, and he's got that infantry mass that can really utilize the range effectively, and denying all these relics.
2 relics on the side there, yeah, getting denied. That's a Fields Batman moment. Mounted Samurai are gonna make their way over. Looks like Marine Lord is on his way as well to get the relics in the south side of the map. One mounted samurai actually was able to kill one of the monks from Marine Lord there. But yeah, the second TC at the same time from Marine Lord with a landmark, it's really starting to be noticeable here, as he's 70 villagers compared to 54 economic units.
Yeah. And now Marine Lord's starting to move forward with that bigger infantry mass. The Mangonel's out for Cat, though, but does he have the mass to defend the Mangon? Oh, it's multiple Mangonels out now. But does he have the frontline mass to defend those Mangonels?
That's gonna be the question at the very least. It should be enough to make sure that Marine Lord definitely doesn't want to take a fight there against those Mangonels. Outpost there as well. I'm not sure where the Unorthodox are at, though. Looks like they're
I
over
think they're
at
on
the
the north
relics.
side by the relic, yeah. They are, and now they're starting to fall back. There's still a knight who's constantly been denying that.
Relic gets denied.
Another relic gets denied, and a little bit of extra damage coming in on a mounted samurai before Mangonels try to step forward. And Marine Lord just kind of slowly poking and prodding, but constantly getting damage with that poking and prodding.
It's a very big ranged mass count right now for Marine Lord, but at the same time now the Knight mass is also climbing. And the Knights, like, there are so many units here that deal really well with the Unorthodox. The longbows deal really well with them, the Knights deal really well with them, the crossbows with kiting deal really well with them. It's out of position.
Mangonels, hello Mango! Mango, no! Cat is able to body block one of them, keeps one alive, pulls villagers to try to heal it on up, but he doesn't have the frontline mass to even clear that. A Springle pops out, expecting that there was going to be, maybe a counter Springle, but it's not going to be enough. Just diving it with the King, diving it with the Knights, and Cat, he does not have the mass to defend this up. Villagers have to fall back away, some losses coming on in. And Marine Lord takes a huge victory here right in front of Cat's base.
And now it's 47 to 14 military units and a 30 economy lead as well. Knights getting cleaned up on the relics. Cat hasn't gotten a single relic in yet. First relic is in for Marine Lord. Second one is on its way. And now the gold economy is going to be shut down as well. In a situation where Cat doesn't have any food left in the bank. No relics there to help him as well. And this is looking grim.
Very, very grim indeed. The greediness over the far side relics did not pay off. Good mangonel shot, but is it going to be enough? As he can't really push forward with that mangonel or the Knights will dive, and not to mention the Knights are just going to dive the rest of the Vil economy. We see another 5, 6, 7 Vils probably going down here.
Oh no, 18 villagers so far, and more falling to the Knights, and GG gets called Marine Lord with the clean 3-0 victory against 3D Cat.
Decisive 3-0 victory, much quicker than our earlier first two series of the day. Marine Lord Beastie able to clean up their oppositions pretty quickly, but still some fun series to watch nonetheless, and exciting day we had.
Exactly, man. I'm just thinking back of the first two sets that we had. Like, those were so not just long but entertaining at the same time, back and forths all the time. It wasn't really boomy at all. It was always non-stop aggression between those players. Kiljadi versus B at the very beginning, Louis versus Demu. Just some incredible sets that we had here today.
Fun series, fun sets of the day. But unfortunately, that is our last series of the day. But fortunately enough, there's another whole set tomorrow, and by whole set, 4 more series that we get to watch. We saw groups A and B get set up on today. Tomorrow will be group C and D. You'll have the Spanish bros, you'll have the Canadian bros, you got, what is it, Baltoon, Anatan, who else am I missing there with it?
Baltune, Anatan, we got Wham, Puppy Paw, the Canadian Twins, as you said. We got Vortex, Lucifron, Recon's there as well, and CSO.
There we go. CSO and Recon. So those were the 8. I was just trying to go off of the memory. And so will be some exciting sets tomorrow. Make sure to come back. Make sure to be back tomorrow and support. And I think that will conclude the rest of our sets today and our casting here today.
Exactly. So thank you guys so much for watching. Do make sure to tune in tomorrow again, as there are more sets going on. This was just the beginning of the group phase. There is definitely more to come, and I hope you'll all tune again tomorrow. See y'all then.